Welcome to the floating kingdom of 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔, a land where high-altitude fortresses drift through the clouds of the Celestial Isles. Today is the day everyone thought would never come. The High Queen of the Shadow Order is getting married, and the heralds are shouting for the noble guests to finally take their seats. Inside the grand cathedral, the air is thick with whispers as the most powerful families in the realm gather to witness the impossible. Lord Alistair strides into the venue with the confidence of a lion, and the ushers immediately guide him to the prestigious VIP section. The crowd can't stop talking about him, calling Alistair the most talented prince the kingdom has ever seen, though they all agree he still can't hold a candle to the Queen. Still, they say he's a god compared to Nicholas Thorne, that pathetic excuse for a squire who's been stuck at the bottom rank for 3 years without making a single bit of progress. "I have no idea why the Queen would pick a loser like Nick to be her husband," one young noble snickers, but his friend quickly tells him to shut his mouth before the royal guards hear. Meanwhile, deep inside the private chambers of the Shadow Throne, the atmosphere is a whole different story. Nicholas Thorne is staring at his reflection, still trying to wrap his head around the fact that he was pulled from his normal life and dropped into this world of knights and ancient magic. He's frustrated, honestly. 3 years in this kingdom and he's still just a low-rank guardsman. It feels like his second chance at life is being totally wasted. But here he is, actually about to marry the most powerful woman in the land, dressed in silks and armor that make him look like a true legend. It's a complete mess. Suddenly, he hears a sound, the heavy oak door creaks open, and a woman steps into the room. "Are you awake?" she asks, her voice like ice. She doesn't waste time, telling him straight to his face that this entire marriage is nothing but a political show. This is Lady Alara, the Eternal Queen. Nick just stands there, absolutely floored by the sheer presence of the woman standing before him. She leans in with a final warning. "If you have even one filthy thought about me, I'll end you." Nick sighs to himself, so much for a royal romance. The whole thing is a lie. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his head. "Shock system activated." Nick freezes, completely confused by this strange power suddenly waking up inside him. Alara snaps, asking if he's even listening, while Nick realizes that with a system this unpredictable, his life is about to get a lot more complicated. He needs to know how to game this thing. "Stop playing dead and talk to me," he yells internally, desperate for some actual answers. The Queen is fuming now, demanding to know if he understood her. Nicholas finally snaps back, shouting, "Shut up, I'm busy here." The Queen is absolutely stunned. She's the most feared woman in the kingdom, and she can't believe what she just heard. "What did you just say to me?" Reality hits Nick like a ton of bricks. He forgot who he was talking to. This is the end. He's definitely dead. She could erase him with a flick of her wrist, and she looks ready to do it. He starts stammering, trying to find a way to talk his way out of a shallow grave. Ding, the system congratulates him on his first shock. His reward? An aura of silence that can suppress any power for 3 whole hours. Now he sees how the game is played. He actually got rewarded for talking back to her. Okay, stay calm. The status gap between them is like a mountain, but he's got an ace up his sleeve. He realizes that if she's forcing this fake marriage, she must need something from him. He's not just a pawn anymore. Nick figures out she won't kill him yet, not until she gets what she's after. That means he has the upper hand to farm even more rewards from the system. He stands tall, stomps his foot right in front of her, and glares back. "I'm your husband now. Do you really have a problem with how I speak to you?" The system pings again, another ordinary shock completed. This is almost too easy. The reward is a dragon's blood draft, a rare potion that heals his body and starts forced opening his mana circuits. Nick knows he has to push his luck while he can. He looks her in the eye and says, "Since we're husband and wife, maybe we should start acting like a real couple." Alara is literally speechless. The system reports another massive shock, and the draft he won is automatically consumed by his body. Suddenly, he's absorbing mana 10 times faster than any knight in the realm, and ancient combat knowledge is flooding into his brain. He closes his eyes, feeling the raw power surge through his veins. No more being Nick the loser. Everything is about to change. Alara is shaking with rage. "Any last words?" she hisses, before unleashing a strike that sends him flying across the room. Holy hell, she is strong. She's on him in a second, pinning him down with her hand on his chest. "Tell me your final wish before I send you to the afterlife," she snarls. This is it, she's actually going to do it. He flips the switch on his aura of silence. Instantly, the queen's terrifying magic just vanishes. She freezes in shock. Her aura is gone. Her magic won't spark. What's happening? Why can't I feel my power? Nick is amazed. The ability is even stronger than he thought. The queen loses her strength and collapses right on top of him, nearly lifeless. The reward worked, but the clock is ticking. He's only got 3 hours of safety, and there's nowhere in this kingdom he can run to escape her wrath later. When the time runs out, he's dead meat. He has to take control now. He flips her over and gets on top, making the queen gasp in total outrage. "How dare you?" Nick can't help but smirk. At least he's getting some satisfaction while his life is on the line. He's ready to give her the shock of a lifetime. The system goes wild, announcing that he has successfully shocked the Queen of the Shadow Order multiple times. 3 hours later, Nick is casually sitting by the window sipping tea. "Too late to kill me now," he says with a grin. He knows he's still the key to her plans. Alara sits on the edge of the bed, fuming silently, telling herself she just needs to be patient. If she kills him now, she'll never get her hands on the forbidden Blackwood Codex, and the Shadow Order will never rise again. She's stuck with him. "Be at the palace by nightfall," she commands. The royal wedding goes ahead as intended. Arthur stands there, totally speechless, as Empress 𝒂𝒓𝒚 simply turns and walks away without a second glance. Figures, he's still just a useful pawn in her game, but man, he had some serious guts to treat her with that much defiance. Ding, the system congratulates him on pulling off a world-shaking stunt. The reward? 10 years of pure mana attunement, and honestly, Arthur is just staring in total confusion. He's evolving. He hits the 4-star knight rank in seconds. A level of mastery that would usually take decades of training is surging through his veins right now at lightning speed. 1 hour later, the system chimes in again. He's already reached the 6-star knight rank. Even better, his status panel has finally flickered to life. Arthur can finally see his own stats right there, and he lets out a massive sigh of relief. The agonizing process of the promotion is finally over. He's now a 6-star obsidian knight. Everything, his cultivation, swordplay, intellect, and even his aura absorption has been boosted tenfold. Talk about an upgrade. His body is now described as divine. Arthur asks the system to explain what that even means, but total silence. The system literally chooses to ghost him. Arthur shrugs it off. Whatever. This means he can actually fight back in this crazy world. No matter how much she needs him, he isn't going to be her puppet anymore. If his bride is the Empress, then one day, he'll show everyone that Arthur Pendragon is capable and strong enough to stand at the very top of this world. Shortly after, deep inside the Obsidian Citadel, 8 generations of the Shadow Throne's elite have gathered. A herald bellows, "Empress 𝒂𝒓𝒏 of Valois." Every head in the room turns, absolutely impressed by her presence. She's reached the rank of sovereign of the empire. Powerful, gorgeous, and terrifyingly valuable as a ruler, she's the definition of a total powerhouse. Prince Lionel of Wessex watches her, thinking she truly lives up to the legends. But it's a damn shame she's marrying Asterisk, that guy. The noble beside him whispers, "I know you've loved her in secret for years, Prince. In my book, only you are worthy of her hand." Lord Sterling of the Iron Marches chimes in too. "If I were the prince, I wouldn't just sit back and watch the Empress marry that peasant loser." Lionel is literally trembling with suppressed rage, just thinking about the situation. He downs his wine in one go. "How could I possibly question her choice?" he asks, though his voice is tight with jealousy. But deep down, he's dying to see this loser. Then an elder announces, "The Empress has arrived. Now time to welcome her husband, Arthur." The crowd starts whispering immediately. "Arthur, That low-level nobody, I heard he's barely a one-star trainee. The insults are flying everywhere. The elder shouts for his entrance and the massive gates swing open. But Arthur isn't there. The crowd goes wild. Where is the failure? How does he dare be late to his own wedding? Suddenly, there he is. Arthur comes sprinting into the hall like his life depends on it. He's huffing and puffing, complaining that no one told him the palace was this huge. He had to run like a madman, but luckily, with his new strength, he barely made it in time. He flashes a cheeky grin. Sorry for the delay, everyone. It's my first wedding, so I'm a bit of a rookie at this. The crowd is stunned. Did he seriously just call this his first wedding? Someone scoffs that since he was just a low-level servant, he obviously has zero class or manners. Prince Lionel stands up, absolutely furious. You're reckless, boy. You made the Empress wait for hours and you still dare to offer such a pathetic excuse. Talk about angry. Arthur glares right back at Lionel. Are you crazy? Yelling at my wedding? Shut up or you aren't getting an invite to the honeymoon. Everyone is absolutely floored by his boldness. He leaves the third prince, Lady Beatrice of the Silver Mist, and even Lord Alastair of the Eternal Sun completely speechless and in total disbelief. Even Lord Sterling is stunned. By shocking every elite guest at the wedding, Arthur suddenly unlocks an upgraded version of the Shadow Strike martial arts skill. He's grinning like a total madman now. Arthur thinks this wedding is a literal treasure trove for him. He just mastered the Shadow Strike in a single heartbeat. Lionel feels like he's about to explode with rage. Why him? Is he just better looking? Because in terms of raw power, Arthur would lose instantly. Slamming the table, he reminds himself that he is the Prince of East Anglia. He cannot and will not be compared to a common servant. Stop right there, Arthur, he roars. Claiming he's defending the Empress's dignity, he challenges the groom to a duel. Do you accept, coward? You have to understand, in terms of raw power, Lionel is the strongest knight of the entire new generation. No one ever imagined the Empress would pick someone so different from him. The crowd is convinced Lionel is going to absolutely crush Arthur. Lionel sneers. I won't be a bully. I'll use only half my power to destroy you. If you're a real man, you'll accept the challenge. The Empress watches the chaos unfold, curious to see the next chapter. Nearby, a grandmaster smiles as he sips from his cup, clearly enjoying the drama. Even with just half of his strength, the prince can easily stomp this trash. It won't even be close. As long as Arthur says yes, the prince can use this fight to show off his absolute power right in front of the Empress. The audience is buzzing. One man says that even at half strength, it's an easy win. Another replies that this is going to be one hell of a show. Arthur, cool as a cucumber. I accept. He's thinking he can use this arrogant prince to shock the most powerful people in the room and level up again. The prince chuckles. You must have a death wish. Honestly, even a fraction of my power will be enough to finish you off. He adds one last bit of venom. I want to see exactly what virtue you think you have to deserve a woman like the Empress. The guests are going wild, shouting that the prince is right and she belongs with him. Little do they know, Arthur is just smirking. If Alastair wants to start a fight, he's the only one to blame for what happens next. Playing the polite host, Arthur tells Alastair to take the first shot since he's a guest from a far-off kingdom. But the prince just laughs in his face. He claims it wouldn't even be a fair fight if he started, so the lowly peasant boy should go first. Exactly what Arthur wanted to hear. He shrugs and says, Fine by me, I'll start. Arthur begins channeling his energy, but Alastair just mocks him. He calls Arthur's movements absolute garbage and his stance pathetic. Up in the stands, an elder from the Shadow Order sighs, disgusted that the queen is wasting her time on a loser like him. Another elder scoffs, convinced the poor servant just walked straight into a total provocation trap. Suddenly, a massive dragon erupts from Arthur's aura. He casually mutters that his palm technique is pretty mediocre, then slams Alastair with a strike that's more than enough to end him. The prince thinks it's all a bluff. There's no way a low-level kid like Arthur could actually hurt him. At his level, he shouldn't even be a threat. Arthur stays ice cold. unleashing the infernal shadow strike directly at the prince. Alistair just stands there, expecting nothing. Then it hits him. This power, it's on a completely different level than he imagined. The elders are losing their minds. One gasps, asking if that's actually the legendary shadow strike, while the others are just pure shocked he even has such a technique. Alistair panics, thinking Arthur is just a common warrior who shouldn't be able to hold a master-tier skill. He tries to seal the attack away, but he's desperate. He throws everything he's got at it, every ounce of strength, but nothing works. Absolutely nothing. Terrified, he glances past Arthur toward Queen Elinor. He starts wondering, is she the one secretly suppressing his aura? There's no escape. He can't wrap his head around why the queen would help a nobody. As the strike consumes him, he's still thinking, he's just a servant. He's trash. Then, boom. A deafening crash echoes through the hall, leaving everyone staring in total disbelief. Did the prince seriously just lose? The guests are whispering, wondering how Arthur mastered a secret technique from the Shadow Order. The elders are furious. To them, Arthur knowing that move and winning is a total insult to their entire house. Meanwhile, the queen is watching closely. She wonders, is this boy actually the key to the ancient forbidden manuals? He was incredibly bold earlier today, after all. She remembers her own aura vanishing and wonders if Arthur was the one who really did it. Ding, the system pings him. He's managed to shock everyone, the queen, the elders, the whole court. Mission accomplished. Since he stunned the entire room, his destruction combo is officially complete. His prize, physical charm. Arthur is pumped, this is a top-tier skill for sure. Basically, this skill gives him infinite charisma, making it easy to win over anyone he meets effortlessly. He flips the switch, and immediately, every girl in the hall is swooning. They're calling him amazing and saying their hearts are literally racing. Even the men are feeling it. Their hearts are melting, and they're actually asking him to be their training partner. Everyone is head over heels for Arthur now. Arthur's actually a bit embarrassed. He checks the system and realizes the queen is seeing all of this. He looks over and sees her covering her face. No reaction. He wonders if his charm is actually useless against her. Behind him, the prince is losing it, demanding to know why people aren't calling Arthur trash anymore. Arthur just looks back with a grin. Then he says it. Yeah, I am trash. The audience is floored. Did he just lose his mind? He explains that a true knight shouldn't expect to reach success instantly. He asks, if that's not being trash, then what is? People start arguing that it's impossible to reach the peak in one step. So does that make the highborn princes useless too? Arthur doesn't blink. He just says the world is massive and we're all just tiny specks in it. Somewhere out there are legends who can move mountains and seas. He'd rather be someone who recognizes his place. But the prince, he's so arrogant over his tiny achievements that he actually thinks he's a genius. Alistair is shaking with rage. He screams, demanding to know what Arthur means by calling him a fake genius. The tension is heavy. An elder mutters that judging someone's worth only by how fast they grow is a cold, ruthless way of thinking. Another adds that highborn princes are treated as legends from birth, and Arthur is just a servant. No one gets it. How did he get this powerful? Arthur just stands there in the middle of the obsidian throne room. One of the elders finally steps forward and asks Arthur where he learned that palm's strike. He's worried that if the boy keeps talking, the hearts of every noble in the room will shatter. Arthur casually mentions he found it in the royal archives. He can't mention the system, obviously. The elder nods, remembering the old records, then asks how long it took him to master it. Arthur pauses to think. If he tells them the truth, that he learned it in 1 minute, they'll never believe him. So he plays it safe and tells them it took him a whole day. Total silence. Nobody could believe their ears. Mastering the legendary Vanguard strike in just 24 hours. That is not just talent, it is straight up impossible. Alistair suddenly realized he had messed up. He should have lied and said it took weeks. That specific technique is notorious for breaking the minds of even the most seasoned knights. Normal warriors would literally lose their lives just trying to grasp the basics. Even the greatest prodigies in the history of House 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒕𝒔 need at least 3 full days to survive the training. The High Elder's voice boomed across the grand hall, filled with pure adrenaline. Finally, they had a disciple with enough raw talent to actually rival the Duchess herself. Someone in the back whispered, "Wait, did Alistair not just say you cannot become a master overnight?" And yet, here he is. One day, total mastery. The guy is a freak of nature. Suddenly, a chime rang in his head. The ancient legacy announced that since he had just given the elders a collective heart attack from shock, he was being rewarded with 100 drops of pure mana essence. Incredible power surged through his veins, filling every fiber of his being. Beside him, the High Elder was actually sobbing against Alistair's chest, completely overwhelmed by this miracle. But then the old man wiped his eyes and stepped back, his expression turning serious. "Enough of these small matters," he barked, calling for the high priest. "The sacred ritual cannot be delayed another second." It was time. Under the eyes of the gods, they were officially wed to honor the heavens and the earth. The guests could not stop staring. Honestly, they looked like the perfect power couple. A handsome, mysterious hero and a breathtakingly beautiful duchess. Truly, a match made in the heavens. Alistair looked around, dazed by the sudden shift. Just yesterday he was treated like common trash, and now he is the most beloved man in the room. Then the herald's voice rang out, "The first bow to the realm." He realized one thing: in any world, strength is the only currency that matters. "The second bow to the ancestors." The couple bent their knees in perfect unison. Lady Alara watched him closely from beneath her veil, her mind racing. She could only hope that the prophecy of the forbidden idol was actually right about him. She would do anything for the secret tome. Months ago, she had ventured deep into the Shadowcrest vaults, hidden behind a gate that had been sealed for centuries in the Forbidden Mountain Pass. The Duchess had walked those cold, dark corridors alone, her footsteps echoing against the ancient stone. At the end of the path sat a colossal stone titan. Alara had stood before the statue, declaring that if she had to marry a useless loser, she at least wanted the legendary combat manuals in return. Time was running out. In 6 months, the High Council of Kings would march on House Shadowcrest to wipe them off the map. Unless she reached the god-sovereign realm, she stood no chance. If she wanted to end this war, she had to become a goddess, and that could only happen if she mastered the secret manual. This whole mess started centuries ago. According to the ancient laws of the house, the sovereign must obtain the manual by marrying someone with a divine physique, even if it meant tying themselves to a lowly commoner who could not even cultivate mana. She had no intention of letting her family's legacy crumble, not on her watch. As the new couple left the ceremony, the crowd started whispering. "The Duchess is as sharp as ever, but wow, the more you look at the groom, the more impressive he seems. We will be seeing a powerful heir soon." But in the shadows, a spy narrowed his eyes. This had to be reported to the Royal Alliance immediately. Over at the capital of 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔, a scout burst into the council chamber. The borders were in chaos. Monsters were being abandoned as House Shadowcrest began consolidating its power. Regarding the mission to eliminate the Shadow Witch, Lady Alara, King Alaric demanded to know exactly how the assassination plot was progressing. Lord Sterling stepped forward with a cold, confident smile. "Everything is in place, Your Majesty. The trap is set." "The girl has no idea what is coming," another lord chuckled. "I mean, she actually married some random stable boy to save herself. Pathetic." The king nodded. He had heard the rumors, and Lord Barrett had already reached out. He pulled out a glowing physique crystal, a rare spiritual artifact used for high-level communication. He activated the crystal to view the urgent message from Lord Barrett. The man looked absolutely terrified. "Sire, something massive has happened." "Why the panic?" Alaric asked, annoyed, but Barrett's voice trembled. "Lady Alara played us all. That man she married, he is not a loser, he is a freaking genius." One of the elders leaned in. He knew this felt too easy. "The boy's name is Alistair. He was supposed to be a useless servant." "But get this," Barrett continued. "The master forced a duel between Prince Julian and that loser. but Alistair absolutely crushed the prince using a technique he learned in literally one day. Lord Sterling went pale. One day? That is not a skill, it is a miracle. They realized then that they had to take this man seriously. The king frowned. The Duchess had made her move, and it was a clever one. I want everything we have on this Alistair, now. House Shadowcrest must be erased, the king declared, before this genius becomes a problem we cannot solve. That night, inside the Duchess's private chambers, Alistair and Alara sat in a heavy silence. He could not help but notice that everyone was terrified of his new power, except her. She calmly brushed her long, flowing hair while Alistair tried to process everything. 1 minute a servant, the next a husband to the most powerful woman in the realm. It was surreal. Honestly, if the ancient legacy had not appeared, he would still be a nobody. Who knew if she would even bother to visit him in the future? He needed to secure his place here. Power was not enough, he needed influence. System, he whispered, activate the divine charisma. They were finally alone. He wanted to take advantage of the moment and see if he could break through that icy exterior and shock her just like he did the elders. Smiling, Alistair leaned in closer. You know, Alara, a single moment on a wedding night is worth more than 1,000 gold coins. Shouldn't we do something together? She did not even flinch. She just turned to him with an annoyed look. I know all about your special physique, Alistair, and trust me, your little charms do not work on me. He sighed, seriously. The Duchess's heart was like a fortress, completely unbreakable. But then she stood up, wearing nothing but her silken pajamas. Alistair's heart nearly stopped. He was completely caught off guard. She stepped right into his personal space, her eyes mocking him. You say you want to do something, but do you actually have the guts? Alistair felt the stress rising. She was playing with him, and she loved it. Arthur lunges forward, desperate to save his dignity and prove his worth to the queen. But then, everything stops. He's frozen, completely locked in place. He demands to know what Alara is doing, and she just smirks. She's pinned his mana down with a thought. Her verdict: he's sleeping like a statue tonight. Furious, Arthur's shouting for her to release him, even challenging her to a real duel with steel and fire. But the queen, she doesn't even blink. Total silence. The hours tick by. Reality finally sets in for Arthur. The queen has no intention of letting him off the hook tonight. There's no way around it. The power gap between them is just massive. But he makes a vow right then. He'll train until he's the greatest knight the world has ever seen. System notification. Training efficiency has been tripled. Morning finally comes. Arthur's grumpy as hell, cursing Alara's name after being forced to stand like a decorative suit of armor all night long. He spent the whole night grinding and hit the 7-star silver knight rank. But a 1-star jump. To him, that feels agonizingly slow. The system suggests finding a mana-rich hotspot to accelerate his growth. Arthur thinks for a second, and yeah, he knows just the place. The Grand Sanctum. It's the heart of the order where every drop of mana in the kingdom pools together. It's absolutely perfect. Regular knights can triple their training speed just by breathing the air there. Heads turn the moment Arthur walks in. Everyone's buzzing. The most famous man in the kingdom is actually here to grind. A total prodigy. He didn't expect the energy here to be this pure. It's extraordinary, really. But the excitement fades fast. It's still just not quick enough for him. The knights around him are losing their minds. Not fast enough. They can't believe what they're hearing. Time to kick it up a notch. He triggers a 10-fold absorption rate, and suddenly, a massive vortex of power starts forming around Arthur. The ground begins to tremble. The very air vibrates as raw energy flows toward him like a flood. People are panicking, wondering if it's an earthquake. Nope, it's just Arthur vacuuming up every ounce of mana in the entire sanctum. System notification: you've stunned the entire order. Reward: the legendary tidal glide movement technique. His movement speed just jumped 10 times over. With this, infiltrating the most secure castles or escaping a trap will be child's play. Now his body is overflowing with stored mana, but here's the problem. Without new skills to channel it, his actual combat strength is stuck. He approaches a female knight and asks where they keep the secret martial arts scrolls. She's practically beaming, calling him Prince Consort. She tells him the royal library is actually open for visitors today. He starts to walk away, then stops dead. Wait, what did you just call me, Prince Consort? He's barely 20. How is he a consort? She explains the kingdom's laws. Whoever marries the queen becomes the sovereign father of the order. Arthur just chuckles. Prince Consort sounds a bit old, doesn't it? Let's stick with senior brother. The girl, completely smitten. Honestly, the whole room is melting for him. Arthur waves goodbye, saying he won't disturb their training anymore. But there's a catch. He's sucked the room dry. There's literally 0 mana left for anyone else to use. Arthur heads to the royal vault and finds a line stretching out the door. He groans. At this rate, it'll take centuries to get inside. A guard starts to snap at him to wait his turn, then his jaw drops. It's the Prince Consort. The crowd parts like the Red Sea. Everyone's ushering him through, calling him handsome and legendary. Talk about having serious charm. He hasn't just captured the queen's attention, he's won the hearts of the whole order. The other guys, they're just wishing they had a fraction of that charisma. Suddenly, a voice booms. Too much noise out here. It's Archmage Alaric. The girls scatter immediately. This guy is bad news. Word is, Alaric is an old-school, strict-as-iron elder who is exiled to the vault for talking back to the queen herself. One look from him, and you're finished. Alaric prepares to make his move, and then bows until his forehead nearly hits the floor in front of Arthur. Total silence. No one has ever seen this old grump show that much respect to anyone. Alaric hands over the master key. Anything you want is yours, sire. Arthur's blinking in confusion. This guy doesn't seem strict at all. Alaric gives him a warning. The higher floors hold the truly devastating arts, but the physical strain is enough to crush a man. Where to first? The elder asks, but Arthur is already a blur. He leaps with incredible force, aiming straight for the 50th floor. Alaric shouts in a panic. The limit for Arthur's rank is the 30th floor. Even the most gifted prodigies don't dare go past 40. Only the grand sages have ever reached the 50th. But Arthur, he's got a massive reservoir of mana just waiting to be spent. He needs the best of the best. No compromise. He reaches the top and heaves open the massive gate. He starts walking through rows of ancient skill scrolls. The more mana veins they contain, the faster his power will skyrocket. But even with his body brimming with energy, he can only force open 12 veins. It's just not enough. Then he spots something, a scroll glowing with an ominous light. It's an advanced forbidden tier technique, the Overlord's Wrath. Arthur locks his eyes on the ancient scroll. This is the one. He doesn't hesitate and tears it open. He activates his comprehension boost to master the technique in seconds. The system pings, commencing the infernal Overlord's legacy. Mastered, instantly, he goes from a total beginner to the absolute max level in the blink of an eye. Raw, terrifying power surges through his veins. Arthur's eyes ignite with a golden glow as his whole body starts to radiate light. Suddenly, boom, a massive blast rocks the royal treasury. Outside, the crowd is losing their minds. The Archduke actually found a forbidden technique. Lord Gareth is pacing, wondering just how much energy the kid can take. He grabs the communication stone, calling out to Arthur. He explains that the enchanted stone allows anyone deep inside the vault to speak with the outside world. He saw the explosion and panicked for the Archduke's safety, but Arthur sounds frustrated. There's a problem. I'm not opening enough mana nodes. Gareth tries to calm him down. Relax, kid. Opening 10 mana nodes is already legendary for most knights. But Arthur is fuming. Half his energy is just sitting there. He's only managed to open 100 mana nodes. The Lord nearly chokes. 100! That is the absolute limit of the Overlord technique. Only a master could do that, let alone in 30 minutes. It's absolutely insane. The system pings again. He just shattered Gareth's expectations. Achievement unlocked. He's rewarded with the Celestial Origin Record to awaken a divine physique. Another scroll manifests out of thin air. In this kingdom, skills are ranked in 5 tiers: divine, heavenly, noble, knight, and squire. The origin record is the peak of the divine tier. Arthur doesn't wait. He tells the system to start training it immediately. The system cranks his brain power up 10 times, just so he can wrap his head around this god-level logic. Several massive pressure points light up around Arthur. Then, his mana intake suddenly stops. Something is wrong. Agony, pure, unadulterated pain hits him as the divine technique starts dissolving his old mana circuits. It feels like every bone in his body is being pulverized and forged anew from scratch. The system update, 30% mastered. The divine physique is now active and the true mana nodes are about to pop. Arthur is stunned. Even with 10 times the brain power, he only grasped 30%. That's terrifying. He grits his teeth, wanting to see just how many mana nodes this divine power can truly unlock. Beams of blinding light pierce right through the treasury walls. A guard yells, "What is that?" Gareth whispers, "The mana ocean." Normally, mana flows like a stream. The more you have, the better your training. But in ocean, that only happens when the mana becomes a literal flood. The Archduke's talent is off the charts. The raw power Arthur is releasing is so violent it tears right through the stone walls and the ceiling. Someone screams, "Look, the Archduke and his mana ocean are reaching the heavens." From the courtyard, they see Arthur blast through the roof in a storm of energy, trying to drain every drop of mana from the Order's territory. Gareth is terrified. He's too young, that's way too much power, there's no way he can absorb it all. Suddenly, the Grand Sage drops from the sky like a meteor. Who's the idiot trying to steal my Order's mana? Everyone is in total shock. The old man hasn't been seen since he went into deep meditation a year ago. The crowd whispers that he must have finally reached the rank of Ascendant Monarch. He lands, absolutely furious, as the nobles bow. Gareth tries to play it cool. "Congrats, Sage. Now you and the Queen both have monarch-level power. We're safe." But the old man is livid. He barks at them, "Safe? I didn't succeed at all." He was seconds away from ascending when his energy got sucked away. Who's responsible for this mess? Gareth sighs. "You've been gone a year, sir. You're out of the loop. That's the new Archduke." The sage freezes. "Ilara got married." He demands to know who it is. The High King, the Lord of the Mist. But it's neither. He's just a member of the Order. The sage loses it. "No disciple is worthy of her. This marriage is a mistake." In the middle of the chaos, a cold voice cuts through the air. "Actually, he's more than worthy." Queen Ilara arrives on the scene. The vibe changes instantly as every single person hits the floor in her presence. The sage snaps at her. "You're being a brat. The Holy Coalition is at our gates, and you should have picked a powerful husband." Ilara isn't having it. "Watch your tone, Sage. I'm still the queen. My personal life isn't your business." The old man shuts up, though he's clearly still fuming. A knight whispers to Gareth, "Wow, the queen just shut down the Grand Sage for the Archduke's sake. She's not playing around." High above, Arthur is floating in a vortex of power. A man points up. "Divine judgment, the lightning is coming, is he?" Starting a new spell. Alaric can't believe his eyes. Arthur stands there, totally calm, while his power undergoes a terrifying evolution. "That's no ordinary lightning," the Grand Duke roars. High above, a massive storm worm is taking shape, tearing through the very fabric of the etheric sea. He's not just surviving it. He's using that raw lightning to force open even more of his mana circuits. The old man turns to the queen, his voice trembling. "Is your husband truly just an initiate? With talent like this, reaching the sovereign tier is practically inevitable." Queen Ilara can only stare. Did he really trigger this world-ending chaos just to unlock a few more circuits? If so, he's touching the threshold of the gods. "Look up," someone screams. The etheric sea is turning pitch black, its energy being sucked dry by the monster above. Arthur locks eyes with the massive worm. If the surrounding mana isn't enough to fuel the transformation, the storm will cause him to explode from within. Queen Ilara steps forward, commanding the Grand Duke to stay back. "He's mine," she declares. "I will be his shield." She unleashes her aura, weaving a web of power to stabilize Arthur as he finally begins his descent toward the earth. But the plan backfires. Forging a storm worm into mana circuits takes more power than Arthur ever imagined, and he starts forcibly draining the queen's own essence. She doesn't pull away. For the first time ever, the cold queen is actually putting her life on the line to protect him. The onlookers are paralyzed with shock. No one, absolutely no one, has ever been worthy of the queen's direct protection before. She watches him, intrigued. Quite the appetite you have, she thinks. If he wants her power, she'll give him everything, unleashing the full weight of her sovereign tear might. Arthur becomes a black hole, devouring every ounce of mana, while the massive dragon rages before him. The power coursing through his new mana circuits, it's beyond anything recorded in history. Surging with newfound strength, Arthur grins and pulls his wife into a sudden, firm embrace. Alara freezes in shock as he whispers a sincere thank you. Then he can't help but smirk, teasing her. Willingly giving me your power to save me, someone's getting soft. Let go of me, you idiot, she snaps, blushing furiously. Arthur hadn't expected her to step in. It seems she really can't afford to let him die just yet. The storm breaks. The dragon and the etheric sea vanish, leaving the two of them soaring through a clear, silent sky. Alaric turns to the Grand Duke, asking about his own first awakening. 8 circuits, the old man sighs, and they called me a once-in-a-century genius. He looks at Arthur with pure awe. That boy, he's a monster. He might actually break 40 or 50 circuits today. From the ground, Cedric shouts up to his lord, desperate to know the final count. Arthur just shrugs, saying he'll take a look. Arthur just shrugs. Still got half the energy left, and I've only hit 199 circuits. The Duke and Alaric nearly drop dead in shock. It's not just a breakthrough, it's a divine miracle. No human should have that many pathways for power. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Eastmark, Meister Julian delivers grim news to the king. The storm tribulation was traced back to the Obsidian Order. King Roland slams his fist down. Ever since my son returned from that cursed place, his spirit has been broken. No medicine can mend the damage they did. Fuming with rage, he orders Julian to summon the High Coalition. It's time to discuss the total annihilation of the Obsidian Order. The Meister tries to warn him that the Queen is currently staying there, but Roland doesn't seem to care about the risk. They are on my land and growing too strong, the king growls. If we don't cut them out now, we'll all be kneeling to them later. Elsewhere, 3 ancient sages watch the horizon. One whispers that the storm could only mean one thing. The Queen is finally ascending to the divine realm. Not yet, another counters, narrowing his eyes. The resonance isn't quite there for a true divine breakthrough. If she truly has broken through, their plans to invade the Order within the next 6 months are officially dead in the water. The lead sage agrees, but points out that the Queen can't have become a goddess yet. The path to the heavens is blocked. Remember the battle of the Throne King, he warns. Countless sovereigns burned through their lives trying to reach divinity, only to die filled with regret. The third elder shudders. Whatever happened, that storm was too violent to ignore. The entire continent likely felt that shockwave. They need to find the source before the world falls into chaos. It doesn't matter who started it, the lead sage snaps. The Queen is involved, and that's enough. We have to deal with that sect now. Back at the Order, Arthur and Alara descend from the clouds, landing softly in front of the gathered crowd. The Grand Duke watches Arthur, his mind racing. He never expected such a freak of nature to join his sect. This boy is a lethal weapon. Without warning, Alara reaches out, grabs Arthur's tunic, and shreds it right off his back with a single, sharp pull. Arthur turns bright red, covering himself. Hey, a little privacy. We've got an audience, you know. Disciples everywhere scramble to cover their eyes, but the Queen doesn't blink. She presses her palm against his bare chest, her magic glowing with intensity. Arthur's knees buckle, and he collapses to the grass, gasping for air. What? What did you just do to me? You had internal fractures, she says coldly. I just mended them. Consider it a gift from a wife who actually wants her husband in one piece. Arthur lets out a weak laugh. I'm touched, really. But next time, maybe just ask. But before he can even finish his sentence, Arthur's caught completely off guard. Sick of his nonsense, 𝑬𝒗𝒄𝒏𝒕� just yeets him into the horizon with a flick of her magic. Sir Hugo asks if the young lord will be okay, but she just scoffs. She didn't even use 10% of her power. He'll live. Then she turns that terrifying gaze on everyone else. One rule: nobody speaks a single word about what happened today. Anyone who talks gets erased. Period. Everyone there nods instantly. They definitely got the message. Miles away, Arthur comes crashing down, right into a lake. And yeah, he just startled a group of noble ladies relaxing in the water. Fuming, Arthur grumbles that 𝑬𝒗𝒄𝒏𝒕𔥬 needs to show some respect. He's still her husband. But then one girl realizes who he is. Wait, the Lord. Suddenly, they're all blushing, wondering why he's at the private springs. Arthur's panicking. His reputation, about to be totally ruined. Vast. He starts rambling about how this was a total accident with a perfectly logical explanation, but one girl just smirks. She thinks he's a watcher. Shyly, she tells him he's welcome to stay and look all he wants. No problem at all. Then they start rushing him, desperate to touch those toned abs. Arthur doesn't stick around. He leaps away, leaving them all very disappointed. Back home, Arthur is seething. 𝑬𝒗𝒄𝒏𝒕𥔬 is trashing his name, and this godly physique of his is just making his life a nightmare. At least he didn't flirt back. If he'd cheated, his life expectancy would have dropped to about 5 seconds once 𝑬𝒗𝒄𝒏𝒕𥔬 found out. Suddenly, the Duchess appears. How was the bath? She asks coldly. Arthur jumps, but she just tells him to move it and follow her. She leads him into a pitch-black cave. Arthur's skeptical. He didn't even know the Brotherhood had a creepy basement like this. 𝑬𝒗𝒄𝒏𝒕𥔬 explains this is the forbidden vault of ancestors, the place where the spirits of every past High Lord reside. Arthur's lost, but 𝑬𝒗𝒄𝒏𝒕𥔬 has a plan. If she gets the Codex of Ascension and reaches the god level, the Brotherhood is safe forever. Then she turns to him. She needs a favor. Arthur, being Arthur, asks what's in it for him. Dead serious, she tells him to pour his primal blood essence onto that massive stone statue. Arthur has no clue what she's even talking about. Primal blood is pure magic energy. Using it like this is usually for mind control. 𝑬𝒗𝒄𝒏𝒕𥔬 promises she won't hurt him, though. If she wanted him dead, she would have done it months ago. Arthur realizes, yeah, she's actually right about that. Even with his secret system, she could have crushed him easily. But why marry a lowly servant? It's still so weird. This favor must be massive. Something that affects the entire kingdom or the whole order. Finally, Arthur agrees. He's curious now. He wants to see what the Duchess is really hiding behind that cold stare. Using his magic, he pulls out a drop of his pure primal blood and splashes it right onto the statue. As it hits the forehead, the statue's eyes glow. Suddenly, a man appears, laughing like a psychopath. Finally, I'm back. 𝑬𝒗𝒄𝒏𝒕𥔬 freezes. Are you the founder of our Brotherhood? Arthur's jaw drops. It's been hundreds of years since this place was founded, and this guy is still alive. Cackling, the man says it took centuries, but they finally brought him someone with the god-blood physique. 𝑬𝒗𝒄𝒏𝒕𥔬 demands to know what he means. Where's the Codex? Where's the path to becoming a goddess he promised? The man just laughs harder. You're so naive. You really thought there was a manual for becoming a goddess. It was a lie, a total fake. And thanks to her greed, he finally found his perfect new vessel without even trying. Then it clicks for Arthur. The only reason she married him was to use his body as a sacrifice for power. 𝑬𝒗𝒄𝒏𝒕𥔬 realizes the truth. Every ancestral teaching passed down was just a trap he set from the beginning. The whole point of the Brotherhood was just to help him steal a new body and come back to life. Exactly, the man sneers. All the previous lords were useless. None of them could find the right bloodline. But this stupid girl finally did it. 𝑬𝒗𝒄𝒏𝒕𥔬 is horrified, then furious. I'm ending you right now. She hits him with a soul-shattering strike. Arthur braces against the shockwave. Her power is absolutely insane, way beyond his level. But the man just turns into mystical smoke. Even if you had the power of the sovereign king, he mocks. You still wouldn't be able to lay a finger on me. But he's still a ghost, so he's not going to fight her head-on. That would be a waste of time. He has a different target. He lunges toward Arthur. The boy realizes it. The spirit is trying to hijack his body. Arthur stands tall and yells for him to bring it. Lucille screams, "Arthur, no! Get out of there, it's a trap." But the spirit just laughs. "No escape now, kid. Once I'm in, I'm staying." As the ancient spirit dives deep into Arthur's soul, he's practically laughing. Rumor has it that a saint's vessel is the ultimate shortcut to godhood, and he's just claimed one. He assumes every other bloodline is trash compared to this. But as he scouts Arthur's inner world, he hits a massive reservoir of mana that leaves him completely floored. It turns out Arthur isn't just lucky. His raw magical talent is actually off the charts. The old ghost thinks he's hit the jackpot of a lifetime. But then, he hears it. Thunder, inside a soul. He starts wondering where that localized storm is even coming from. That's when he comes face to face with the Storm Wyvern Circuit. He's never seen a knight with mana veins that could literally transform into a legendary dragon. Since the dawn of time, lightning has been the ultimate death sentence for spirits. One tiny spark and his soul is toast. The old man is in pure denial, realizing way too late that he needs to get out of this body immediately. Suddenly, Arthur's voice echoes through the void, mocking him. "Going somewhere, you old fool." Now that he's inside, the exit is officially locked. The tyrant can't believe it. This kid actually played him. Arthur knew that a spirit made of shadow was a sitting duck for lightning mana. He was the bait, and the ghost walked right into the trap. System alert, you've terrified the Shadow King. New skill, Soul Devourer. Now Arthur can literally eat the ghost's power to fuel his own growth. Deep inside his own mind, Arthur stares down the once mighty spirit. "Not so arrogant now, are you?" The old man is fuming. He roars that even as a ghost, he's still the sovereign of the realm and won't be caged by a brat. He lunges with his shadow palm, a move meant to crush souls. But Arthur doesn't even flinch. The storm wyvern roars to life, shielding him completely. The tyrant is losing his mind. This shouldn't be possible. With a single command, Arthur sends the dragon charging. He activates Soul Devourer, beginning to strip the tyrant's essence for himself. The old man screams as the lightning paralyses him. His spirit is being suppressed so hard he can't even tap into half of his real power. Arthur stays cold as ice. He tells the Shadow King to stop struggling and just accept his fate as fuel for a saint's vessel. The tyrant keeps screaming, calling Arthur a mere boy and promising to erase him from existence. But Arthur's over it. He gives the dragon one final order: devour him. The dragon bites down, swallowing the spirit whole while he wails about not wanting to dissolve. Just like that, the ancient king is gone, merged into Arthur's own strength. Outside, Lady Alara is reeling. The holy manual that promised to turn her into a goddess. A total lie, just a fake rumor. Arthur is still frozen in a spiritual trance, and Alara is torn on what to do with him. Technically, he's a threat, but she can't bring herself to just watch him get his soul eaten by a demon right in front of her. She steps up to intervene, but then, boom, the mana dome surrounding him shatters. Arthur snaps out of it before she can even move. He calls out her name, looking perfectly fine. Alara is stunned. How is he not possessed right now? She starts yelling, reminding him that the man was an ancient king, a literal legend. Arthur is just a novice squire. There's no way he survived that fight, let alone won. Arthur just laughs it off. With all this stolen mana flowing through him, he knows his power level is about to skyrocket. System warning, critical overload. Absorption difficulty too high, self-destruction imminent. The message hits him like a truck. Arthur panics as his insides start to burn. His mana well is turning into literal lava. "I'm gonna explode," he yells. But before he can lose it, Alara grabs him and pulls him into a kiss. Arthur tries to pull away in shock, but she's not having it. "Stay still if you don't want to die," she snaps. She's using her own energy to stabilize the violent storm inside him. They stay locked like that for a full hour. Alara pouring everything she is into helping him manage that massive power surge. Finally, she pushes him away, her face flushed. Arthur just grins, admitting that the whole process was pretty exciting and very unexpected. She conjures a glowing orb and hands it over. Arthur asks what it is, and Alara explains it's a mana pearl made of pure spirit energy. It's basically a battery containing the Shadow King's aura. He can use it for his daily training. But she warns him to take it slow. If he gets greedy and absorbs too much at once, he's dead. "I won't always be around to save your life," she says. Arthur nods, thanking her, but then he glances at the founder's statue. Isn't killing their ancestor kind of disrespectful? Alara doesn't hesitate. She snaps her fingers, and a blast of magic reduces the massive statue to rubble. That man was a selfish fraud who led their order into a trap for his own gain. He was a snake who doesn't deserve to be remembered as a hero of the Citadel. As far as she's concerned, they didn't disrespect anyone who actually mattered. Still, Alara is worried. The manual was a fake. She's stuck at her current rank, and she has no idea how to handle the coming attacks on their territory. There's no easy way out. If the enemy legions march, all the Order can do is fight to the last man and hope their defenses hold. Even if their home is burned to the ground, she swears she'll find the people responsible and make them suffer. As she walks away, Arthur calls out to her, looking confused. His whole body is starting to glow with a blinding light. "Hey, is it just me, or am I evolving right now?" The Queen watches him closely, realizing he truly possesses the blood of the gods. In just a few days, he's about to hit breakthrough after breakthrough. Growth like this is unheard of. While Cedric sits in deep meditation, Lady Lyra slips away, leaving him to evolve in total silence. Then the prompt hits. Success. He's surged through the apprentice knight ranks, hitting 8 stars, then 9 in a heartbeat. But he doesn't stop there. Boom, he finally breaks into the elite tier of a high paladin. Cedric can feel the difference immediately. At this level, the climb gets steeper and the thirst for mana is nearly bottomless. The road ahead looks brutal. No matter what happens, he's got to solidify his foundations before taking another step. Meanwhile, over at the Blackwood Order, a scout rushes to find their champion, Valerius. He looks at him, stunned, and asks if he's ascended again. "I have." Valerius is now at the absolute peak of the high paladin tier. Just one more push and he'll be a lord. The leaders are floored. He's only 20 years old, yet he's already matching veterans who have trained for half a century. They've finally found their successor. But Lord Angrel is still bitter. It's a damn disgrace their house is being suppressed by the High Order. In this world, might is right. If they can't break through the High Order's grip, they'll never truly be able to progress. For hundreds of years, that order has sat at the top, protected by their terrifyingly powerful queen. Angrel is fuming. He can't stand the thought of a woman leading them all down the path of power with such delicate hands. In his mind, Blackwood should be the ones on the throne. He grips Valerius' shoulder, a plan forming. The High Order will be at the Great Summit. Valerius has to go. He needs to show the world their strength. Every house is fed up with the queen. They're all sending their brightest monsters to that summit to tear her down. Valerius is confident he'll crush their disciples. His master grins, already imagining the queen losing her grip on the throne after that happens. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Cedric stretches out. Not gonna lie, he got pretty lucky in that last scrap. Taking down a high paladin while he was still finding his footing. That was a close one, but he pulled it off. The word is that the factions are clashing everywhere. It's only going to get more dangerous from here on out. He looks at the pearl in his hand. The queen was right. He can't always count on a miracle to save his neck when he's in trouble. Suddenly, a notification pops up. It's a full moon night. The air is absolutely thick with mana, perfect for training. Cedric knows what he has to do. Time to grind and get stronger before the world comes for him. Late into the night, the knights are stunned. They look up to see their Lord Commander at the top of the cliff, bathing in moonlight. One girl is practically swooning. Instead of resting with the queen, he's out here pushing his limits. That's a real leader. The men are fired up now. If the boss is working this hard, how can they possibly slack off? They start training right then and there. Ding, new reward. For shocking the troops and lighting a fire under them, Cedric gets a massive bonus. 10 times the mana absorption during the full moon. Cedric blinks, totally confused as to why everyone is so shocked. Whatever. He ignores the crowd and dives back in, pulling in moonlight at a speed that's honestly terrifying. Down below, someone screams. Look at the sky. The moonlight is literally being sucked toward the Lord Commander. An old elder stomps out, grumbling about what all the noise is in the middle of the night. A girl hushes him immediately. Pipe down, Grand Elder. Don't you dare disturb the Lord's focus. The old man is baffled until he looks up. His jaw hits the floor. The Lord is training, and all these lazy bastards are actually following suit. Quiet, someone hisses. Nobody wants to break the flow while everyone is in the zone. High on the cliff, Cedric is at peace. He's using Lady Lyra's pearl to turbocharge his progress and skyrocket his power. Success, he's already hit 2-star High Paladin. Now we're talking. At this rate, he'll be hitting the Lord tier within 2 months, easy. The Elder is losing his mind. It took him 2 whole years to make that jump, and this kid says he'll do it in 2 months like it's nothing. Wait, look at him. Something's shifting. The Lord looks different. Cedric starts glowing as the pearl resonates, blowing the minds of every knight and the Elder. Reward unlocked, the essence of faith. This is rare. When he's surrounded by his followers and they train together, a massive bond is formed. His speed doubles, and get this, the mana cultivated by his followers actually flows directly into him. Cedric looks down at the crowd. He's got plenty of followers, but if he can win over the grumpy Grand Elder, the power boost would be even stronger. He floats down to the old man with a smirk on his face. Moon's bright tonight, isn't it? He says. Plenty of mana for everyone. Why not join us? The Elder just mumbles something about having chores and bails. The Grandmaster did it. One disciple screams. He actually evolved. The rest go wild, realizing the Lord really is the real deal. The senior knight is reeling. What kind of insane luck is this? It wasn't just a group session. It was a full-blown collective evolution. Then it hits him. The Grandmaster invited him personally. And let's be honest, you don't just say no to a request that kind. He takes his place among the followers, dropping into a deep focus. But something's off. He doesn't feel anything special. Nothing. Suddenly, someone whispers the secret. You have to shout that the Grandmaster is the greatest first. The old man cringes. He's a high-ranking knight. He shouldn't be saying things that embarrassing. But hey, he wants that power-up. So he swallows his pride and bellows it out. The 𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔 is the greatest. Boom, the moment those words leave his mouth, double the mana floods his system. Now, he's shouting it at the top of his lungs. Our boy Alistair is hyped. He closes his eyes, ready to dive back in. Between the moonlight mana, the ancient pearl, and all this faith, the results are going to be legendary. Tears actually well up in the old knight's eyes. With a Grandmaster like this, the heavens have truly smiled upon their order. Fast forward to the palace of the Shadow Throne. Queen Elinor is officially seated at the head of the Great Hall. The Duke enters late, offering a quick apology, while the Queen asks what held him up. The old man admits the truth. He was caught up in the Lord's moonlight meditation session last night and lost track of time. Another high-ranking knight scoffs. I mean, the Lord is barely a copper-rank warrior, right? But the Duke shuts that down fast. He meditated with the Lord himself and the mana. It was more intense and abundant than anything he's ever felt. The Queen just sighs. That boy didn't come home all night and caused a massive scene, typical. But it's time for business. She orders everyone to their posts. The great tournament is starting, and the foreign representatives are already pouring in. The Knights of the Shadow Throne do not lose face, she declares. Understood. Every knight answers with a resounding yes. 3 days later, the prodigies arrive. House Iron Fist, the Stonebreakers, and House Nightshade, the heavy hitters are all here. The locals are stunned. This year's turnout, absolutely massive, it's the talk of the kingdom. Even the legendary, 3 dark geniuses, have shown their faces. First up, Julian from House Radiant, a calm, deadly swordsman and the youngest master in his entire order. Pure talent. Then there's Victor from House Nightshade. This guy is a monster. Rumor has it he once wiped out an entire village alone. You definitely don't want him as an enemy. But wait, there's more. The Saints of Avalon have arrived. They're neutral players, usually avoiding conflict. And they definitely didn't come for a wedding. A man steps forward to greet the Saints and the rest of the VIPs. "I'm Sir Alaric," he says, offering to guide them straight to the grand tournament hall. The Saintess stops, watching the local knights train. "Who's that genius sitting up on the high ridge?" she asks, curious. Alaric drops the bombshell. "That's our High Lord." Julian, Victor, and the Saintess are floored. That kid is the Queen's husband. Julian just laughs. He's barely at the spiritual level. He can't even protect himself, let alone lead an order. Meanwhile, the disciples are losing it. "We evolved again. The Lord is a literal god." It's absolute chaos. Julian thinks it's arrogant. But then Arthur appears with his Thunder Drake. He sees this as the perfect chance to finally level up his skills. At the arena, the atmosphere is electric. A massive warrior steps up and punches a giant boulder, cracking it instantly. "The power of House Iron Fist is limitless," he roars. "Who from the Shadow Throne dares to step up?" A young disciple nods, muscles rippling as he prepares. "Allow me to show you how it's done." He throws a single punch, and the boulder doesn't just crack. It shatters into a million pieces. The Duke tells the Queen their elites are ready to sweep the board, but she's not convinced. "Don't get cocky," she warns. "The real monsters haven't stepped out yet." Suddenly, Alistair appears behind her. "Those 3 difficult opponents, I want to see exactly what they're made of." Victor steps forward with a smirk. "Some focus on blades, others on music. But let's talk about what really matters, the essence of power itself." People start whispering. Is House Nightshade here to cause a riot? And seriously, what kind of topic is that for a tournament? The essence of power, the source. It's been a mystery for centuries. Nobody has even dared to touch it for hundreds of years. Victor's plan is simple. Today, he's going to turn the Shadow Throne into a complete laughingstock. The Queen realizes the trap. If someone masters the source, they could evolve without even trying. Nightshade didn't come to play, they came prepared. The council is panicking. "Should we kick him out before he causes a scene?" they ask. But the Duke says no. Losing your cool is losing the game. Meanwhile, Alistair is just chilling, casually biting into an apple with a smirk. He looks at his wife and asks, "Are all the guys from House Nightshade wimps like this one?" Victor glares at Alistair. He figures this brat must be the High Lord since he's so close to the Queen. But to him, Alistair is just a kid-in over his head. Baron Sterling sneers at the crowd, asking if anyone here can actually explain the origin of their magic, the ultimate truth they call the source. High above on the balcony, Alaric calls it a total rookie question, wondering why something so basic is even being brought up at a summit like this. Sterling notices how chill Alaric is. Does this kid actually have an answer? No way, that's impossible. He's been prepping this trap for ages, and the Lord is still just a novice in the initiate ranks. There's no shot he knows anything. The Grand Elder whispers nervously, "My lord, do you really have the answer to this?" Alaric drifts down toward the stage. "It's not that complicated, Sterling. Open your eyes and take a good look." The Lord Protector steps onto the main stage. The disciples, absolutely losing it. Sterling just laughs. "He's young. He's weak. You're seriously sending a low-level knight to answer my challenge." Alaric shrugs. "Age is just a number." Sterling mutters that he's just talking trash to hide his ignorance. Then Alaric gets serious. "I'll show you the source, the heartbeat of every power we possess." The source has no sound, no shape, no scent. A bird lands on his hand. It's infinite yet empty as the void. It birthed the heavens and the earth. It is the invisible energy that governs every living thing in our world. A knight in the crowd roars, "Exactly what I expected." Everyone's cheering now. The Lord knows the truth. Even the Saintess realizes why he's a living legend. 2 sentences. That's all it took to stabilize the entire room and silence the doubters. Sterling is fuming. You think these pretty riddles mean anything? Alaric just stares him down. Watch your tone, it's rude. Listen close. I'm only teaching this once. There are 300 paths to mastery, each with its own truth. Take the sword arts, for example. That path relies entirely on the knight's will. True swordsmen understand their steel. If you master that intent, you master the source of the blade itself. Every path has its own logic. That's how you define the source for every warrior. A man gasps in the audience. So he's saying there are 300 ways to reach the top, each one unique. The source lives in your heart. The crowd is going wild. They're actually evolving just by listening to him. Sterling is speechless. This can't be happening. It's not possible. Mastering the way, understanding it in your heart, it's all so simple. Suddenly, Sterling's own power surges. He's evolving too. Alaric grins. Your body doesn't lie, Baron. Sterling is losing his mind. He just leveled up from a single lecture. It shocks everyone present. He just unlocked a bonus trait, the potential to reach the peak of a sovereign knight. Alaric thinks to himself, that's basically like having an extra life in his back pocket. The Grandmaster is floored. He cleared everyone's doubts, a true blessing. Sterling bows solemnly. I admit my defeat. The whole arena screams in victory for the legendary Lord of the Blackwood House. Sterling mutters that the first plan failed. Time for the sect leader to make his move. He's still bitter. Answered my question, doesn't matter. When we get home, you're all going to pay for this. Sir Cedric steps forward now. I'm from the High Temple. Show me your wisdom, Lord Alaric. He leaps onto the stage. Let's talk sword arts. Oh, it's on. Cedric is a total monster with a blade. Alaric smiles. Come on then. Perfect time to test those new combat skills the system gave him. Cedric draws his shadow blade. It's a masterpiece. One swift motion and every eye in the room is on him. In the entire High Kingdom. A relic-grade weapon is pure power. His lord must really value him to hand over a sword like that. Gear in this world is ranked in 5 tiers. Magic, soul, relic, heroic, and mythic. Maybe there's something higher, but nobody's seen it. Alaric knows it's about the man, not the metal. Cedric points his steel. Where's your sword, Lord? We can't talk power without steel in our hands. Alaric just shrugs. I simply don't have one. The crowd goes wild. Take mine. Use my blade. Alaric turns every single one of them down. He doesn't need physical metal. He's got a much better option. His aura hardens into a blade. Cedric is stunned. Then, a massive azure dragon erupts from the energy, terrifying the swordsman. A fierce blade, like a dragon rising from the mountain peaks. Absolutely incredible. Pure, raw power. Arthur just smiles, dismisses the massive dragon, and jokes that his hand slipped. Classic flex. He claims he doesn't even understand the blade yet and clearly needs more practice to master it. Sir Leon is absolutely floored. To him, the patriarch's swordsmanship isn't just high level, it's on an entirely different plane of existence. The man is a god among men. Realizing he's completely outmatched, the challenger drops his guard and surrenders. He knows when he's been beaten, and he was beaten badly. The stadium erupts. Everyone is screaming the patriarch's name, losing their minds over his power. As the young man walks off, Arthur's just thinking that at least he got a live test for his new enchanted blade. Lady Alina asks if the High Priestess will join the fray, but the girl just shakes her head. She's not there to showcase her power, she's just a witness. Then boom, a massive shift in the air. Arthur's internal alarms start screaming. Something is very, very wrong. Pressure, pure, crushing pressure. Arthur's aura is totally suppressed, leaving him pinned to the spot. He's scanning the area, trying to find the monster behind this. It's a sovereign-tier powerhouse, but it's not the king. Arthur's breaking a sweat here, wondering who could possibly be this strong. Turns out, the queen is just flexing her power to mock them all. Just like that, she pulls the pressure back. The crowd catches their breath, realizing Queen Alara is so terrifyingly strong, she just stopped a potential massacre without moving a finger. 𝑬𝒂𝒓𝒚 doesn't miss a beat. She tells the old shadow master to stop hiding in the corners like a rat. She knows exactly where he's lurking. A dark rift tears open right in front of the queen. Out steps an old man, laughing like a maniac. Enter 𝒂𝒓𝒂𝒓𝒚. 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒚 looks the king in the eye and tells him the High Council of Five is done. They're sick of how the Obsidian Order has been ruling the Dark Territories. The lineup is insane. Lord Basilisk, the Soul Stealer Elder, the Twin Sun Sage, Princess Seraphina, and 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒚 himself. 5 sovereigns, all of them working together for one single goal, to tear down the Obsidian Order and seize the throne. Arthur is watching this whole drama from the ground. 5 sovereign-level monsters ready to invade his home. This is getting heavy. He looks up, wondering if his wife can actually handle this 5-on-1, but the system just tells him to chill. Don't underestimate her, it says. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Besides, Arthur's got a backup plan. If things go south, he's ready to jump in with his new abilities. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 just smirks. She asks 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒚 if he really thinks he's fit to lead. Then, with total ice in her voice, she asks if he's actually sure about his life choices. The crowd is whispering. Did she not hear them? Can she really take on all 5? The High Priestess just watches, knowing a bloodbath is inevitable now. Arthur is hyped. Look at my wife being a total boss, he thinks. Meanwhile, Princess Seraphina is fuming, calling 𝒂𝒓𝒚 arrogant and saying she brought this attack on herself. Seraphina signals the Soul Stealer Elder. It's time to bring out the big guns. He reveals the Soul Shatter grimoire. Suddenly, thousands of screaming spirits fill the air. The Elder brags that he's got 9,999 souls trapped in there forever. No rebirth, no escape, and he can summon 3,000 of those vengeful ghosts in a single heartbeat. We're talking about legendary tier weapons here. They're so broken they can let a weaker fighter bridge the gap and take down an elite. Every knight in the kingdom would kill to get their hands on a weapon like that. Arthur, though, he's just looking at those 10,000 souls and thinking. The system chimes in with a win-win. Arthur's Stormcaller decree can absolutely crush this ghost technique, and those 3,000 souls. They're perfect fuel to supercharge his soul pearl. Arthur is sold. He tells the system he's taking that book. Up in the sky, 𝒂𝒓𝒚 notes that it's a decent weapon. Looks like the Elder spent a long time crafting that little toy. 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒚 just laughs it off. He says they've all brought legendary weapons specifically to take her down. They think they've got her cornered, but Arthur shouts up to 𝒂𝒓𝒚, telling her not to worry about these clowns and their cheap tricks. He tells her he'll personally handle the Soul Stealer Elder. Talk about a confidence boost. The Elder mocks him, calling Arthur a brat who'd be erased in a second without the Queen's protection. But then, a flash of crimson light. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 takes to the sky. She scans the field like a predator. 1 7-star sovereign and 4 3-stars. Not exactly a fair fight for them. She gives them one last chilling smile. So, she asks, who's brave enough to go first? The council realizes the terrifying truth. She's at the absolute peak. Someone forgot to mention she hit the 9-star sovereign rank. 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒚 doesn't care. He's committed. He charges in, screaming for everyone to hit her with everything they've got. He figures she can't block everyone at once. He yells for the Soul Stealer to use those 3,000 ghosts to wipe out the disciples below, while the rest of them swarm the queen. It's a total blitz. All 5 sovereigns lunge at 𝒂𝒓𝒚 at the same time. The Grand Knights of the Order move to intercept, but Arthur is already moving. He's focusing his power, locking onto those 3,000 ghosts. If they even get close, Arthur mutters, they're going to end up as nothing but ash. People are panicking. Each of those souls is as strong as a master knight, and Arthur, he's barely a beginner in their eyes. But look at him. He's standing there, calm as can be, facing the horde. The system notes that he's officially terrifying every elder on the field right now. Reward time, the Stormcaller's decree. It boosts his formation power 10 times over. Arthur releases his aura, and the decree manifests in a flash of lightning. Boom, the Soul Shatter grimoire is instantly suppressed. The formation collapses, and the legendary weapon literally starts to crumble. Arthur walks forward, holding his soul pearl. He tells the spirits he's going to help them find true freedom, even if it's just a small gesture. The disciples are staring in pure shock. He built a high-level formation in seconds. They realize it now. Their patriarch isn't just a fighter, he's a master architect. The ancient scroll falls right into Alaric's hands. He looks up with a cocky grin, shouting a mock thanks to the old man for the 3,000 souls he just gifted him. Lord Malachar, the Soul Reaver, is absolutely floored. He looks at the Shade Lord, demanding to know where this brat came from and how he actually swiped the diagram. Another lord calls Alaric nothing but peasant trash, but the Shade Lord, he's sweating. He stammers out that the boy must have been faking his weakness the whole time just to play them. Queen Alara just scoffs. She points out that these fools don't even have the guts to face her, yet they still find plenty of time for pathetic gossip. Then she lets loose. Pure, terrifying power erupts to wipe all 5 of them out. The Shade Lord screams, begging the others to pour every ounce of their magic into a defense. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the area as the Queen's abyssal palm manifests, blocking out the sky. All 5 are sent flying like ragdolls. One of them realizes the truth too late. It's a trap. The Queen and her husband are working together perfectly. The old Shade Lord is desperate now. He yells at the others to sacrifice their legendary relics. They have to take out the Queen first, or they're all dead. Unite or fall, he screams. As the 5 prepare their final stand, Alara narrows her eyes. She senses something dangerous. 4 legendary weapons streak through the air. We're talking the Night Blight, the Ebon Edge, the Shadow Fang, and the Poisoned Scorpion. The Shade Lord roars at Malachar, telling the Soul Reaver to stop stalling and finally use his cursed weapon. Malachar ignores the Queen and charges straight for Alaric to get his scroll back. Seeing her husband in the crosshairs, Alara's heart skips a beat. She loses it. Alara screams that if that old monster so much as scratches Alaric, she'll tear him limb from limb. She forces her magic to the limit, parrying the 4 legendary weapons all at once. Then, with a brutal counter, she blasts the attackers back with a series of devastating strikes. But Malachar is relentless. He's closing the gap on Alaric, eyes filled with murder. He screams that this is Alaric's final breath. Alara dives toward them to save him, while the Grand Elder watches in horror, wondering if their young lord is doomed. Lyra, watching from the crowd, can't believe how cruel these sects are, but the High Priestess tells her to stay back. These are grand sovereigns fighting. They can't interfere. Alaric doesn't look scared, though. He glares at the old man and calls him a pathetic bastard to his face. He's done playing. Alaric calls out to his ancient blessing, demanding the power of the sovereign strike. The system responds instantly, granting him the sovereign seal. In a heartbeat, Alaric's aura explodes with the raw power of a literal god. Malachar freezes, his jaw hitting the floor. He stammers out the impossible question, is this kid actually a grand sovereign? Too late for questions. Alaric charges, roaring that Malachar is the one dying today. Before the old man can react, Alaric hits him with an explosion that turns the world white. The crowd is dead silent. Lyra is speechless. She just watched an immortal tier warrior get reduced to actual dust in a single hit. The dust settles, and Alaric finally calms down. Alara is at his side in a flash, her eyes searching his face with pure concern. She's baffled. How could someone from the lower spiritual realms exert the aura of a legendary grand sovereign? Suddenly, Alaric coughs up blood, his body finally giving out. Alara catches him, holding him close as she asks if he's hurt. The boy realizes his wife is actually being sweet. The elders rush over in a panic, surrounding them to check on the young patriarch. The Grand Elder checks him over and sighs. It's just total exhaustion. Alara's worry turns to ice-cold rage as she glares at the 4 remaining sect leaders. This isn't over. Realizing they've lost their heavy hitter, the 4 leaders turn tail and run for their lives. Alara draws her weapon, her voice dropping to a whisper. They really think they can just run? Not a chance. She notches 4 arrows and lets them fly. One by one, each arrow finds its mark, piercing the chests of the fleeing cowards. The Shade Lord crashes to the dirt, coughing blood. He can't believe it. The queen is absolutely insane. With the threat neutralized, 𝒂𝒓𝒚 tells the Grand Elder to round up the survivors of the rebellion and deal with them once and for all. News travels fast. Over at the Radiant Order, the council is in total shock that 4 major sect leaders were just wiped out. The only one who made it back was a crippled Shade Lord. The report is terrifying, that nobody, husband of the queen, killed 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒕𝒔 with one blow. An old councilman realizes the queen is at the absolute peak of her power. Who would even dare to challenge her now? He thinks they need to keep an eye on the husband too. The whole world knows he exists now. But another elder says that's no excuse for their failure. Everyone is waiting for the High Lord of the Celestial Palaces to wake from his long slumber. Once he's back, even 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏 won't be able to stop him. He orders his men to train the disciples for one goal: hunt down every last member of the House of Shadows. 3 days pass by. Back at the House of Shadows, Alaric is resting on a rock by the lake. He finally opens his eyes, wondering if he's actually still in the land of the living. He feels like his entire body was put through a meat grinder. For a second there, he really thought the Soul Reaver had him. 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏 walks up, noting that he's been out for 3 whole days. She asks him if he's finally done sleeping, her voice a mix of annoyance and relief. She whispers that she would have stayed there as long as it took to wake him. Alaric smiles to himself. She's got a sharp tongue, but she's a total softie for him. He decides to have a little fun, closing his eyes and pretending to still be asleep just to see how she'll react. For the first time, Arthur actually stops to look at his wife, 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏. Before this, everything was such a frantic blur he hadn't even realized how stunning she truly was. Lady Lyra mentions that his noble lineage can actually trigger the healing waters of the fountain, which should get him back on his feet in no time. Suddenly, she notices his pulse is racing. Is he getting worse? 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏's heart sinks as she starts to panic, worried his injuries have flared up again. Then Arthur's nose starts to bleed. 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏 freezes, wondering if it's even possible for a man in a coma to have a nosebleed. And then the truth hits her. He was faking it. This guy was awake the whole time. Arthur just gives her a playful grin. "Morning, love, how'd you sleep?" She admits she couldn't get a wink of sleep without him there. Arthur actually blushes at that. She's honestly way too precious. 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏 rolls her eyes at his silver tongue. "Now that you're done playing around, it's time to get you into some proper clothes." "Follow me," she says, leading the way. Arthur watches her, wondering if she's just being shy. He never expected his lady to have such a charming, hidden side. Arthur is confused, asking where they're headed, but the halls suddenly erupt with noise. All hail the High Lord. All the knights of the order are gathered there, cheering for their leader and thanking him for saving their house from total destruction. The stats are looking insane. His mana levels are surging, and his energy is fully restored. The system even pings him that his power absorption is peaking. This is unbelievable. It's not just basic mana we're talking about here. He can actually store this energy to unleash in his attacks later. The Great Knight steps forward, relieved that Arthur is finally back on his feet. Another knight mentions how the High Lord wiped out the enemy with a single, massive blow. Meanwhile, the Queen is holding the captured relic weapons. First, the Storm Dragon Spear, a living weapon that hits with the force of a hurricane. Then there's the Midnight Tortoise Shield, which is basically indestructible, and the Crimson Sky Blade, burning hot like a dying sun. The king announces that since Arthur helped crush the 4 rival houses, the Shadow Order is in his debt. He gets to claim one of these relics for himself. Arthur thinks about snatching all 3, obviously. But let's be real, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to control that much raw power. He decides on the Crimson Sky Blade. It's a mid-tier legendary relic, but it feels right. "This is the one," he says, taking the hilt. You can literally feel the ancient, heavy aura radiating off the steel. It's extraordinary. Time to make it official. Arthur uses a drop of his own blood to seal a contract so the sword finally recognizes its true master. The crowd is stunned. "He's a true High Lord," they whisper. that blazing fire aura, it's absolutely terrifying. As Arthur connects with the blade, a massive flaming dragon erupts from the steel. Everyone can see it. This is a tremendously powerful reaction. No one in that room expected the High Lord's new weapon to be quite this legendary. But then the fire starts to fade. The sword shifts, looking more like a simple spirit blade. Alina explains that's just how the crimson sky behaves. It's a scaling weapon. Its power level literally changes to match the person holding it. The stronger Arthur becomes, the more devastating the weapon will grow. Everything depends on his own power now. He thanks his wife, realizing that as long as he keeps leveling up, there are no limits. One day, this blade will be a true immortal weapon. But then Lyra's face goes stone-cold serious. She looks at him and asks, "Where did that Grand Emperor strike come from?" She knows his current rank. There is no way his body should have been able to pull off a move like that. Arthur freezes. He trusts Lyra, but the system is a secret he can't share. If anyone finds out about it, he's as good as dead. He looks away, voice low. "I don't want to lie to you, Alina, but I just can't answer that." She looks a bit disheartened. "Fine. If you won't tell me, you won't tell me. Just remember, every secret has a price, and there's always someone stronger watching." Huge sigh of relief. Arthur thanks her for being so understanding and promises to tell her everything when the time is right. Suddenly, an elder calls out to the queen. The High Priestess of Avalonia is at the gates, requesting an immediate audience. Alina tells them to have the priestess wait in the great hall. She'll be down to meet her in a moment. A little later, the two women meet. The priestess explains she's here on behalf of the great Queen Mother of the West. Their mission: they need to retrieve the star mirror from the Order's vault. Alina isn't having it. That mirror is their house's most precious treasure. Why on earth would the Queen Mother need to borrow it? The priestess says it's a secret of the holy sanctuary, so her lips are sealed. But in exchange, they're offering an elixir of life. Alina is stunned. Is the holy sanctuary really willing to give up a legendary elixir just to get their hands on that mirror? The priestess explains they have a sacred lotus that blooms every 10 years, which is where the elixir is harvested. She points out that if Alina accepts, the elixir could give them the edge they desperately need. It might be their only real chance at surviving the massive siege the Alliance is planning. Alina goes quiet, thinking it over. "Fine, I'll lend you the mirror, but only on one condition." With a heavy heart, the archpriestess asks exactly what that condition entails. Deep into the night, Alistair wonders why the queen wants him taking the 𝑬𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒕🔄 to the sacred grove, and if that potion will truly trigger his next evolution. Alina just nods. It is a risk worth taking. She has seen his grind. Every sleepless night, every ounce of effort, she refused to let this chance to empower him slip away. If he can just reach the High Queen of Avalonia, his true potential might finally break through its shell. Alistair knows the truth. Without the Queen's protection, he'd be 6 feet under by now, even if that soul-stealing freak hadn't finished him off first. A stronger body means no more collapsing after using high-tier magic. He flashes a grin, thanking her for actually caring about his survival for once. Then comes the tease. He mentions Avalonia is strictly ladies only and asks if his queen is really not worried about him being the only man there. She stays cool. Not at all, but if he steps out of line, he'll pay the price. Alistair laughs, asking if she's really ready to be a young widow. The queen is not amused. She shuts that down fast, asking if he's heading back to the training cliffs or if he's finally ready for bed. Now he is interested. Oh, he's definitely ready for bed, as long as it's hers he is sleeping in. He leans in, going for the kill, a kiss, but Alina stops him. Not today. She turns away, telling him he hasn't earned that right yet because she just isn't ready. Still, she softens. She lets him stay, allowing him to hold her in his arms while they sleep. Back at the obsidian throne, the whispers start. The Grandmaster wasn't at his usual training spot last night. He must have found somewhere much more interesting to spend his time. Alistair just looks at his wife. "Doesn't matter where I am, love. The grind never stops." The queen signals the Grand Elder to bring forth the 𝒂𝒓𝒓𝒚. He pulls the legendary relic from a small silk pouch, a mirror that strips away every lie and every shadow. Alara reaches out, taking Alistair's hand. She carves a magical seal onto his skin, a key to command the mirror's ancient power. This isn't just a tool, it carries the weight of a monarch. No one can take it from him now. He closes his fist, feeling the mirror's soul bind to his own. It is time. The queen gives the word, go to 𝒂𝒓𝒚 with the archpriestess. The archpriestess whistles, and out of the clouds, a celestial Pegasus descends. She tells Alistair to mount up. They both climb onto the beast, but Alistair isn't feeling it. Way too cramped in here for two people. He thanks her for the offer but bows out. He is not riding that close to her. The priestess is floored. Most men in the kingdom would sell their souls to be where he is. To fix the awkwardness, the queen summons a star eagle. The light is blinding. Alistair has to shield his eyes. Suddenly, this massive beast is looming over them. A level 6 monster with the raw power of a high paladin from the heaven realm. Alistair is stunned. He pats the massive bird's head, realizing this creature is as strong as the most elite warriors in the world. He hops on, shouting back that he will be home soon. Alara watches him go, praying he returns in one piece. One command, fly to the holy lands of 𝒂𝒓𝒚. They hit the clouds. Alistair looks down, his first time leaving the Order's territory since he arrived in this world. He has heard the legends of the 3 paradises and 9 realms. The spiritual domain is massive. It is split right down the middle into 2 distinct halves. The holy versus the demonic. But 𝒂𝒓𝒚, it is the neutral ground. Neither side dares to stir up trouble on that island. If there is a place there to sharpen his physical limits, he knows he won't be the only one hunting for it. He wonders what kind of monsters, human or otherwise, are waiting for him. The priestess chimes in. This world is bigger than he knows. The flight to 𝒂𝒓𝒚 will take a full 24 hours. Alistair nods. Good to know. He is not about to waste a second of that time. He drops into a deep meditation. High in the sky, the mana begins to swirl. The priestess is confused. Why is the air suddenly heavy with power? She peeks through the curtain. And there he is. Alistair, radiating a terrifying amount of energy. She can't believe it. Is he really just a beginner-level mage with an aura this thick? Ding, the system likes what it sees. He shocked the priestess, banking 3,000 divine points. Alistair doesn't even flinch, he keeps pushing. They streak through the sky. Day fades into night. And still, he sits atop the eagle, lost in his training. Then, boom, evolution complete. He smashes through the 3-star rank and lands firmly at 4 stars. A few days of soaking up mana, and he just jumped 2 minor realms in one go. Absolutely insane. Meanwhile, at the gates of 𝒂𝒓𝒚, Lady Isabella welcomes the newcomers. The Queen Mother sent her to be their guide. A guest starts to thank her, but then, a sudden gust of wind nearly knocks them over. The Saintess and Alistair have arrived. The moment they touch down, the priestess turns to Alistair. We are here. Welcome to the Holy Land. He takes it in. Not bad. Beautiful place. Isabella's eyes go wide. Who is the kid? The priestess introduces him as the Lord of the Black Order. The girls nearby start whispering in shock. The legendary Lord, the famous conqueror they have all heard about. They weren't expecting this. He is way too young and way too handsome. Isabella watches him, realizing the stories didn't do his charm any justice. Apparently, looks really are everything. The noble guest chatting with Lady Alara is absolutely livid because she's completely ditched their conversation. The second Lord Alaric caught her eye. No one saw this coming. The man who stole the entire spotlight at the Queen's royal wedding. Turns out, he's barely even reached the novice tier of magic. People are already whispering behind their hands. Queen Lucretia must be dying of embarrassment, being tied to a husband who's supposedly this weak. Then this guest decides to speak up. Now that they've toured the Sapphire Glade, he's demanding to properly greet the Lord Consort himself. This guy is a former saint commander, and he's not easily impressed. He thinks Alaric's words to the previous commander were just talk, so he's going to test if he's actually trash or the real deal. Alaric just blinks at him. Sorry, I don't recall you at all. Honestly, there were way too many self-important, elite knights crowding the hall that day for him to remember one face. The guest is completely floored. How could Alaric forget him when he's the one who made the entire council lose their cool in front of the court? Completely over the drama, Lady Alara calls for Lord Alaric to follow her. She's not wasting more time. She's taking him straight to see the Grand Duchess Genevieve. As they walk, Alaric can't help but wonder what kind of powerhouse this Grand Duchess actually is. Soon enough, the pair steps into the breathtaking Palace of Whispers. The grand reception is something else. He's actually impressed. The hall is filled with disciples playing hauntingly beautiful music on ancient instruments. Grand Duchess Genevieve glides into the hall, her presence filling the room. She wastes no time, asking what the legendary Lord thinks of her palace. Watching her closely, Alaric realizes she's likely a high-tier immortal sorceress. He gives a respectful nod, though he's surprised by just how young she looks. He was expecting some ancient, wizened woman. Then she speaks, admitting that at first, she honestly thought Queen Lucretia had lost her mind marrying him. She pulls back the veil covering her face, revealing her features. Looking at you up close, she purrs, it seems her husband might actually be quite the catch. Suddenly, Alaric's heart starts hammering against his ribs. He's totally thrown off. Why on earth is he feeling this weird surge of raw emotion all of a sudden? The system pings with a warning. The Grand Duchess possesses a fox spirit charm that's lethally seductive. It's the natural counter to his own divine bloodline. He has to fight back. Using his inner strength, the young lord activates his divine physique to build a mental wall against her overwhelming charm. It's a struggle. He's flushed red and breaking into a sweat, desperately trying to keep his composure and just breathe. Genevieve is privately stunned. Usually, even the most powerful grandmasters in the kingdom can't resist her gaze, yet Alaric, a mere novice, is actually standing his ground. Getting serious, Alaric looks her in the eye. He tells her flat out that this kind of behavior is definitely not what he expected from a woman of her standing. He reminds her that he's here representing his order, and he's still the queen's husband. She just smiles, claiming she was only giving him a little test. She offers a quick apology, promising to be more professional. Alaric doesn't linger and gets straight to the point. What does she need the star glass relic for? Without a word, she turns and gestures for him to follow. They leave the grand hall and head toward the palace gardens. They arrive to find chaos. One of the disciples is frantic, shouting that they can no longer contain the corrupted spring that's spiraling out of control. The Duchess introduces Alaric as the keeper of the star glass relic. Alaric takes one look and frowns. The water is much darker and more sinister than it should be. She claims her disciples accidentally polluted the water during their training, and while they could fix it eventually, they just need to borrow his artifact to speed things up. Alaric isn't buying it. He asks her point blank, is the great Grand Duchess Genevieve really unable to handle a little pollution on her own? She sighs, admitting the truth. Despite all her legendary power, she has absolutely no idea how to deal with whatever is infecting the spring. Alaric realizes they're definitely hiding the full story, but whatever is haunting this place isn't his problem. He's just here to finish the job and move on. He confirms that the relic should do the trick. Stepping forward, he begins to draw out the massive power of the ancient weapon. Genevieve watches him skeptically. The mirror is a legendary immortal artifact. She openly questions if a novice like him is actually qualified to wield that kind of power. Alaric doesn't even look back. He tells her she's seriously underestimating both him and his wife if she thinks he can't handle this. Ever since the queen bonded the artifact directly into his soul, he's been more than qualified to unleash the star glass relic. As he powers up, Genevieve is floored. She notices this novice has a mana pool as deep as an ocean and possesses 199 spiritual channels. Boom, the system announces he's completely shocked the Duchess and her elders. As a reward, he just landed a top-tier physical strength card. High above the lake, Alaric raises the mirror. He channels his energy, directing the blinding light of the artifact down into the murky depths. He can feel it now. The dark aura surging from the spring is exactly what the Grand Duchess was trying so hard to keep secret. He feels a resistance, something dark pushing back. Getting serious, he commands the mirror to illuminate the glade and purge every single impurity from the water. The darkness is erased in an instant. The spring shimmers back to its original crystal-clear state, and Alaric calls the artifact back to his side. The second the weapon touches his hand, the exhaustion hits like a freight train. He loses his footing and falls from the sky, but Lady Alara rushes in to catch him. The Grand Duchess tells Alara to take him to rest and help him recover. She adds that once he's awake, she'll thank him personally for the help. Then her tone turns cold. She warns her disciples that from this moment on, absolutely no one is allowed near the immortal spring without her express permission. As they walk away, the surface of the lake ripples. Deep beneath the clear water, a strange, glowing symbol begins to emerge. Elsewhere, Alaric realizes the weight of his gift. Queen Lucretia gave him 3 immortal weapons for a reason. Just using one at full power nearly drained his entire soul. Luckily for him, his recovery is insanely fast. Thanks to his divine talent, he's already starting to feel his strength returning. The Saintess rushes over, her face pale with worry as she asks if his mana has been completely tapped out. She's terrified for him, but Nathaniel? He's already standing tall, his energy bouncing back at an impossible speed. She can't believe her eyes. Seriously, just a few seconds ago, the guy was a total wreck, pale, exhausted, and his entire soul reservoir bone dry. Now, he's looking fresh as a daisy. And right on cue, the interface pings with some sweet news. He's managed to absolutely floor the Saintess of Avalon with his recovery speed, boosting his mana mastery by another 300 points. Talk about a win-win. Suddenly, the Queen Regent of the West sweeps into the room, telling the Saintess to stop coddling the boy. The younger girl immediately drops into a deep, respectful bow to greet the sovereign. But then things get a little weird. The Queen Regent steps in close, really close, and starts circling Nathaniel, whispering that his physical build is actually quite impressive. She's feeling generous, so as a thank you for his help, she invites him to stay in the palace for a few days. Even better, he can take his pick of any rare elixir in the royal vault. Nathaniel gives a polite nod, thanking her for the offer, but he's already thinking of the exit. This whole kingdom is nothing but beautiful women, and honestly, that's a recipe for disaster. If his wife, Lady Alara, ever found out he was lounging in a palace of beauties, he'd be a dead man. So he quickly plays it safe, mentioning that Alara was actually the one who recommended he come to Avalon to strengthen his constitution. The Queen Regent catches on immediately. The Grandmaster wants access to the Eternal Fountain. She smiles, noting that in this kingdom, they always make sure to settle their debts of kindness. The elixir he wants will take about 2 months of brewing to be perfect, but she promises they'll ship it straight to his estate once it's ready. As for the Eternal Fountain, she's not going to say no, but first, she's got a little question she wants to ask him. The Queen Regent leans in, placing a delicate hand on Nathaniel's cheek and staring into his eyes. She asks the ultimate trap question, who's more beautiful, her or his wife? Nathaniel is internally screaming because there is no right answer here. Look, the Queen is a goddess, no doubt about it. But Nathaniel knows which side his bread is buttered on. He stands firm and says his wife is naturally the most beautiful woman in the world. Whack, the Queen sends him flying with a massive slap across the face that launches him through the air. Fine, she huffs. You can go to the fountain now. The Saintess starts to panic, thinking the Queen just killed him, but the sovereign just waves it off. Apparently, that slap was just an alternative route to get him to the fountain faster. Down at the Eternal Fountain, a visiting noble is geeking out over the water, explaining how these legendary springs are packed with pure mana that can scrub the soul clean and harden the body like steel. A local disciple nods, but adds that the real magic is further up. See, the most potent mana isn't in the pool, it's trapped inside the Skyfall Cascade, the massive waterfall above them. Once that water hits the lake, the mana changes its form entirely. That's why the elite knights sit directly under the crashing weight of the falls to train their spirits. Nathaniel looks up and sees the water literally falling from the heavens, hitting the surface with enough force to shatter regular bone. It's an intimidating sight, to say the least. The girl warns him that she isn't kidding. If you stay under that pressure for even a second too long, the spring won't just clean you, it'll sweep your very soul away. Suddenly, a matriarch who looks like she's one with the forest itself steps out, blocking the path. Her voice is cold as ice as she reminds them that men are strictly forbidden from going any further. The young disciple quickly greets the elder, matriarch Beatrice, and explains that Nathaniel has a royal pass. Nathaniel, meanwhile, is breaking a sweat. He can feel the overwhelming power of a heaven realm master radiating off her. The matriarch checks the credentials and steps aside with a sharp pass-through, and the girl breathes a massive sigh of relief. As they walk deeper into the sanctuary, Nathaniel realizes he's impressed. Every single disciple in the kingdom of Avalon seems to be a top-tier warrior. This place is the real deal. They reach the lake, where a group of girls are peacefully floating and cultivating their mana. Nathaniel is actually surprised by just how crowded the private spring is. The second the girls spot a man, it's absolute chaos. They start screaming, running for cover, and pelting him with stones. Nathaniel's hands go up immediately. He's just there for the waterfall, not a free show. His guide has to jump in and yell that this is Sir Nathaniel, and he's here on the Queen Regent's personal orders. The disciples start to chill out, but only a little. They're still staring at him like he's a wolf that just wandered into a sheepfold. Nathaniel is getting frustrated with the drama, but then, bam! He loses his footing and starts plummeting from the sky toward the lake, screaming at everyone to move out of the way. He hits the center of the eternal fountain, with a massive splash that drenches everyone within 20 yards. As he climbs out of the water, looking like a drowned rat and wondering why everyone is staring, his rival, Sir Cedric, finally recognizes him. "Nathaniel Tian," he gasps, completely shocked. Cedric is absolutely livid. He starts ranting that Nathaniel used the Queen's permission just to fall from the sky and spy on the ladies of Avalon. He's convinced that if word of this gets out, the Order of Shadow Knights is going to become the laughingstock of the entire continent. But here's the funny part. The girls aren't mad. At all. They're actually staring at Nathaniel, completely mesmerized by just how handsome the guy is. Suddenly, the vibe shifts from get him out to a total fan club. They're all giggling, asking if he wants to bathe with them or if he needs someone to scrub his back. Nathaniel, he's just trying to survive. The fun ends when a massive wave of killing intent hits the air. Matriarch Beatrice is back, and she's ready to execute the invader on the spot. Someone screams for her to stop before it's too late. The Saintess jumps in just in time, shouting that this man is the Grandmaster of the Order of Shadows, and he has every right to be there. The matriarch's jaw practically hits the floor. She had no idea he was a Grandmaster and immediately starts tripping over herself to apologize for murdering him. Nathaniel is literally sweating through his wet clothes at this point, but he plays it cool. "It's fine," he says. "No harm, no foul." Sir Cedric is standing in the corner, absolutely seething with jealousy. He's supposed to be a golden son of nobility, yet he's being treated like a servant while Nathaniel gets the royal treatment. The matriarch just ignores him and tells everyone to get back to training. One of the girls speaks up, wondering aloud if the famous Grandmaster can actually break the legendary record for the Skyfall Cascade. Apparently, the record to beat was set by a previous champion, and it stands at a grueling 1.5 hours under the crushing weight. Cedric is just standing there, thinking how unfair life is. Is being strong and ridiculously good-looking really all it takes to get everyone on your side? He can't stand it. Desperate to take Nathaniel down a peg, Cedric steps forward and challenges him to a duel. "Let's see who can last longer under the waterfall," he sneers, certain he's about to crush the Grandmaster. The Saintess tries to talk some sense into him, warning that the waterfall's pressure is lethal today, and there's absolutely no reason to risk their lives over a silly ego trip. Arthur accepts the wager with a smirk. Cedric doesn't wait, diving straight into the crushing force of the falls. He's dreaming of showing these noble ladies what a true knight looks like. But 30 minutes in, he's already hitting his limit. Blood sprays from his lips as his armor literally starts cracking. The crowd begins to whisper, "This is getting scary." Cedric stumbles away, humiliated and broken. Passing Arthur, he growls, "Wipe that grin off. You won't last half as long as I did." Arthur just smirks. "We'll see." The pressure of those heavenly waters is insane. It's like being crushed by God. Before stepping in, Arthur triggers his divine recall. He settles into position, beginning his meditation. Cedric watches with a nasty smile, certain he's about to see the boy get wrecked. At first, the impact feels like a hail of stones slamming into his shoulders. But he doesn't flinch. Then boom, the pressure shifts, hitting him with the weight of an entire mountain. Arthur strains to keep his focus, clearly feeling the heat now. Seeing him struggle, Cedric cheers, "I knew it, he's done for." One squire shouts that their lord is incredible and will definitely hold out for at least 30 minutes. The ladies start fawning over Arthur's physique, driving Cedric insane. When he snaps at them, they just ask if he's really that weak. Locked under the crashing tide, Arthur stays perfectly still, refusing to let the pressure break his iron will. He senses a rhythm in the roar, a trace of the primal song. Could this be the ancient melody of the heavens? Legend says there are 3,000 paths and 3,000 circuits to match. If he unlocks them all, he'd be unstoppable. Watching from the banks, Lady Alara is stunned. He's actually awakening the dragon's melody circuit right now. Most men would be crushed to dust by now, but Arthur, he's literally evolving his magic channels in real time. Furious, Cedric can't believe Arthur is succeeding. He actually faints from the shock. "Wait, did he just pass out?" someone asks. "Probably just the saltiness," another jokes. But then, disaster. Inside Arthur, his newly formed melody circuits suddenly begin to shatter. Arthur panics. This isn't right. Why are they breaking so suddenly? The system pings. He hasn't fully bonded with the primal song yet. To save his circuits, he needs to play some music. Play music. Now. Suddenly, a surge of knowledge hits him. The system granted him the domain of echoes. It's a literal godsend. Arthur shouts to the saintess, "Throw me your lute," and without a second thought, she agrees. She tosses the instrument into the spray, wondering what he's planning while being crushed. Arthur reaches out, ready to catch it. The moment his fingers touch the strings, the primal song ignites, and then he starts to play. A hauntingly deep sound cuts through the roar. The onlookers are floored. Since when was their lord a master of the high arts? The song echoes across the kingdom of Avalon. Queen Isolde hears it and knows Lady Guinevere's skill isn't nearly this divine. So, she leads her court to the falls to investigate. Arthur stops playing, feeling his channels strengthen, but something still feels incomplete. Right in front of him, a voice notes how impressive it is to forge a knight's body while mastering a lute all at once. It's Queen Isolde. She offers him a hand, but Arthur shakes his head. "Forging my own path is my duty alone, Majesty." He's not about to burden the queen with his personal trials. She just smiles, telling him not to be so stubborn. "Can't you feel it? Your circuits haven't reached their true form yet." She picks up her own harp, whispering that he missed a beat. Suddenly, Arthur's very blood feels like it's boiling over. Boom! Power explodes from him, and massive spectral dragons begin circling his body in the spray. Isolde watches, stunned. She only meant to give him a tiny nudge, but this is beyond anything she imagined. Arthur feels 20 new arcane circuits snap into place. The system alerts him. He's just absolutely floored the queen. Reward time. He scores a blink card, giving him 3 near-instant long-distance dashes. Talk about an upgrade. He offers his thanks, and she just leans in. "Only by working together can we truly touch the heavens, Arthur." She keeps going, saying the lute and the flute are a perfect harmony, just like the two of them. Smooth, right? But Arthur isn't having it. "I'm a married man, Your Majesty. Maybe restrain yourself a bit." The queen storms off, annoyed she didn't get a shot. Arthur just shrugs and activates his Iron Soul physique card. 2.5 hours later, the crowd is losing their minds. How is he still going? He doesn't even look tired. The card is actually drawing energy directly from his soul to keep him standing. Arthur, he's just as confused as we are. Then pure panic sets in. Without his mana, Arthur's only got his raw strength to survive the crushing weight of the waterfall. Then, crack, the pressure hits and he's coughing up blood. Arthur is absolutely reeling. The sheer force of that water. It's like being hit by a falling mountain. Lady Isabel turns to the Queen Mother, asking if they should step in, but the Queen just watches. "Wait," she says. "Let's see what he's really made of." Our boy is losing his mind here. He's wondering if the dam system is ever going to finish shifting his mana. He's at his limit. He can't hold on for one more second. Finally, the system chimes in. Transfer complete. Connection re-established. We are back in business. Just like that, Arthur's back in the driver's seat. He can feel this massive, explosive power surging through every single fiber of his being. The system drops the big news. He's officially evolved to the 5-star master rank. He's stronger, his mana veins are wide open, and he's reached a whole new level. It's a triple win, guys. Every single disciple is watching in total awe, absolutely stunned that their grandmaster just hit a massive evolution right before their eyes. Seraphina catches herself, apologizing for basically losing her cool and acting like a total fangirl for a second there. Down on the ground, Lord Cedric finally groans awake. First thing he asks, "How long was I out? Did that loser Arthur fail yet?" One of the girls just looks at him. "The Grandmaster lasted 5 hours. Cedric's jaw drops. 5 hours? No way, that's a lie. You're lying to me. He's losing it. Arthur is just some low-tier knight. There's no way he could last longer than me. He storms off like a total brat, screaming that he is the true chosen one, the #1 warrior in the world. Isabel starts to say something about his ego. But the queen cuts her off. His spirit core is shattered. It's over for him. Someone needs to take responsibility and escort him back to his homeland immediately. Suddenly, one of the disciples gasps. There he is, Arthur finally rising out of the water like a total boss. But then it gets awkward. All the girls are staring, and Arthur starts to freak out internally. Like, how is he supposed to explain this harem situation to his wife? Queen Eleanor tells him to take a breath. Relax, nobody here is going to snitch on you. But even she has to admit, Lady Guinevere is one lucky woman to have him. Our boy is turning bright red now. He just mumbles for them to please stop talking about it. Suddenly, this weird light starts swirling around Arthur. He's confused, and even the girls are looking on in total shock. The sacred fountain, which was supposed to be empty of mana, is now literally overflowing with power. The Queen Mother just smiles. She knows this is all because of Arthur. He can feel it too. The air is thick with the scent of thunder and divine music. It's like he completely rewrote the energy of the entire place. The water is practically buzzing with life now. The saints look at the queen, asking the real question, Can we go for a swim? For cultivation, obviously. The queen shrugs. It looks safe enough. Go ahead, dive in. And just like that, the girls are jumping into the water. Arthur is just standing there, totally confused why they're all using his bathwater to level up. They're all talking about how incredible he is and how intense his energy feels. And get this, they actually start evolving just by being near his leftover power. The disciples start hugging him in excitement. Arthur just plays it cool, saying it was nothing, while secretly absorbing every bit of battle energy he can. Boom, battle energy is maxed out at 100 out of 100. Time to go. He's out of that water faster than you can blink. He tells the Queen Mother that his business in the Kingdom of Avalon is done and he's leaving. She tries to play it smooth. Why not stay the night? But Arthur is serious. I really have to go. As he walks away, the Queen just watches him, amazed at how he turned her fountain into a mana goldmine. She's getting seriously interested in this guy. She tries one last time. Are you sure you can't stay just a little bit longer? The disciples are looking all sad, but Arthur just thinks about his wife. Guinevere must be missing me by now. I've been gone way too long. But the real reason, he knows if he stays in this place surrounded by all these beautiful disciples, he's eventually gonna give in to temptation. I mean, imagine it. He's just trying to rest and they're all coming to him to discuss things. Yeah, he's not taking that chance. A man's gotta look out for himself, he mutters. He hops onto his giant griffin, yells "See ya when I see ya," and takes off into the sky. He's following the map toward the Blackwood Duchy, pushing forward through the clouds. It takes a full day of flying just to reach the Shadow Mountains. He's only halfway to the Blackwood Duchy. He's feeling good, though. His power is solid, and he can't wait to surprise his wife with that new orb of power he's carrying. But then, warning, the system goes off. 2 High Inquisitors, both at the immortal Emperor level, are closing in for a combined strike. Arthur is floored, 2 of them. 2 Emperor-level enemies at the same time. This is bad, like really bad. The attack is coming in hot. If this hits him, he's a goner. No questions asked. He burns a lightning dash card and barely dodges the blast. Only 2 charges left on that card. Arthur is sweating now. Another blast comes screaming toward him, but zip, he vanishes into thin air. Down below, these 2 old elders are looking around like, wait, where'd he go? One of them is pissed because that attack should have turned him to ash. He's got some kind of trick, the other one growls. But he won't get far, not on our watch. They trigger a blood trace spell. A red glow points the way, and the hunt is on. They're tracking Arthur's every move. Miles away, Arthur and his griffin reappear in a flash. Our hero is catching his breath, wondering, who the hell were those 2, and why do they want me dead? Things are looking grim. Alistair's down to his last 2 flash step scrolls, and the system warning is blaring. His pursuers are closing the gap fast. He can't believe their speed. Even with magical enhancement, it's only a matter of time before these monsters hunt him down. To make matters worse, his spirit companion, Swiftwing, is only at the squire tier. Compared to 2 legendary archknights, the poor bird is basically standing still. 2 scrolls left, 1 chance to escape, but before he can even think, boom, something slams into Alistair and the bird with the force of a falling star. It's him, Baron Malachar, the Shadow Knight. Running away so soon, he sneers, before roaring to his partner to finish the boy once and for all. Alistair is reeling. The 2 most powerful lords in the kingdom have actually joined forces. Lord Highmore of the Sky Citadel is out for blood, revenge for the sons Alistair took from him. The pressure is insane. Alistair can barely twitch a finger as his internal mana veins begin to crack and shatter under the strain. Die, you little brat, Highmore bellows, channeling a devastating killing curse directly at Alistair's heart. Plunging toward the earth, Alistair grits his teeth. He's got 1 play left. Wait until they think he's a corpse, then unleash his trump card. He just needs to buy a few more seconds. They hit the ground with an earth-shattering explosion, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Finally, Malachar mutters. Nothing could survive that. Highmore isn't so sure. That kid was tougher than he looked, he grumbles, staring into the crater. But as the smoke clears, nothing. They're gone. Alistair burned a scroll to stun the 2 old bastards and snagged the legendary Phoenix draft in the chaos. As long as his heart is still beating, that elixir will stitch his mana veins back together and heal the damage that should have killed him. Grabbing the mana-charged ore he liberated from the Yaqui Highlands, Alistair's eyes turn cold. These old fossils have no idea what's coming for them. He downs the potion in 1 gulp, 1 scroll left, 1 shot at glory. If I'm going down, I'm taking them with me. He commands the system to burn his final flash step scroll. The system chimes, the last charge is gone. In a blur of light, he reappears in the valley below, waiting for them. The 2 lords are charging like madmen. To think it took both of us to corner a single boy, one shouts, sounding almost impressed. He's the legendary rogue of the Demon Order, the other retorts. He's slipped through our fingers 3 times already, not again. Malachar lunges through the air, shadows trailing behind him like tattered wings. You're done, he screams, but Alistair just smiles, a dark, dangerous look. If this is the end, I'm taking a pound of your flesh first. System, activate battle power. Every muscle in his body screams as he reaches out, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength into his palm. He unleashes a blast of pure, unadulterated power toward the two masters. 𝒦𝒏 is livid. How dare a mere boy challenge a lord? 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒕𝒔 summons his blood shadow claw, a terrifying executioner's move. Alistair's heart sinks. Is this really where it ends? Suddenly, a blur of feathers. Swiftwing throws itself in front of the blow, taking the full force of the shadow strike. Alistair can only watch in horror as his friend falls. 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒕𝒔 just laughs. How touching. The beast died for its master. Too bad it was all for nothing. Now, he sneers, there's no one left to protect you. But Alistair isn't scared anymore. He's possessed by pure, cold hatred. You're a dead man, 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒕𝒔. I'll rip your heart out myself. The Baron just mocks him. You, alone against us. Then a voice cuts through the air like ice. I'd listen to him if I were you. When Alistair promises to destroy someone, he usually does. It's Empress 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔. The lords freeze. Panic sets in. Kill the boy before Sir Lucian gets here, 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒕𝒔 screams, but he can't move. His legs are like laid. It's the Lady Seraphina, the Northern Oracle, playing a haunting melody on her enchanted flute. 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒕𝒔 is losing his mind. How did she get here so fast? Seraphina just smiles mockingly. Two grand masters picking on a squire. Honestly, how pathetic can you get? The two old men are shaking now. They're facing the Empress and the Oracle, two women who are basically gods among mortals. 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏 steps out of the shadows right behind Alistair. He's completely stunned. 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏, you're here. He can't even look her in the eye. He just lowers his head and whispers, Swiftwing. He's gone. He saved me. 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏's eyes flash with a terrifying light. I'll erase their very souls from existence for this. But Alistair grabs her arm. No, stay out of it. He wants their blood on his own hands. 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏 sighs, typical Alistair. You're always so stubborn. Just let me handle this, okay? But he roars. No, I'm the one who's going to end these two, me. The system warns him. He's at the breaking point. If he keeps pushing, his magic will be permanently ruined. Even the Phoenix draft won't be able to fix him. Alistair doesn't care. That bird gave his life for me, he screams. I'll give everything I have to watch them burn. Even the system seems stunned by the sheer weight of his resolve. New skill unlocked, Phantom of the Ancient King. For 5 minutes, Alistair is a god. A massive, spectral figure of a legendary emperor towers in the sky, casting a shadow that covers the entire valley. 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏 is speechless. She's never seen Alistair channel anything like this. How is he summoning a king's spirit? She starts wondering if there's some hidden ancient power backing him that even she didn't know about. It's the only thing that makes sense. 𝒦𝒏𝒏𝒂𝒏 and 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏 are paralyzed with pure terror. A squire, summoning a king-tier phantom. This isn't just impossible, it's a nightmare. Alistair soars into the sky, eyes burning with a cold, pure hatred that could freeze the sun. He stops right in front of the High King's spectral phantom. The elders, they're losing their minds, realizing this power is way beyond anything they've ever seen. Their only thought, run, now. Lord 𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒏 gets absolutely hammered before he can even make a move, but the shadow wraith manages to slip away, moving like a dark streak of lightning. With his eyes glowing like twin stars, Alistair sneers, think you can actually hide? He summons a massive dragon to hunt the coward down. Pathetic, he mutters as the beast prepares to finish the elder. One snap, one gulp, and he's devoured alive. Queen Alina and the Dowager Queen can only watch, completely stunned by the sheer, terrifying scale of that move. Suddenly, a sinister crimson light begins to bleed out from the dragon's massive jaws. Those are the fragmented souls of the shadow wraith trying to scatter, but the queens aren't having it. They trap 2 of them instantly, yet a third one manages to slip through the cracks. The spirit knows he needs to ditch this kingdom and flee the celestial reach immediately. But Alistair, he's got him dead in his sights. He throws his magic at the demon, but he's hitting his limit. The boy can feel his time running out. "Just hold on," he whispers to himself, "just a little longer." Slowly, he and the High King's phantom begin to descend. Gently, almost too gently, he reaches down to pick up the broken, lifeless spirit of the little sparrow. Watching from the side, Queen Alina and the Dowager are baffled by what he's doing. But with tears blurring his vision, Alistair just whispers a prayer for the bird to finally find some peace. He doesn't just leave it there. He carves a tomb directly into the mountain peak, turning the stone itself into the bird's final resting place. The Dowager Queen is genuinely shocked. She didn't expect such heart from a warrior. For a level 6 spirit beast that gave its life, she admits this is a grand place to rest. Alina is amazed. She thinks to herself that if he keeps this kind of compassion in his soul, his journey as a knight will reach heights no one can imagine. She's never been prouder of the man she chose to marry. But then, it happens. Alistair's power completely bottoms out, and he drops from the sky, totally unconscious. Alina catches him in midair, screaming his name as they hit the ground. She's devastated. Even though she hid him in that spatial protection spell, she was still a second too late. He's badly hurt, and she knows it's her fault. The Dowager Queen steps in, her voice solemn. "Lay him on the stone." She's not much of a fighter, but when it comes to the healing arts, she's the best in the realm. She pulls out her flutes, explaining that this specific one is designed to literally jumpstart a fading life force. As the Dowager Queen of the West begins her melody, Alistair's body starts to react, bathed in the soft glow of her ancient magic. Alina is frantic, asking what's wrong. The Dowager sighs. His outside is healed, but his internal energy is a mess and won't integrate with his body. Alina's eyes harden with determination. She tells herself that even if she has to fight through all 9 spiritual kingdoms, she will find a way to save Alistair. Seeing her desperation, the Dowager Queen admits there might be one way to heal the young man. The 𝑬𝒗𝒄𝒏𝒕� elixir still needs 2 months to fully ripen, but if they give it to him now, well, it's a tiny glimmer of hope in a dark situation. "Give it to him," Alina begs. The Dowager warns her again, if it's not mature, the risks are insane. They'd be waiting 2 months for a reason. Taking it now could either kill him or evolve him straight into the celestial rank. Alina doesn't hesitate. "Give it to him, I won't lose him." She's not gambling with his life. The Dowager finally gives in and tells them to head to the holy sanctuary of 𝑬𝒗𝒄𝒏𝒕�. A priestess carefully brings the glowing elixir over to the Dowager Queen of the West. Alina needs to be sure. Will this really save him? The Dowager confirms that since his spiritual core and veins are still intact, it's their best shot. Worried sick, Alina keeps calling his name until he finally starts to blink. Alistair groans, confused, asking if this bitter stuff is actually going to fix him. The Dowager Queen nods, but she gives a stern warning. This stuff has some very personal side effects. Alina asks what she needs to do to help. The Dowager explains it clearly. She has to massage the medicine into him as his wife. Suddenly, the powerful queen gets very, very nervous. The Dowager smirks. "Look, if you're too shy, one of my holy priestesses can do it instead." Talk about a challenge. Alina stares at him for a second, her mind racing. Then she looks at the Dowager and the others. "Everyone leave. Now, I'll take care of my husband myself." Just like that, the room goes dead silent. It's just the 2 of them alone. She grumbles about how he always ends up in these advantageous situations, but she starts the massage anyway. She's not just going to watch him die. It's a long, exhausting process, but she doesn't stop. A long time later, Alistair hears his name being called from far away. He wakes up with a start, wondering who's shouting, before realizing it was all a dream. But man, his body feels like it was hit by a mountain, especially his hips. Then he notices it, a kiss mark right on his neck. It clicks. His wife actually used the elixir to save him. He looks down, and his hand is literally vibrating with heat and power. What is this feeling? The system pings his mind. The elixir's energy is ready to be absorbed. Alistair realizes this power is massive, bigger than his entire spiritual reserve combined. With this much raw energy, he can finally break through to the next rank. He doesn't waste a second and starts cultivating immediately. Meanwhile, outside, the Dowager Queen looks at the ashes of two high immortals. "Reduced to nothing," she whispers. This isn't just a local spat. This event is going to send shockwaves through every kingdom in the spiritual domain. Elena's face is a mask of cold fury. "They brought this on themselves," she snarls. "They dared to touch my family. I'll deal with those righteous fools myself." Dowager Queen Catherine smirks, noting Duchess Elena guards her husband a bit too well. If word of this devotion gets out, half the noblemen in the kingdom will have their hearts shattered. Catherine approaches the girl, raising an eyebrow at why she's wearing the Queen Mother's royal robes. Elena turns bright red, completely unable to find the words. She can't exactly admit her own dress was shredded in the chaos. But suddenly, the room where Arthur is resting begins to pulse with a blinding, divine light. The Queen Mother is stunned. Arthur's physical potential is terrifying. He didn't just wake up, he jumped straight back into his training like a man possessed. A massive pressure fills the air. Arthur's aura is so intense that it literally punches a hole straight through the castle's ceiling. Catherine lets out a cry of disbelief. This isn't just training. The man is evolving right before their eyes, and at a speed that shouldn't be humanly possible. The system chimes in: breakthrough, 6-star paladin, 7-star, and finally he shatters the limit, ascending to the legendary 1-star Earth King realm. The Dowager Queen is speechless as Arthur's transformation unlocks a rare new power, the divine art of bardic music. Immediately, Arthur triggers his tenfold comprehension. He smirks. That elixir was the real deal, pushing his core to an entirely new dimension of power. The two women rush into the room, both of them completely floored by the raw energy vibrating from his body. Catherine steps closer, whispering in shock, Did you actually reach the Earth King stage?" Elena watches him, realizing the elixir wasn't just a cure, it was a blessing that rebuilt him stronger than ever. The couple shares a shy, lingering look. Arthur breaks the silence with a grin, telling her she looks as radiant as the day they met. Elena blushes, telling him to stop being a flirt and focus on his recovery. Arthur leaps up, feeling like he could punch a mountain. He approaches Elena first, bowing deeply to thank her for everything. Catherine crosses her arms, feeling a bit left out. "And what about me? I'm the one who saved your skin." Arthur quickly laughs and offers his gratitude to her as well. The Queen Mother scoffs, telling him she'll consider them even, provided he visits her sanctuary of Avalon sometime soon. She promises her priestesses will be waiting with open arms. Elena's eyes narrow with jealousy, but Arthur politely declines. He's got a home to return to. Now that he's back at peak performance, it's time to head back to the Order of the Night Star. Back at the fortress, the elders are pacing. They heard the Duchess went on a rescue mission to save Arthur, and the silence is killing them. "Our Grandmaster is a treasure," one elder mutters. Suddenly, the clouds part and a streak of light slams into the courtyard. It's Elena returning. And hanging onto her for dear life, Arthur. She tells him he can let go now, but Arthur is green in the face, asking why they had to fly at such a terrifying speed. Elena just rolls her eyes. She could have used a portal, but his body would have been ripped apart by the mana pressure in his weakened state. Arthur realizes she was just being careful. The knights erupt in cheers, shouting at the top of their lungs because their leader is finally home. But the celebration is cut short. A shadow falls over the gates as a lone figure stumbles into the light. It's a dying messenger, blood-soaked and trembling. He chokes out the horrific news. The city of Frostwind has been completely wiped out. The air turns cold. A total massacre. Who would dare? Someone screams for a doctor, but the man is fading fast. As an elder catches him, Arthur pushes through the crowd. "Move, I can save him." The Grand Elder hesitates. Arthur is a warrior, sure, but healing isn't exactly his specialty. Arthur doesn't have time for a debate. "I've pulled souls back from the brink of the abyss. A few wounds won't stop me." Elena signals for them to lay the man down. Arthur centers himself, calling upon his newly awakened power. He pulls out a mystical harp, and the crowd gasps. He's weaving the spiritual threads of music, a skill lost to most masters. As the melody flows, the dying man's body begins to levitate, bathed in a soft, healing glow. The elders are in disbelief. How did he learn this while being hunted? Elinor suspects he somehow mimicked the Queen Mother's secret charms. It's true. The mark Catherine left on him was the key to unlocking this incredible bardic magic. The system alerts him. Everyone is officially terrified. Reward: a new combat mastery that merges his strikes with his movement. As he plays, his tenfold comprehension kicks in again, fusing the musical notes with his very soul. Arthur snaps his eyes open. The music stops, and the injured messenger suddenly gasps, his wounds vanished as he recognizes the patriarch. The man collapses to his knees, fury in his eyes as he begs Arthur and the Duchess to avenge his slaughtered people. He explains that the Frostwind Mountains have been overrun by a nightmare. His whole unit was sent to investigate, but he's the only one who made it out alive. Through his sobs, he names the butcher, Sir Roland, the Beastmaster of the Northern Peaks. Flashback to the city. It's a graveyard. Buildings are in splinters, and the survivors are screaming as monsters keep appearing from nowhere. A brave knight named Julian tries to lead a group to safety, telling the other disciples to run while they still can. But then, the ground shakes. Looming over them on a monstrous beast is Roland himself, a commander of the so-called Righteous Alliance. He smirks, declaring that every soul there will meet their end. With a single command, his beasts tear into the panicked warriors. It's a bloodbath. Our young messenger is sent flying by a massive impact, the world turning black as he loses consciousness. Alaric is broken. In total despair, he screams at the man standing over him, "I unleashed the beasts of Frostpeak to level this city. Tell me, Silas, what kind of justice is this?" Baron Silas just smiles, a cold, cruel grin. "To purge the world of filth," he says, "sometimes a few cattle have to be sacrificed." Catherine, pinned beneath a monster's massive claws, spits at the man. "You've lost your mind. You're no noble, you're a butcher." She turns to Alaric, her voice trembling with the last of her strength. "Forget me. Just go. Get back to the House of Blackthorn. The Lord Commander will avenge us." Silas lets out a mocking laugh. "The Lord Commander? You mean the man who hides behind women's skirts while his people die?" Then crunch. Without a blink, he drives his hand straight through Catherine's chest. Alaric's scream echoes across the ruins. "Catherine!" But she's gone, just a lifeless body hitting the stones. Silas leans over the body, eyes gleaming with malice. "Tell your master his end will be 1,000 times more painful than hers." Blind with rage, Alaric snarls, "The Order and every knight of the Blackthorn will hunt you to the ends of the earth." Silas just scoffs. "We are the Holy Union. We are justice. How can demons like you even dream of touching us?" With one brutal strike, the beast beneath Silas's command crushes the life out of Alaric. Just like that. Silas turns to his men, his voice like ice. "Hang them! Put the boy and his sister on the gates of Gale City by their necks. Let the world see that these knights are nothing but garbage." When Thomas finally regained consciousness, the world was a graveyard. Zephyria was in ruins, ash and bone. He finishes his story through choked sobs, the image of his friends' bodies swaying from the city gates burned into his mind. The Grand Master slams his fist onto the council table. "Silas is a coward. He thinks we're extinct. My queen, give the order. I'll gather the ironclad knights and burn that man's house to the ground this instant." Lord Julian stays calm, too calm. "Wait, it's not that simple." The Grand Master turns on him, eyes blazing. "How can we let them walk away after this? Are you afraid, Lord Commander?" Julian's expression doesn't shift. "I fear nothing." "But look at the map," Julian continues. "The House of Warwick belongs to the Holy Union. Their High King is an immortal emperor, a man with power that rivals even our queen. If we march as an army, the entire Union retaliates. We get wiped out, and Silas, he'd be hailed as a hero. We can't give them that victory." The Grand Master shouts, his voice cracking. "Then what? We sit here. Is there no way to get our blood back?" "We'll get our revenge," Julian says, his eyes turning cold as the void. "But we do it their way, eye for an eye." The Queen looks up, intrigued. "What are you planning, Julian?" Repayment in kind. We don't send an army, we send the new generation. Let our young knights go out for experience. If we systematically eliminate every single disciple of the Warwick house, there will be no one left to retaliate. The Grand Master shakes his head. But Silas is a master of the second circle. He's a monster. Our young disciples are barely at the basic rank. They'll be slaughtered. Julian stands, his cloak billowing like a shadow. Then I'll go myself. If that man thinks he can butcher my followers and live, he's already dead. The Queen nods. Go, Julian, show them. But the other masters are terrified. They whisper in the shadows. But Silas reached the second circle a year ago. He's likely advanced even further by now. If the Lord Commander goes alone, he's walking into a trap. But Duke Lu silences them. Trust him. Since the day he took the mantle, Julian has shown us nothing but miracles. If the Queen commands it, we follow, the Grand Master sighs. The Warwick house has 100 disciples. I'll start gathering our own men immediately. Suddenly, the heavy palace doors burst open. Wait. A young squire steps forward, kneeling before the Queen. Let me go with the Lord Commander. My brother's blood is on those gates. Behind him, a dozen more knights kneel in unison. We want in. Their voices ring through the hall like a thunderclap. The blood of the Blackthorn Order will not be spilled without a reckoning. Julian looks at them, feeling their conviction. It's raw, it's real. The Grand Master steps up. If this is where you stand, then I will give you everything I have. He unleashes his inner flame, the air shimmering with heat as he summons a magical gust. Then, out of the embers, a stallion with a mane of pure fire appears. A Sunstrider, a rank 2 mystical beast. It's not a warhorse, but it's fast, faster than anything on 4 legs. In half a day, you'll reach Gale City, the Grand Master says. Julian mounts the beast, the fire reflecting in his eyes. Follow me to Gale City. We show them what happens when you poke the dragon. Blood for blood. The shout echoes through the capital. The hunt is on. At the base of the Frost Peak Highlands, the black-cloaked knights of the Order emerge from the mist. A scout pulls up beside Julian. My lord, the city is just ahead. Julian looks up at the massive, jagged peaks. So that's Frost Peak, the scout nods. The great barrier of the north. They halt at the outskirts. The wind is biting, but Julian notices something that makes him freeze. Footprints, not just wolves or bears, but human boots. And there, mixed in the dirt, fresh blood. The Warwick butchers have been here recently. The air, one disciple gags, covering his nose. It reeks of death. Julian stares toward the horizon. That's the scent of Gale City. It's a slaughterhouse. Julian scans the tree line. The smell isn't just sickening. It's acting like a dinner bell for every predator on the mountain. My lord, stay back, a young knight shouts, drawing his sword and stepping in front of Julian. I'll hold these monsters off while you advance. Julian just walks past him, his face expressionless. Relax, they're just low-level scavengers. Actually, this is perfect. I need to test my new limits. He draws his blade. The air hums. Celestial sonic slash. A flash of silver light, faster than a heartbeat. In an instant, every monster in the clearing is sliced perfectly in half. Silence returns. The disciples can only stare. Is he even human? He can heal, and he can destroy, they whisper in awe. Julian doesn't look back. Move out! Somewhere, the very system of the world shivers as his power sends shockwaves through the group. His raw mana spikes instantly. Alistair's power level just shot up by 100 points. Unreal. They reach the Highbridge gates and Sir Cedric freezes. He points upward, trembling. There, swinging from the stone, are Julian and Alina, Alistair's own brother and sister. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Alistair's magic snaps the ropes. Cedric catches them, head bowed in grief as he holds the broken remains of his kin. Alistair watches the scene, his eyes turning to cold steel. Suddenly, a scrap of paper flutters from Alina's lifeless hand. He snatches it up without a word. It's a simple note. She'd hoped to meet him at Moonshadow Peak to train together once he finally returned home. A dream now shattered. Livid doesn't even cover it. Alistair barks at Cedric to rally the knights, wipe out every beast in the city and hunt down any survivors. no mercy. He demands a proper burial for the fallen. The Wild Soul Legion is massive, but Alistair doesn't care. He'll follow the trail of blood until he finds them. He's coming back soon. The squires try to call him back, but whoosh. He uses the flowing tide step and vanishes like a ghost into the night. Elsewhere, a commander of the Legion brags to his men about how easily they slaughtered the members of the Shadow Order. Another soldier mocks the Great Lord for being a coward. Baron Mordred sneers, "If that coward actually shows his face, I'll deal with him personally." "I want to watch him crawl and beg," Mordred grins, turning to a terrified captive girl. "Funny, isn't it?" She doesn't answer, just lets out a high, piercing scream of pure terror. A young soldier cheers, saying Mordred is a god compared to Alistair, who supposedly hides behind women to survive. They're convinced Alistair will end up on his knees. Suddenly, a violent gale rips through the camp. Mordred looks around, confused. Then, the ground beneath them erupts, spewing molten lava and rocks everywhere. "What kind of monster is causing this?" someone screams. High above, the full moon hangs blood-red and ominous. A scout scrambles up a ridge, shouting down to Mordred that there's absolutely no one around. Panic sets in. Someone whispers about the ghosts of their victims coming for revenge, but Mordred tells them to shut up. Then, the girl beside him suddenly collapses. And there he is, Alistair, standing right behind him. "Is the genius of the Wild Soul Legion afraid?" Mordred stammers. Who the hell are you?" Alistair stares him down with eyes of death. "The man who's going to take your life." Mordred tries to sense his power. Judging by his aura, he's barely at the level of a third-tier paladin, not even worth my time. He readies his weapon, sneering. "You're just a rat hiding in the fog, but under this moonlight, you've run out of places to hide." Mordred charges with a roar. Alistair just laughs. "You think I only know how to fight in the shadows?" Boom! A massive shockwave of mana erupts from Alistair, shaking the entire forest. Mordred freezes, pure panic. If Alistair is just a paladin, how is his mana pool larger than an Archmage King's? Alistair is right in his face now. Rule 1, don't get distracted. He slams his Void Crusher palm into Mordred, triggering a massive explosion. Mordred hits the dirt hard, gasping for air. You're him, the High Lord of the Shadow Order, Alistair." He spits blood, mocking Alistair for being a boy who hides behind women. Ding! The system chimes. Mordred is shook, and Alistair just unlocked a new skill, the Tamer's Requiem. 10 times comprehension. Triggered. The Requiem skill is instantly maxed out and fully charged. Alistair is actually curious about this one. The Wild Soul Legion is famous for taming monsters, after all. Most of them are useless without their beasts, but a true master, they can take on 10 opponents at once using their pets. Alistair smiles. "Now this is getting interesting." Mordred trembles, backing away. What's so funny?" "I was just thinking," the High Lord replies, "of a much more satisfying way for you to pay for your sins." "Sins," Mordred barks. "In this world, it's the righteous versus the dark. We purge monsters like you. That's justice." Alistair just laughs. "You really don't get it, do you?" "That's not how reality works. There is no right or wrong. Only the strong get to make the rules. And since I'm clearly stronger than you, you're the one who has to be erased." Mordred snaps. "Arrogant brat, I've got a trump card." He pulls out the gargoyle's skull, a high-grade relic overflowing with cursed power. He hurls the relic at Alistair. Massive spectral beasts erupt from the shadows, snarling. "Prepare for your end, Alistair." He commands the pack to tear him apart. Alistair just watches, realize these beasts are actually high-level spiritual weapons. He'd been wondering where they kept these creatures. Well, he's found them now. Calmly, he pulls out a silver flute. "This just got way too easy." He plays the Tamer's Requiem through the music. Instantly, the beasts are struck still. Mordred is horrified. Alistair knows the Requiem, and he plays it better than any Legion master. Back at the city, the disciples of the Shadow Order stop. They can hear a strange, haunting melody drifting from the dark woods. Alistair mocks him. "Your taming skills, pathetic." Mordred is beyond furious. Who do you think you are to judge me? No one surpasses my call. Alistair just stares him down. I'll give you a lesson your own masters were too weak to teach you. Total chaos. The beasts instantly turn on Baron Alaric. The master of the beast hold tries to command them, yelling, begging, but they aren't listening anymore. It's a desperate fight for survival now as he's forced to hack away at his own pets one by one. Then, bam, one of them slams him from behind. Lord Arthur just stands there, smirking. Hey, Alaric, he mocks, aren't these the same beasts you were so proud of? Covered in blood and barely holding on, Alaric spits back that Arthur is a despicable, mocking coward. Lord Arthur repeats the word slowly. Despicable? He draws his shimmering, magical blade. Let's keep it simple then, an eye for an eye, Alaric. Not long ago, this monster was using those beasts to butcher the innocent people of Skyreach Citadel without a single second thought. Everything Arthur is doing right now, that's justice for the people of Skyreach. One clean strike. Arthur rips through Alaric's gut, shouting that this one is for every fallen knight of his Black Flame Order. The man collapses, screaming in agony and coughing up blood. It's brutal. In deep pain, Alaric starts begging Arthur to just end it and kill him. But the Grandmaster isn't feeling merciful. He reminds the tamer that he watched his victims suffer for hours without ever granting them a quick death. Panic sets in. The high-end mighty master starts screaming for someone to save him, demanding to know where the rest of his beast-hold legion went. Spoiler alert, they're not coming. Arthur smiles like a literal maniac. There is no use trying to run. This is the bill for his sins, and his life is the payment. Back at Skyreach Citadel, the ground is covered in fresh graves for the fallen heroes. Sir Julian returns from the fray, asking if the trash has been taken care of. He nearly jumps out of his armor when he sees the Grandmaster approaching, dragging something heavy. It's the master of the beast hold himself. Alaric is being dragged like a literal rug. Arthur tosses him forward like trash, growling that he left the man's legs intact so he could kneel in respect to the dead. The rest, he leaves that to the survivors. The disciples are absolutely livid, screaming every insult in the book at the man who ruined their lives. Alaric looks like he's seen a ghost. He's trembling, begging them to stay back, to show him some mercy. But mercy is off the table today. They descend on him. Later that evening, Arthur hangs the Baron's body high on the city gates for the whole world to see. Another knight rolls up, casually mentioning he cleared out the rest of the enemies on his way back. Arthur's impressed. Wait, you took out the whole legion on your own. The knight is just as stunned. The Grandmaster handled Alaric and didn't even get a speck of dust on his robes. Talk about a power move. Arthur's aura surges, gaining 5,000 points instantly. The system dings. He's officially a 4-star Earth King Realm Knight. The disciples are floored. Anyone else would be exhausted after a war like that, but Arthur. He just hits a new level of power like it's nothing. Totally calm. Arthur wipes his blade and says that now that the situation is handled, they can finally go home. Everyone's cheering, finally ready for a break. Then rumble. A massive sound echoes from the mountains. Is it an earthquake? Nope. Arthur narrows his eyes. It's a beast tide. The disciples lose it. They just beat the beast hold. Skyreach was finally safe, and now a whole sea of monsters is coming for them. No time to waste. Arthur calls Julian to follow him to investigate, ordering the rest of the knights to stay behind and protect the city. They sprint toward the Storm Peak Crags. Julian is confused. The beasts here usually only come out at night. This shouldn't be happening. Suddenly, they're face to face with a massive group of monsters. Arthur stops, found them. The beast tide they were looking for is right here. The horde charges. Julian is sweating bullets. There are too many. But Arthur, he's chill. He just pulls out a silver instrument. Julian's jaw drops. Wait, he knows the beast domination technique too. Think about it. The guy mastered the sword, the music, and now he's controlling the wild. The monsters keep advancing. Arthur drops to one knee and calls to them. A massive, rank 2 dire tiger stops dead in its tracks, purring like a kitten for his affection. He asks the beast why it fled the Storm Peak Crags, and surprisingly, The monster starts communicating back. Arthur's face turns serious. He tells the tiger to lead the way and show him whatever it was in the mountains that scared it so much. The tiger agrees. Deep in the range, Julian and Arthur find themselves standing at the edge of a massive hole leaking dark energy. Arthur looks down and notices an ancient tomb. Suddenly, a massive gate creaks open. Julian's eyes go wide. Celestial signs mean legendary treasure. The Grandmaster tells Julian to stay back and watch the entrance while he dives in alone to explore. Julian tries to argue that they should tell the Queen first, but it's too late. Arthur has already jumped into the rift. He's falling fast, deeper and deeper. Suddenly, a magic spell shoots at his head, but Arthur dodges it with zero effort. He hits the bottom and finds a woman. She smiles, sounding almost impressed. Well, I didn't expect a visitor this early." "What a handsome little brother you are," she purrs. Arthur checks the system. Her rank, a guardian beast, rank 7 or higher. We're talking about a creature with power just below a divine emperor. This is about to get intense. Arthur wonders if his dominance melody will actually work on this thing, so he decides to go for it. The beast immediately scoffs, accusing him of getting way too touchy right after they met. She wasn't even ready for a fight. The monster hurls a wave of dark magic at Arthur, but he weaves through the strike like it's nothing. Still midair, his heart is pounding. Arthur realizes the terrifying truth. He is completely outmatched by this creature. He needs to make her drop her guard if he wants even a slim chance of escaping. Meanwhile, the monster complains that she's been stuck guarding this tomb for 20 long years. Suddenly, she snags Arthur with her tail, whispering that she's been waiting for this seal to break. And it's a bit too convenient that he showed up the exact moment it did. Getting right in the Lord Protector's face, the beast purrs that since destiny brought them together, she'll be the one to personally take care of him. Then, her massive jaws unhinge for the kill. The guardian beast tries to swallow Arthur whole, but a massive explosion rips through the air between them. It's Queen 𝒂𝒓𝒚. She arrived just in time to save him. Arthur is absolutely floored to see his wife standing there. The monster just mocks them both. "Oh look, the little wife is here. Watch closely, boy, this is going to be quite the show." 𝒂𝒓𝒚 doesn't flinch. She snaps that a level 7 shadow beast has some nerve trying to cause trouble here. The beast fires back that she has zero interest in Arthur anyway. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 isn't buying it and launches a blast of magic at the creature. Did this monster really think the Queen would be such an easy target? Suddenly, a shimmering light forms in front of the couple. Arthur stares, wondering if it's some kind of magical barrier. It looks like the high-ranking guardian automatically shifted into a shield. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 realizes the magnitude of this place. It's likely the tomb of a sky sovereign. A golden crown descends deep within the mausoleum, and a voice echoes through the hall. The Queen is truly as clever as they say. A man steps out of the shadows, noting how long it's been since their last encounter. Arthur demands to know what the hell he's doing there. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 explains that this territory belongs to the Kingdom of Eastland. It was only a matter of time before King Cedric showed his face. Cedric explains that while this tomb could shatter the peace of the entire Eternal Realm, every major faction is already descending upon them. Curious, 𝒂𝒓𝒚 presses for more. The old king reveals that in 10 days, the barrier will vanish and the tomb will finally be ripe for the taking. He wants an alliance with the Shadow Order. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 goes silent, and Arthur can't help but worry about what her answer might be. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 asks what kind of cooperation he's looking for. The king suggests they storm the gates together. His kingdom doesn't want the gold. They only need help finding one specific relic. Suspicious, she asks what he's really after. The king needs the heartbloom herb. Apparently, it's the only thing that can heal his son's wounds, and it only grows in places like this. Arthur scoffs at the request. The king has an army of elite knights at his beck and call. "So why do you need the Shadow Order?" Arthur asks. The old man explains the unspoken laws of the Eternal Realm that keep the great powers in check. Anyone at the sovereign rank is forbidden from getting their hands dirty in this fight. On the day the tomb opens, Every master will send their strongest warriors. A brutal bloodbath is unavoidable. The king wants to use the Shadow Order to crush his enemies. But then Arthur looks King Cedric in the eye and tells him he won't help his son. At our wedding, your son showed zero respect. No manners, no honor, nothing. The king's men are stunned, wondering how the Lord Protector dares to speak to him like that. While the king's face turns purple with rage, Arthur doubles down. Keep losing your patience, and you'll lose any chance of our help. Against all odds, King Cedric realizes he has to play along. Forcing a smile, he asks if Arthur is still hung up on the past. He actually apologizes for his son's ignorance toward the couple. Elyra and Arthur are genuinely shocked. No one expected a king to actually bow his head. Even his own followers are left completely speechless by the apology. Arthur reflects that it's a nightmare to fight a man who smiles while he plots. He knows he'll need to find a different path forward. But before he can even speak, Elyra cuts through the tension. Keep your apology. I have zero interest in this alliance. Cedric is insulted. He thought his sincerity would be enough. Elyra counters that the Shadow Order doesn't need anyone and can handle this alone. Besides, she adds, having extra people would probably just slow them down. Absolutely furious now, the king declares the Shadow Order his enemies. You'll regret this, Elyra. Don't say I didn't warn you. He was hesitant about the deal from the Holy Alliance before, but now, he's ready to use their power to teach this couple a lesson they won't forget. As the Eastland Knights retreat, Arthur asks if the queen was just trying to gain the upper hand. Elyra smirks. It was obvious you didn't want the deal, but you were taking forever to get to the point. She leans in close, telling him that if he wants to say no, he should just say it. No need to beat around the bush. I'll always have your back. Arthur is so touched that he sweeps her up in his arms, promising her a reward for her loyalty. They head toward a hidden hot spring lake. Elyra is confused. How did he even find this? Arthur admits he spotted it while he was falling off the mountain earlier. The moment he saw the spring, his first thought was that he had to come back here with her. Even if it's not a legendary healing spring, the experience is incredible. Elyra just sighs, reminding him she brought him here to train his body, not for this kind of thing. Alaric's ego took a hit. He asked if his wife really thought he wasn't strong enough to handle this mission. Elinor didn't blink, simply telling him he needed to stay put for a few days until the legendary vault finally cracked open. She promised to send the Archmagus to keep an eye on him. Alaric agreed. Even if the High King's motives were messy, the logic was solid. If this wasn't the High King's actual tomb, the truly elite masters couldn't step in anyway. Alaric told his wife not to worry. He promised their house would stand at the absolute top of the kingdom, and the lady gave him her thanks. But Alaric wasn't done. He told Elinor she should show a little sincerity before the vault opened. She asked exactly what he meant by that. He teased that her husband was exhausted and needed a real feast before the exploration began. Elinor smiled, time to take care of that. She asked just how hungry he really was. Cut to 10 days later, someone screaming about where that monster disappeared to. A guardian beast, fueled by pure hatred, cursed the humans. She didn't expect those pests to show up just 10 days later. Right as the barrier shattered, something hammered the creature, sending it into a scream of pure agony. Lord Berenger from the Grand Order of Light roared for them to push harder. They wanted this serpent demon dead, today. The beast collapsed, crying out in pain. One knight asked why they were killing a prize they could have simply tamed. Berenger's response, cold. The Order doesn't tame monsters, they erase them. Duke Cedric of Skyreach noted the guardian was gone. Time to move in and strip that vault of its treasures. Saintess Seraphina pointed out they were in Shadowvale territory, yet the Shadowvale Knights were nowhere to be found. Should they wait? Berenger scoffed, claiming the Shadowvale cowards probably smelled them coming and ran for the hills in fear. Then a voice cut through the air, apologizing for the disappointment. Seraphina's eyes lit up. She knew that voice instantly. Alaric descended from the clouds, declaring that House Shadowvale was exactly where it belonged. A disciple pointed up, shouting that it was the Lord Protector himself. They knew he'd show his face eventually. The crowd started whispering about Alaric, his wild marriage, the shockwaves he sent through the nobility, and how he'd cheated death multiple times. Alaric landed smoothly, asking since when the Grand Order started wandering through Shadowvale lands like they owned the place. Berengar called him a brat and threatened to teach the young lord a permanent lesson. The Archmagus stepped forward, eyes cold, asking the lord how he dared to challenge his master. A disciple tried to keep the peace, reminding everyone the Shadowvale Archmagus was just as lethal as their own. Another leader suggested a truce. They could explore the vault as one, sharing the risks and the loot. The group begrudgingly agreed. Berengar was seething, plotting to destroy Alaric the moment he got the chance. Alaric just looked around, asking who the new men were. Seraphina explained. They were the elite from House Sterling and the Ethereal Knights, highborn sons and powerful elders. Alaric nodded. He'd heard of the Ethereal Knights before, but those other lands, totally new to him. Then he asked the real question, are they rich? Seraphina stayed silent, thinking he was joking. The order was already on edge. Alaric had basically embarrassed the most powerful men in the realm, in front of the entire crowd. The young lord thanked the saintess for the warning, but he wasn't stressed. A bit later, everyone was standing before the massive gate. Berengar shot Alaric one last death glare, before ordering a young squire to go push the heavy doors open. The kid was terrified, stammering that there might be a lethal trap waiting on the other side. Berengar didn't care. He claimed the boy was an expert used to treasure hunting, but Alaric saw the truth. The boy was just a sacrificial pawn. The squire approached the gate with trembling hands, and the moment he touched the cold stone. Pure agony, he screamed as the gate swung open and waves of black magic flooded out. Berengar just smirked. It worked. Alaric's instincts kicked in. He shouted for the boy to stay still because he'd spotted something moving in the shadows. A creature lunged from the darkness, slamming into the boy and tossing him aside like a rag doll. The crowd descended into total panic. "A ghost," someone screamed. "We've disturbed an ancient soul." Pure chaos started to erupt. A senior knight barked at them to shut up and stop spreading lies. "It's an ancient vault. Traps are part of the deal." Then Alaric heard it, the faint sound of a flute. Everyone else was deaf to it. How could he hear what they couldn't? A disciple scoffed. Sure, the Lord Protector was a big deal, but he was still just at the knight captain tier. No way his senses were that sharp. But then someone else cut in. "He's right." There was a flute playing. Seraphina turned pale, identifying the sound as the legendary melody of the grave. She'd read the ancient scrolls. This wasn't just music. It was one of the most violent death formations ever created. Once this thing triggers, it's not stopping, not until every drop of mana fueling it is sucked completely dry. Since Lady Alinar is basically a master of the echomancy arts, the group agrees. To crack the gate, they need to hear the true melody. Some guy shouts that a boy was literally vaporized just by touching it. Clearly, the trap is in the stone itself. Only way in, total destruction. Alinar keeps it cool. She tells everyone to relax. The mages of Avalon are experts in the Song of Shattering. She just needs enough essence. But here's the catch, she can't do it alone. She needs a partner to sync their power with her. Arthur raises an eyebrow. "Me?" he asks. Cedric whispers that they have no clue what other horrors are buried in that tomb. A grumpy lord from the Order claims if they just pump enough power in, they can shatter the warding spell like glass. Arthur is disgusted. Is the Order of Light really going to throw away lives just to loot a grave? The old man just scoffs. "Look," the elder says, "you're here for the loot. The weak should be glad to serve as stepping stones for the strong." Arthur snaps back. "Then why don't you go first, old man? Stop using people like disposable tools for your own greed." Alinar steps in before it gets ugly. "Enough," she says. "Save the fighting for what's inside." She explains that the Song of Shattering isn't about raw power, it's finesse. She'll handle it herself with a little help. One lord is fuming, but another shuts him up. The treasure in the tomb is way more important than a petty argument. Fine, one sneers. But asking a mere knight rank like Arthur for help, that's just embarrassing for all of us. Arthur just laughs. Just because you're too slow to learn it doesn't mean I am. Try to keep up, old-timer. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 ignores the noise. She asks Arthur to take her hand so she can transfer the ancient melody to him. He doesn't hesitate. Years ago, at the Eternal Fountain, Arthur and the Queen of the West once shared a melody. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 had been waiting for this exact moment. Their fingers lock. Suddenly, Arthur's intuition flares. The Song of Shattering is being absorbed, and his brain is working 10 times faster than normal. Boom, done. In a heartbeat, Arthur has mastered the vibration needed to break sound itself. Ready when you are, Arthur says. 𝒂𝒓𝒚's jaw drops. Wait, you've already learned it, like right now. The other knights are losing their minds. Learning a high-tier arcane melody in 60 seconds. That's literally impossible. One noble turns red with rage. No way. I'm not trusting my life to some kid who claims he mastered an art in a minute. Arthur's ally May just chuckles. I didn't think the brave Order of Light was so scared. Just sit back and watch a pro. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 tosses her own enchanted flute to Arthur. Take this, she says, just in case you don't have a focus. Arthur catches it out of the air. Thanks, this is way better than my old one. He thinks to himself that he really needs to find a legendary musical relic of his own one of these days. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 looks moved. She grabs her second flute and leans against Arthur. Are you okay? He asks. She just nods. Then she whispers the truth. Her instrument is bound to her soul. Playing it, well, it's basically like touching her. Let's go, she shouts. At the threshold, Arthur, 𝒂𝒓𝒚, and the lords pour their essence into the massive stone gates. The doors groan open. Instantly, a wave of death magic surges out, and everyone fights to push back the darkness. Arthur pours every ounce of focus into the melody. Suddenly, a terrifying, skeletal creature lunges from the shadows of the tomb. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 is absolutely floored. Arthur played just one single note, and the power behind it was massive. His skill is beyond legendary. Arthur doesn't look away. He's in the zone. The elders are realizing they've been massive idiots for underestimating this kid. His intuition pings again. He's stunned everyone so much he's just unlocked a rare treasure-hunting ability. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 with me, Arthur roars. She nods, her fingers blurring as she speeds up the tempo to match his. The monster closes in, but at the last second, Arthur and 𝒂𝒓𝒚 unleash a sonic blast that completely obliterates the beast. Silence, everyone is standing there with their mouths open. Is it actually safe now? Someone stammers. Arthur hands back the flute. Thanks, 𝒂𝒓𝒚. It was actually really comfortable to use. She turns bright red and stutters a no problem. She's secretly thrilled she could help him. The lords shout that the path is clear. It's time to claim the tomb. They charge into the darkness. Behind them, clang, the doors slam shut. Keep your guard up, Arthur warns. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 agrees. Candles flicker against the walls, revealing massive, looming statues. Wait, someone whispers. Did that thing just move? The High Commander of the Iron Order warns Arthur to watch his back. These statues aren't just for decoration. Arthur doesn't feel a threat yet, but then boom. A statue's eyes glow red. A knight screams, "It's alive! Run for your lives!" The stone titan swings, smashing several soldiers into the ground like they're nothing. The lords launch their best spells, but it's useless. Their magic just bounces off the stone. And the statue, it's still coming. It's right in front of a young knight, ready to strike. But Arthur moves faster than anyone, unleashing his soul shatter technique just in time. No hesitation. He charges the beast, tapping its forehead, and just like that, the monster dissolves into nothingness before his eyes. He touches down and checks on the girl. She's stunned, barely managing to thank the Grandmaster of the Shadow Order for saving her life. Just like he suspected, those statues were possessed by ancient souls. This is perfect fuel for his 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒄. I mean, when someone hands you a gift this incredible, it would be rude not to take it, right? He tears through the remaining statues like they are paper before landing. The disciples are amazed. Is their leader really this terrifyingly strong? There are plenty of warriors here, but none can touch him. And get this, he is only at the Tier 4 Night King rank. The girls are totally smitten watching him work. Arthur doesn't stop, though, smashing through stone after stone with ease. But someone is watching from the shadows. Lord Leon snarls, promising that Arthur's miserable end is coming very soon. Fight over. The system reports that Arthur's display of power just gave his whole squad a massive morale boost. Boom, 5,000 mana points added for his cultivation. He is fully charged and ready to evolve right now. He tells the High Chancellor to cover him while he meditates. Some guys think he is just exhausted, little do they know. While they gossip, Arthur is actually pulling in more power than ever before as he cultivates. The elders are losing their minds, a mana ocean, and he is evolving in the middle of a dungeon. One girl just nods. She knew her lord had endless stamina. Another agrees. He is the most capable man in the kingdom, period. Success. He breaks through the limit, reaching the 4-star Night King level. Since he shocked everyone, he grabs another insight point in Holy Vision. He is so close to unlocking his hidden mana veins now. Time to move. He tells the High Chancellor they should head deeper into the crypt until they stumble upon a lone skeleton. They enter a massive hall. At the end, a throne with a skeletal king sitting right on it. This place is huge. Arthur grabs a book from a shelf. It is a high-level magic manual recorded right there. And it is not just books. The entire room is packed with legendary weapons of the highest quality. Gold everywhere. Arthur notes the tomb owner was loaded. The disciples start looting everything, feeling like they are already invincible. Then it happens. The skeleton's hollow eyes start to glow with a creepy, sudden light. Everyone freezes, but the glow fades. The Chancellor wonders why this king was left sitting here instead of being buried properly. One greedy knight from the Radiant Alliance can't take his eyes off the bones. Arthur warns them to show respect. The dead shouldn't be disturbed by the order of the blade. But a knight from the Radiant Alliance scoffs. He calls the Shadow Grandmaster a coward who is afraid of a few old bones. He spots a ring on the skeleton's finger, an immortal relic. He reaches for it, and those eyes light up again. Before the thief can even blink, the dead king grabs his face. Magic surges, and the skeleton stands up like it is alive. Total panic. The knight screams for his master to save him from the monster's grip. His master, Sir Alistair, whips around. What the hell is going on back there? He sees his student dangling in the air. Everyone is terrified. Did this thing really just come back from the dead? A lady elder watches the chaos, asking Alistair if that is actually his student in trouble. Someone shouts that Alistair is a fool for letting his student be so reckless. Arthur just watches. Greed always has a price. But wait, the master isn't even looking at the danger. He is staring at that ring. It is a dimensional ring. An old man whispers that all the tomb's true treasures must be hidden inside it. Alistair is actually furious, not because his student is dying, but because the kid tried to steal the loot for himself. Sir Geoffrey charges in, shouting that he is saving the boy, but in his head, he is already claiming that ring. He lunges at the skeleton, screaming that he will grind its ancient bones into dust. Clang, he hits an invisible force field, a shield. His sword shatters into a million pieces. Geoffrey stares at the hilt, completely losing his mind. How could his weapon break? The skeleton doesn't even break a sweat. It backhands him so hard he flies across the room. Then it starts draining his soul. Everyone is losing it. Geoffrey was a Tier 8 Archknight, and he got wrecked in one hit. The skeleton tosses the lifeless body aside and lets out a chilling laugh. With a wave of its magic, more knights are sent flying. The Chancellor gasps, "Wait, are those guys from the 𝑬𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔 sanctum?" Alistair whispers that they need to move, and fast. Hiding is their only shot at surviving this. But Lord Eris, one of the elders, just shakes his head, realizing their intel was a total lie. We're talking about the resting place of a legendary High King. One of the lords snaps at the old man, demanding to know what he's actually doing here. He claims he stumbled upon a hidden vault, never imagining another trap would be waiting inside to snatch up his young squires. A noblewoman warns the group. Without the power of a sovereign knight, this tomb is nothing but a death trap that's already claimed too many lives. Alastair notes that this High King was the absolute peak of the immortal lords. Saintess Alara nods. This is way out of their league. Suddenly, the skeleton locks eyes with Alastair. He freezes, wondering why it's singling him out, until a massive wave of purple energy erupts from the creature. Alastair's heart sinks. That crushing pressure, it's aimed directly at him. The lords and masters realize they're facing a monster. It's now or never. They decide to strike all at once. They charge in like a whirlwind, but the undead just raises one bony finger. One flick of magic, and the Elder of the Shadow Throne screams, "This thing's power is off the charts." The creature actually laughs. It's mocking them. In an instant, every single knight is forced to their knees, crushed by the weight of its presence. Desperate, Alastair taps into his ancestral soul. A massive dragon begins to take shape as the young man lets out a gut-wrenching scream. He commands the great beast to level the skeleton. Even the elders are stunned. How can a Night King rank patriarch summon a legendary spirit of war? They rally together, shouting that they won't be left in the dust. Everyone throws their full weight behind the assault, but it doesn't matter. The skeleton just snuffs out their power like a candle. Alastair realizes something chilling. This thing isn't trying to kill them, at least not yet. The skeleton twists a ring on its finger, and poof, a young girl suddenly appears right in front of Alastair. She leans in, whispering that he's quite the clever one. But the others are terrified, screaming that she's a monster, only for the girl to smile and welcome them all to her tomb. Total shock. This little girl, she's the one who owns this entire place. She looks like a child, yet she called them challengers instead of thieves. Alastair realizes this isn't a normal burial site. Either this is a massive setup, or there's a much deeper mystery buried under these floors. Saintess Alara steps forward to introduce herself. The girl tilts her head, asks if she's from the Valoria Holy Lands, surprised a new saintess rose so quickly after Arthur's time. The elder noble is floored. The girl just used the High Saintess's private name. Could she really be the legendary sage of the Third Circle? Alastair leans in, asking Alara what this Third Sage title actually means. She explains that the sage and the High Saintess were the two most powerful souls of their era, bound by a bond stronger than blood. Then she asks the big question, is this the same girl who vanished 300 years ago, chasing the path to become a literal god? Logic says if the saintess fell, the sage should be gone too. But the girl just scoffs. She's clearly still standing there. The elders try to argue, but she just smiles. The path to godhood, she asks. Try calling it the path to total destruction. Everyone who tries it dies. And since these people are the saintess's descendants, she's not letting them walk that one-way road to hell. She's ending it here. Every High King who tried has already fallen. Alastair tries to dig deeper, but the girl has seen enough. He tenses up. This ancient monster is about to get violent. This power is insane. Even the strongest elders are completely caught in her web. It's time for a Hail Mary. Alastair suddenly lets out a roar of laughter, sounding like a total maniac. The girl stops, wondering if he's just another broken disciple. But Alastair looks her in the eye and tells her she's dead wrong. She's furious now. "You dare!" she hisses, while the Shadow Throne elders beg Alastair not to provoke a woman who could level kingdoms. She's got the same raw power as the Empress herself. Alastair doesn't back down. He asks if the path is so unnatural, then why didn't she stay by the High Saintess's side? She calls him an arrogant brat, but then she starts laughing. She says his spirit reminds her of a true High King. Alastair can't believe his ears. He actually managed to get under the skin of the Third Sage. She floats down, telling him he's earned a chance to prove his worth. Alastair is caught off guard. She taps his forehead with a single finger, whispering for him not to hold a grudge for what comes next. But then her eyes go wide. Deep inside Alastair's soul, she comes face to face with the Stormbringer, 𝒂𝒓𝒄. That dragon isn't just a spirit, it's a true deity. She backpedals instantly, not wanting to provoke that kind of power. The dragon lunges. She practically teleports away from Alistair, realizing he's much more dangerous than he looks. It's not just his body. His spiritual pathways are built for god-tier power. The system chimes in. He's successfully rattled the third sage. He's just earned a mind-reading card, good for 1 hour. The maiden admits his build is impressive, but unfortunately, her power just isn't the right fit for him. Alaric says her apology is fine, but the girl immediately tells him to zip it and focus on his stance. She glides back toward the ancient remains, explaining that 3 centuries ago, she was broken in battle, leaving only this spectral flicker behind. This tomb is her final gift to the world. An old matron gasps, asking if they're really standing before the legendary inheritance of a level 3 saint. One of the young knights whispers that this is the jackpot they've all been dreaming of. But the spirit's tone turns cold. She reveals that what they just endured was merely the warm-up, and for those who couldn't cut it, there's only one price to pay: death. Without a second thought, she unleashes a wave of dark sorcery against everyone who failed the first test. They're instantly reduced to nothing but charred stains on the floor, leaving the survivors paralyzed with pure terror. She declares the trial must go on, reminding them that only the living get the prize, and Alaric can't help but think how absolutely twisted this woman is. The girl then tells the children of the Holy House of York to step back, claiming this power won't suit them anyway, and she grants a pass to one of the high elders. The elder lady bows in thanks, but privately, she's thinking it's best to get as far away from this madness as possible. The other squires start gossiping about the blatant favoritism, while the high priestess wonders if the spirit has another friend in the crowd. The spirit locks eyes with Alaric, a playful smirk dancing on her lips as she asks the priestess what this boy really is to her. Is he her secret husband? A lover? The priestess quickly shuts that down, insisting he's nothing of the sort. She reveals he's actually the consort of the Queen of the Dark Sun Order, making the spirit's eyes light up, calling him a young man with a rare, true heart, even if his wife is terrifyingly powerful. Alaric looks at the priestess and tells her straight up that he doesn't need anyone playing hero for him. He's not here to be babysat. He's genuinely gunning for that level 3 saint's power. The girl bursts into a wild laugh, saying that's the spirit, because with that inheritance, his physical strength will reach godlike levels. Then comes the announcement for Phase 2. A massive skeleton drops from the ceiling as she screams that the real game starts now. Eerie portals begin tearing open in the air, leaving the knights wondering what kind of magic they're looking at. The rules are simple. The golden gate leads to life, the black gate is certain death, and the purple gate, that one traps you in a never-ending nightmare. She tells them to pick their poison, but one of the knights scoffs, asking if there's even a real choice to be made here. To him, it's a no-brainer. Everyone's going for the gold, because dying or being trapped in a dream are basically the same nightmare. Predictably, the whole group rushes for the golden gate, but Alaric stays back. He knows a trap when he sees one, he just hasn't spotted the catch yet. Needing an edge, he calls upon his divine insight glyph to see what's really going on. The power activates with a 60-minute timer, and suddenly he can hear the spirit's inner thoughts, how life and death are just 2 sides of the same coin, and escaping either isn't that simple. It turns out the choice is an illusion. Whether they pick life or death, both paths lead to the exact same grisly end. The only real exit is the one door no one wants, the third gate, so Alaric turns his back on the gold and walks straight into the purple mist. The spirit is impressed by his guts as he steps through, immediately hitting a wall of thick smoke and the metallic tang of blood. He's back at Silver Peak Citadel. A dying soldier, skewered by a blade, begs the Lord Protector to make them pay, and then Alaric hears a blood-curdling scream. He sees a girl being used as bait by a cruel beast tamer, who mocks the men of the Dark Sun Order, calling them all pathetic cowards. Seeing red, Alaric lunges forward and grabs the man by the throat, ready to snap him like a twig. But the tamer just grins, taunting Alaric, asking if he's really going to try and play the Avenger for his fallen men. The villain, 𝒂𝒓𝒚, sneers from the shadows, telling Alaric to kill him now or watch his entire house burn to the ground. Dozens of ghostly shadows surround Alaric, whispering for him to spill blood. His fury is boiling over, and he's ready to end it all right here. But he realizes if he starts the slaughter, he'll never get out. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupts, and the tamer vanishes into thin air. Alaric mutters that the man was already dead, and he shouldn't be reliving this hell, but a wave of dizziness hits him like a physical blow. He bolts upright in bed, gasping for air in his own room, wondering if the whole tomb was just one long, twisted dream. Then Queen Alara appears by his side, asking if he's finally awake and noticing how shaken he looks. He tells her about the tomb, the purple gate of nightmares, and the horrific visions of 𝒊𝒓𝒚 Citadel falling to ruin. Alara tells him he's just exhausted and offers to help him relax, leaning in close while asking why he's suddenly acting so shy. He catches her by the arm, making her wince, as he looks her in the eye and tells her she's acting completely wrong. She isn't his wife. The queen starts to grin, and suddenly a dozen more beautiful women appear out of nowhere, all claiming they want to play with the Lord Protector. He's trapped in a surreal hallucination where the priestess and even the queen mother join in, saying this is exactly what would make them happy. With a snap of her fingers, the fake queen summons the immortal spring directly above Alaric, and the nightmare shifts into its final, most dangerous phase. The Silver Queen whispers that this sacred spring fuels her soul, a constant reminder of High Master Alaric's legendary power. Then she gets shy, says that if they trained together, the perks would be insane. Suddenly, all the ladies are swarming Alaric, wanting to reach the next level. But Alaric, he's not buying it. This feels way too much like 𝒂𝒓𝒓𝒚, another trap. One slip up and it's game over. He looks the queen dead in the eye and tells her, "My wife, she doesn't talk like that." Burn. Then he calls out the priestess and Lady Seraphina too. Their act, totally fake. "Enough already," he says. He's already solved their little puzzle. The priestess is livid. She can't believe he saw right through her. Lady Seraphina's done playing nice. Time for the real show. Suddenly, they're summoning a whole army of spectral maidens. They lunge at Alaric. "Don't fight it," they hiss. "Just let go." A fake queen gets real close, asking why he's rejecting her. Alaric, eyes shut tight, focusing. Then boom. He triggers his divine recall to get the hell out of there. This golden aura explodes out of him, nuking those spirits. And Alaric, he just starts training right there, smiling like a boss. "It's over," he says. And yeah, Alaric's definitely not the pushover they thought he was. Wait, a river. Now he's wondering if he's still dreaming or if he actually made it back to reality. Suddenly, someone shouts for the High Master. This guy runs up, all surprised that Alaric's back so soon. Alaric isn't taking chances. He jumps back. "Stay away!" He has no clue if these guys are real or just more mind games. Time for a logic check. He triggers a mind-reading spell. What does he find? Just pure, unadulterated fanboying over how legendary Alaric is. Still, why are these knights from the Isle of Whispers acting so weird? The mind read confirms it. It's real. He's finally back in the physical world. The kid asks when Lord Julian got back. Alaric's like, "Right after me, why?" Alaric's lost. How did they even get through the shadow gate? And what kind of crazy dream did they have to deal with? The kid looks at him like he's crazy. Dreams? Now Alaric is really confused. There's no way they went through the portal of light. But the kid says, yeah, that's exactly where we went. And get this, he explains that right after entering. They just fought some basic ghouls and ended up here. Alaric's pissed. He's been played for a fool. The interface tells him to chill. It wasn't his fault. The third sage probably had some other weird motive for him. He realizes the Guardian is just messing with everyone, making these trials totally unpredictable. He tells them he went through the shadow gate. Everyone's jaw just hits the floor. They're whispering now. Did he really just beat a nightmare made by the High Emperor? Because everyone else who went in there, still missing. The interface pings, everyone's blown away. His ranking just shot up and he unlocked a new move, the Spectral Blade. Suddenly, his body starts evolving. Even Alaric is shocked by this one. It's not as crazy as usual since he wasn't actually training, but still. Here's the data report. He's now a 4-star Grand Paladin with a god-tier physique. Basically, he's a walking cheat code. Alaric's already thinking about how to get stronger, while some jealous knight is in the back grumbling about how lucky he was to survive. Suddenly, boom, a massive sound shakes the ground. Everyone's panicking like, what's happening now? A massive tree appears, and get this, it's literally covered in magical gear. We're talking legendary artifacts just hanging there. One idiot charges ahead, shouting it's all mine. Bad move. Something hits him hard. Everyone's terrified. That guy was a top-tier elite commander, and he just got deleted with one hit. One hit. A woman steps out. That's what happens to rule breakers, she says. The knights are confused. Wasn't she just outside a second ago? She just smirks. The one outside, just a ghost. She's the real deal, the true examiner of this trial. Alaric finally gets why they look the same. She points to the tree. Welcome to Trial 3, the Ancestral Oak. The rules: form a squad of 10. Then the tree's gonna spawn light shadows armed with those exact weapons. Most are just standard magic gear, but one shadow. It's holding a god-tier relic. The knights are getting excited. Wait, we all get a weapon. Man, if I get that god-tier relic. But here's the twist. When the timer runs out, only the person holding the god-tier relic survives. Everyone else, dead. Total chaos. The knights are losing it. You're saying 9 out of 10 of us are just gonna die. Alaric just looks at the carnage. So that's it, he says. To become a god, you have to destroy everything an emperor stands for. The girl's impressed. Sharp eye, she says. The path to godhood, it's just one long battle fought over the bodies of the strongest warriors. Only a handful made it back from that slaughter alive. Now, this woman is trying to conjure that very same bloodbath from thin air. It is literally the divinity of the heavens forged into an eternal blade. The great tree is right there, but time is running out fast. She has got a feeling there is something far more twisted lurking beneath the surface of that lake, and honestly, she cannot wait to see it. Watching them rip each other to shreds, that is just the icing on the cake. She lets out a laugh, admitting this boy is starting to grow on her. And that is exactly why the third trial begins with him. With a wave of her hand, she weaves her ancient magic over every single candidate. 6 knights from the Holy Alliance and 3 high-tier mages who clearly have some nasty intentions. Yeah, Alaric needs to watch his back. One of the knights glares at Alaric, spitting out that today is the day he finally sends him to the grave. Taking it all in, the lady smirks and tells them she has 3 final warnings before the real games begin. First, once the trial starts, the weapons go invisible. Second, the moment you touch a light, you are locked in, no take-backs. And the third rule is the kicker. If the clock hits 0 and you are still empty-handed, you fail, and failure here means one thing: death. With a cruel grin, she shouts for them to begin the carnage. Alaric is standing right next to some arrogant noble who is busy trash-talking him. But then, boom, a massive beast bursts from the water, jaws wide. Alaric dances around the strike. Total pro move, the flowing water step. He did not think the lake would be crawling with monsters already. Suddenly, another shadow lunges. A serpent attack. He dodges again, his focus narrowing down to a razor's edge. One of the warriors actually looks impressed. Wait, he dodged 2 lethal strikes in a row. Alaric looks over to see who is talking. Oh, great. It is Lancelot, a total creep who spends way too much time eyeing other men's wives. Another knight screams in fury, pointing out that Alaric is only a 6th circle king, the weakest link here. They are ready to end him. With a look that could freeze blood, he tells Alaric not to worry about his own funeral. After all, he will even let him have one last wish. The lady watches from above, noticing that our boy is hiding something way more dangerous than just that thunder mana of his. System online. Alaric triggers his sword skills, grabs his blade, and charges. One of the knights panics. Since when was this kid so fast? One clean arc. That is all it takes. Alaric slices through several disciples in the blink of an eye. The system kicks in with the phantom blade trait. The weapon moves like it has a mind of its own. Everyone he passes, just dead. One survivor is shaking, absolutely losing his mind that Alaric wiped out 5 men instantly. Alaric appears behind him, eyes glowing red. Losing your cool already. Then comes the finisher, the dark moon palm. The poor guy is launched into the sky like a ragdoll, landing right in the waiting mouth of a lake monster. Swallowed whole in seconds. The remaining knights are frozen in pure terror. This guy just took down 6 elite fighters in the time it takes to blink. Alaric realizes this little scuffle ate up too much time. Looking around, half the weapons are already claimed. Time for the big guns. He asks the system to pop his treasure hunt card and hits a 1-hour speed boost that turns him into a blur. Some guy is closing in on a glowing orb, thinking he hit the jackpot. But Alaric knows that orb holds the eternal spear. The guy is stunned. As Maverick reaches for the light, he is confused. Wait, how does this kid even know which one is the weapon? He remembers Alaric is the head of the Dark Moon House. He must have some secret relic from the Empress helping him sniff out loot. This has to be the eternal weapon. Convinced, the man decides to take Alaric out once and for all. Alaric baits him, dodging just enough to pull away while the man lunges for the light. Everyone gasps. The legendary weapon is found. But Alaric is not even flustered. Go ahead, take it, he says with a smirk. Now I can go get the real one. He grabs a different orb entirely. Everyone watches as a massive explosion of light erupts. It is a mid-tier eternal spear, absolute top-shelf loot. The other guy is fuming. You played me. You tricked me into taking the trash so you could have the best one. Alaric just shrugs, founders keepers. The man screams that the Dark Moon House is full of nothing but shameless, dirty cowards. Alaric does not blink. Nothing shameless about winning, he says. Maybe you should be ashamed for being so easy to fool. A disciple on the ground cannot help but admire him. One sentence from the patriarch, and that guy is completely shut down. Savage. Ding, the system announces Alaric just shocked the world, awarding him a new title, the Shameless One, plus a nice defense boost. Alaric is horrified by the name. Suddenly, a survivor screams and dives from the sky, ready to take Alaric with him to hell. But then dark shadows wrap around him and his crew. The lady's voice booms, time is up. And remember the rule, only one gets to leave. She looks at Alaric with a sly smile. He actually found the true eternal weapon. She totally underestimated this kid's game. Alaric does not back down. What is with the look? You never said I had to hand it back once the test was over. She is annoyed, asking if he knows who he is talking to. But she lets it slide, telling him to wait until the other survivors finish their trials. Arthur can't shake the feeling that this third stage is a total trap, and there's no telling what kind of secrets that woman is holding back. He needs the legendary relic to recognize him as its true master, and fast, because his life depends on that soul bond. So Arthur lets a drop of his blood hit the strings, but the instrument cold shoulders him. The bond fails, leaving him completely stunned. Turns out, the high master of melody for that relic is soul-linked, and this weapon, it doesn't just hit, it shreds the very souls of its enemies. His inner voice chimes in. His mastery of sound magic just leveled up, but Arthur is stuck on the fact that this relic is permanently soul-bound to someone else. It hits him suddenly. When he played the Holy Lyre of the Highlands, he was essentially touching the Guardian's spiritual essence. He's beyond embarrassed, trying to convince himself it was just a soul connection and not an actual touch. An hour later, only 4 other knights remain in the gauntlet. The Guardian reappears with a sharp look. 5 survivors, she notes. Honestly, more than I expected. One guy starts celebrating, thinking the nightmare is over, while another asks if they can finally go home. But the woman just smirks. Don't start the party yet. There's still a final stage. The crowd goes pale, more. Arthur, however, isn't surprised. He knew this trial felt unfinished. She uses a high-tier spatial blink to move, and the disciples are floored because that's a move reserved strictly for the Grand Sovereigns. The High Sage declares the stakes. Survive this final gauntlet, and the entire vault's legacy and treasures belong to them. Greed takes over. The survivors are hyped, shouting that they'll take on any challenge to get their hands on a sovereign's inheritance. Then comes the bombshell. The final stage. They have to take her down. Everyone just stands there in pure disbelief. Lord Nate asks if she's gone mad. Even if they all teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against a monster like her. She cuts him off. Then work together. Only one of you needs to defeat me. But the others just shake their heads. It feels impossible. Their power doesn't even register against hers. But she makes an offer. Back before she was a grand sovereign, she was invincible in her tier. So she'll suppress her energy to match theirs perfectly. She's not looking to exploit their weaknesses. She wants a real fight. The survivors are stunned. She's actually willing to nerf herself just to give them a shot. Suddenly the mood shifts. There's a chance. She just smiles. Hesitate now and you've already failed. Arthur knows better. Grit doesn't guarantee a win. But then Lord Alistair steps forward, fueled by the High Sage's words, ready to represent the kingdom of heaven. She accepts the challenge, dropping her power level to match a 20-year-old at the peak of the celestial knight rank. Arthur checks with his inner system. She's barely older than him, but her peak was already at the top of the celestial tier. It stings. He starts questioning why he's still stuck at the 4-star earthbound warden rank. The voice snaps him out of it. Age is irrelevant. No one else has climbed 4 entire ranks in just a few months like Arthur has. Alistair lunges at her with everything he's got. He swings, she blurs. Too fast, he gasps, unable to track her. But the girl just grins. No, you're just too slow. She catches his back, then blasts him across the room with a massive wave of pressure. The man hits the ground hard, unresponsive. Just like that, he's out. The disciples are terrified. She took out a warrior of the same rank with one casual strike. Calling her invincible was an understatement. Arthur watches her technique closely. She's mastered the strike of the heavens. He never expected the High Sage to have such perfect control at the celestial rank. Next, she asks. The men are shaking. One of them actually starts screaming. He's not staying here just to end up as a corpse. I'll go, Arthur says, stepping forward. The woman laughs. Finally, I've been waiting for this for a long time. Someone yells a warning. Her palm strikes are lethal even at the warden rank. She looks Arthur in the eye. Think you can handle the pressure? As she launches her attack, Arthur doesn't back down. You might be a legend in your tier, he says, but you aren't touching me. They clash, and Arthur activates his sonic blade art. He draws his instrument in a flash. The woman pauses, wondering if his sound magic is actually targeting her soul. The voice reports a success. He shocked the High Sage and evolved his skill into the Requiem array. She just smiles. Now this is interesting. For a lifetime, she's been able to end any opponent with exactly one hit. She never thought she'd need a second. Arthur just laughs. Get ready because the surprises aren't over. Then he unleashes the Requiem array. She braces herself. This move, it's a high-tier sovereign martial art. How on earth does Arthur already know it? Arthur doesn't let up, launching a spiritual strike to lock down her powers. It hits home, and she actually screams in agony. Arthur laughs as she stumbles. As you fall, I'll finish this. She's fuming now. What the hell do you think you're doing? He prepares the final blow. He strikes her hard. I've wanted to do that for a while, he mocks. Mocking people isn't so fun when you're the target, is it? From a distance, the others are watching in pure awe. Arthur looks ferocious, unstoppable, and absolutely glorious. The woman is visibly shaken and starts hissing through her teeth at him. Arthur, you are as good as dead. Then, without warning, wham! She slaps Arthur so hard he literally craters the ground, shattering the earth into 1,000 pieces as he hits the dirt. Arthur looks like a total mess, and when his squires rush over to check on him, our boy has the nerve to complain, asking if she knows that hitting someone's face is totally off-limits. He's actually worried his handsome face is ruined. The 2 squires, they just stand there in stunned silence, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lady Alara is completely floored. She hit him with every ounce of her knightly strength, yet his face is perfectly fine. She's wondering if he's wearing some kind of invisible magical mask. Arthur is low-key impressed, thinking his Mark of the Lowly title just saved his life. Meanwhile, 𝒂𝒓𝒚 tells him that true power only exists as long as a warrior keeps their dignity. So, basically, he won. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 starts laughing, admitting he's actually the real deal, just as a massive tremor starts shaking the entire foundation. A brilliant blue light wraps around the High Patriarch, lifting her into the sky. She's beaming as she begins to fade, announcing that the third saint has finally found her true heir. Boom, a massive explosion rocks the area. Arthur looks around, wondering if he's just stumbled into the legendary soul sanctum of the Grand Emperor. The warrior queen appears, calling him a clever brat. She holds up a glowing orb, telling him that her entire legacy is packed right inside that sphere. This is the culmination of her life's work. Any knight lucky enough to get their hands on this would be set for life. Arthur's eyes light up. He asks if the third saint's legacy is going to let him fly through the clouds like a literal god. She tells him it all comes down to his own luck. When he asks if it'll skip him straight to the sovereign rank, she gives him a flat no. He keeps pushing, asking if he'll at least reach the celestial tier. Dead serious. The woman says no. Arthur starts whining, saying the gift sounds kind of mid, which predictably makes the saint absolutely lose her mind with rage. She takes a deep breath, trying to stay calm and telling herself not to kill the spoiled brat. Then she drops some wisdom. It's better to teach a man to hunt than to just hand him a feast. That's the secret. Her legacy is way more valuable than a simple power-up because it changes how you actually grow. She lifts the inheritance orb again, explaining that she earned the title of third saint by mastering the sacred paths of the palm, the anthem, and the iron fist. Arthur interrupts, asking if these paths can actually turn a normal man into a legendary saint. He questions if the peak rank is actually the end of the road. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 looks at him like he's crazy, asking if he really believes there's a limit to how far a soul can grow. She warns him that anyone who thinks they've reached the end has already failed. Arthur realizes he probably needs to start practicing a little more patience. Finally, she stops teasing him. She explains that while the sovereign rank is a peak for humans, it's just the starting point for a saint. And for those in the divine realms, there are levels of power that would make a king's head spin. Arthur realizes that when you're fighting someone at the highest level, it's not about who has more energy, it's about who understands the universe better. He asks if she actually reached that level of wisdom after she became a Grand Empress. She nods. Her knowledge of the palm and fist is all in there. She tells Arthur to dive in and see just how much his tiny brain can actually handle. Curious as ever, the boy asks about her mastery of the anthem music. She gets annoyed, admitting that, unfortunately, her musical power is already world-class. Arthur is stoked and tells her not to be shy about it. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 just shakes her head, thinking this kid is honestly the most annoying genius she's ever met. "Enough talk," she shouts. She's done wasting time and tells him to shut up and start learning. The sphere of the third saint slams into Arthur, and his eyes go wide. He's instantly flooded with a tidal wave of raw, unfiltered power. It's a staggering amount of data hitting him all at once. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 watches, wondering how many years it'll take the boy to process even a fraction of it. Suddenly, techniques for the lion's roar and the storm whistle start clicking in his mind, one by one. Arthur is genuinely floored. Okay, he admits it. This woman definitely earned her title as the third saint. Right then, the system pings. It's detected he's absorbing the palm and fist techniques, and his mastery has already jumped straight to proficient. When he snaps out of it, the girl asks how he's feeling. He sighs, saying he's still not skilled enough. She tells him it's fine, and that a genius like him should understand it all in a few months. But Arthur is actually annoyed. "I only reached proficiency," he mutters. He really thought he'd master the whole thing in seconds. 𝒂𝒓𝒚 starts to tell him not to be discouraged, but then she freezes. Her jaw literally drops. She stammers, asking if he just said he actually reached proficiency in the entire library of her life's work. She tells him it took her 10 whole years to reach that level, but this crazy kid just did it in 30 minutes. In the history of the Three Kingdoms, there has never been a record of a genius who could grasp that level of mastery in half an hour. She realizes if he becomes a grand sovereign, he's going straight to the divine realm. She grabs him and warns him, "Never tell anyone you did this in 30 minutes, not even a king." Arthur asks why, and she explains that their world is way bigger than just the Three Kingdoms and the 9 provinces. There are vast, unexplored lands out there, and restricted zones where even the bravest knights never return. Arthur is stunned. There are other continents. Then she asks if he even knows what his celestial physique actually represents. The boy just shrugs. He's pretty much clueless about his own legendary bloodline. She explains that as the world's understanding of magic grows, his sacred physique will allow him to master the very laws of reality better than anyone else alive. Lady Alara brings up the law of vitality, and Alistair immediately wants to know what kind of power we're talking about. She explains it's the ultimate force over life and death, and with his sovereign bloodline, he can basically become the master of his own existence. She asks if he finally gets why this has to stay a secret, and Alistair nods. He knows the deal: get strong or get erased by the rival houses. Using her Tier 3 Grandmaster powers, she points to a glowing essence orb, telling him she crafted it specifically to boost his path. Alistair hesitates, mentioning he's already focused on his current set of abilities. See, his God King's insight is a perfect match for his bloodline, and usually, trying to learn anything else would just mess up his flow. But then she drops a bombshell. What if this orb masters all 3,000 rites at a Grandmaster level? She asks if he wasn't already dabbling in those anyway. Alistair admits he was, but he had no clue those basic rites were actually the foundation for high-tier magic. The lady explains the catch: the more paths you take, the harder it is to actually level up later on. Most people hit a ceiling they can never break through, staying stuck at the peak forever. Alistair realizes she mastered the blade, the fist, and the arcane all at once, and asks if this orb is the reason why. She confirms it. Alistair's body is the perfect vessel for her arts, meaning he could go way beyond the Grandmaster level and master every single rite. We're talking about a power surge that would absolutely rattle the entire world. Alistair realizes this is more of a support system. It won't clash with his main insight at all. The lady tells him to relax. She just doesn't want her life's work to turn to dust, and with his talent, balancing both will be a breeze. She wishes him luck, telling him that once he masters the inheritance, she'll finally be free from her ghostly vigil. Alistair gets serious, promising he'll guard her legacy with his life. The system chimes in. Alistair has officially absorbed the secret arts of the 3rd Grandmaster. Meanwhile, outside the tomb, the High Priestess is pacing, wondering why nobody has come back yet and fearing the worst. Sir Cedric, the Elder Knight, is praying the young lord is safe, or he'll never be able to look the Empress in the eye again. Some rival noble sneers that there's no way Alistair survived. But then, portals tear open, and the 3 elite warriors are spat back out. The ghost of the 3rd Grandmaster appears, announcing the trial is officially over. The High Priestess looks terrified, but the lady just smiles. She found her heir. The priestess is completely lost. "Is the young lord still alive?" she asks. Cedric is shaking, refusing to believe their leader could be gone. Another elder starts laughing, acting like he knew it all along. To him, a kid from the lower ranks was bound to run out of luck eventually. Cedric loses it, screaming at the ghostly girl that if Alistair is dead because of her games, he'll tear her tomb apart and the Empress will grind her spirit to dust. Furious, the girl snaps back. She never said he was dead. In fact, he took everything she had to give. The crowd goes silent. Those 3 high-ranked fighters who just fell out of the portals, they got nothing. To the lady, it was obvious. They weren't even in the running. The priestess gasps. Does that mean the young lord is alive and holds the inheritance? The lady just nods. Cedric starts laughing like a madman. celebrating the fact that his lord is way tougher than anyone gave him credit for. Another noble yells out that since she's found her pet student, she should let the rest of them go home. Not happening. The lady locks the exit, declaring that nobody leaves until the boy finished his meditation. They start whining that it could take 10 years, but she shut them down fast. Her tomb, her rules, and she's the one in charge. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light slams down from the ceiling, nearly blinding everyone. Even the Grandmaster is stunned. Did Alistair really finish the process in just 30 minutes? The protective dome starts to shatter. There he is. Alistair wakes up from a light nap and gives a casual thanks to the lady. She walks up, completely baffled that he mastered it all in half an hour, and notes he's now just one step away from the High King rank. One of the disciples nearly faints. Alistair is now a 9-star Knight Protector. He was only a 4-star when they walked in. The priestess realizes he just evolved 5 times in a single afternoon. A rival youth is seething. Alistair is right on his heels now. That kind of growth speed is honestly just terrifying. Cedric is beaming with pride, shouting that their lord is officially the greatest of all time. With a smile, the Grandmaster declares the inheritance settled and opens the path for everyone to leave alive. She hands Alistair a sovereign ring packed with every single treasure in the vault. It's all his now. He takes it with a respectful nod. The other disciples are just standing there in shock. The inheritance, the power-up, and the entire vault. Alistair just swept the whole board. One of the elders gazes at the carnage. It's over. Every last disciple of the Silver Alliance has been completely wiped out. Another one watches closely. Arthur is growing at a terrifying rate. If they don't act now, he'll ruin everything they've planned. The Alliance elders reach a grim conclusion. This boy has to die. Right now. They turn to the girl, demanding their release since the truth is finally out. In his head, he's already plotting. Once they're free, they'll butcher the High Commander and leave his body to rot in an unmarked grave. The High Saintess speaks, her voice trembling. Now that the ancient legacy has been passed on, her job is done. Her spirit is fading fast. Soon, this tomb will crumble into nothing. Arthur smiles and thanks her, making the poor girl blush with shy gratitude. Then she steps toward the High Priestess. She has one last favor to ask before she disappears forever. She wants her remains returned to the Holy Land of Avalon for cremation. The priestess asks if she wants to be laid to rest alongside the great hero Gawain, and she nods. Flashback: a woman meditates under a thundering waterfall. Someone calls out to the young oracle, and she offers a soft smile. A girl sneaks up and hugs her from behind. She's back at the immortal spring to train again, obsessed with reaching the next level. She tells her friend she's worked hard enough and needs a break. The High Saintess gets flustered, begging her friend not to cause any trouble. She looks toward the horizon. The divine path is all about ascending to godhood, a road paved with impossible power. But they've both been stuck at the mythic tier for far too long. She has to push harder if she ever wants to be called a goddess. Her expression turns stone-cold serious. There's still so much work left to do before she's truly ready. Her friend just smiles and touches her cheek. "Don't worry," she says. "I'll be right there beside you every step of the way." But that path, it was destined to be covered in blood and broken bodies. The Saintess sighs. After Lord Yang's departure, they never saw each other again. Arthur, being himself, raises a hand. He's curious. How exactly did the great hero help her relax? Stressed out, the Saintess snaps back. If he keeps talking like that, she'll make sure he stays trapped in this tomb for eternity. Arthur quickly shuts up. The elder tells the Saintess to rest easy. They'll make sure her final wish is honored no matter what. She looks at Arthur one last time. "Don't waste my legacy." Arthur just nods. He's going to make her name famous across the entire kingdom. Finally, she lets go. She's going to see her old friend Gawain again very soon. The priestess reminds the commander of their promise to return to Avalon. She asks if he'll join them, and Arthur pauses to think. Tough choice. If he doesn't head home soon, his wife is definitely going to skin him alive. But saying no to a saintess, that's a death wish. While the priestess waits for an answer, the old master of the Shadow Order whispers to him. He tells Arthur that now that he holds the ancient legacy, things have changed. He needs to get to the Shadow Order stronghold immediately. Arthur agrees. He apologizes to the priestess, promising to visit her later. Suddenly, boom, the entire tomb starts thundering. The ceiling cracks and the priestess loses her balance, falling right onto Arthur. He's stunned by how close she is. He tells her to stay put and shouts for the head elder to figure out what the hell is happening. They rush outside and the sight is brutal. A massive dragon lies dead on the ground. The elder is furious. Who would dare be this reckless? One of the old snakes from the Silver Alliance steps forward. Finally, he sneers. The brat crawled out of his hole. The elder barks out their names, Tyne and Jan. He demands to know if they're actually stupid enough to try and steal the legacy. The man laughs. He doesn't just want the power, he wants Arthur's head on a spike. The elder scoffs, daring them to try and stop them. The old man admits the elder is strong, dangerously close to the mythic tier. But they aren't alone. A young man steps out from the shadows. It's the leader of the First Sword sect, the legendary Merciful Blade. The young warrior glares. How dare you speak my name? Without warning, he unleashes a wave of pure destruction toward the Shadow Elder. A massive explosion rips through the air right in front of Arthur. Arthur rushes to the elder's side. The old man is coughing. He tells Arthur to run. This guy isn't just strong, he's a true mythic emperor. The sword master looks Arthur dead in the eye. So, you're the brat leading the Shadow Order. Arthur is fuming. Why does he always run into these overpowered monsters? The man mocks him openly. To him, Arthur is just a pathetic squire, nothing but trash beneath his boots. The Silver Alliance elders are loving it. They start laughing, convinced the boy's life is finally over. A lethal strike flies toward Arthur. Explosion, smoke fills the air. Everyone thinks he's dead, but then Arthur walks out without a single scratch. The elders are losing their minds. How can a low-level squire survive a direct hit from a 2-star mythic emperor? It's impossible. Arthur blinks and whispers to the system. Is my face actually invincible right now? The system confirms it. His face defense is maxed out, but if he gets hit anywhere else, he's toast. The sword master is shaking with rage. No way a squire survives that. He roars, gathering even more power for a second, even deadlier strike. Alistair realized he had to take the hit straight to the face, but it was coming in hot. Way too fast. He panicked, terrified he wouldn't move in time. The knight spat a curse, calling Alistair a stubborn brat before unleashing a brutal strike. The impact was massive, sending the boy flying like a rag doll. Lady Seraphina rushed onto the scene, shouting for the Grand Duke. The attacker stood there, completely stunned. How was the boy still breathing after a direct hit? Alistair just shrugged it off and looked at Seraphina. I'm fine, he said, cool as ice. The grimoire chimed in. He'd actually impressed the Sword of Mercy. Reward. A rare blink card for instant, short-range teleportation. One use only. Suddenly, the ghost of the ancient archmage appeared. She looked furious. Who gave this worm permission to touch a single hair on my successor's head? The man recognized the tomb, but he didn't care. You're just a memory, Aliner. Dead queens don't wear crowns. He laughed, thinking a spirit couldn't hurt him. Aliner just smirked at Alistair. Watch closely, boy. I'm going to show you how a real master handles a fight. She explained that a true palm strike should be strong enough to shatter mountains. Then, she pulled back, ready to end him. The man's cockiness vanished instantly. The sheer pressure was suffocating. Then she let it loose, an absolute wave of raw power that pinned him down. He desperately swung his blade, clashing against the archmage's energy. Panic set in. Was this the true power of a high king? He couldn't wrap his head around how a ghost was this strong. But then, the sky split open and a blinding light descended. The leader of the Crimson Blade cheered. Their savior was here, but Lady Seraphina's face went pale with pure dread. It was High King Malachi of the Holy Alliance. Alistair wasn't impressed. Malachi looked at Aliner and coldly ordered the lingering spirit to vanish. Just like that, the Archmage's form began to flicker and pull away. Alara screamed, begging her not to go before they reached the Silverguard Holy Lands. Elinor sighed. What a disgrace. She just wanted to rest with her companion. A massive explosion rocked the area, and Alistair lunged forward, catching the girl midair before she hit the ground. She whispered a thank you, but Alistair just shook it off. Don't mention it, it's the least I could do. He checked his blink card, but even with 3 of them, Malachi was on another level. The king stared, wondering how a low-tier squire saved her. He narrowed his eyes. There was definitely something strange about this Alistair kid. The grimoire pinged again. He just astonished the High King. The reward. A High King summoning card. 1 use, maximum chaos. Alistair's eyes lit up. He stepped forward, standing tall. Don't worry, Lady Elinor. I've got this from here. Malachi laughed in his face. A mere squire from the Earth Realm challenging a High King. You're joking, right? Alistair smirked. Keep laughing. You'll understand why I'm so brave when you're running for your life. Then he activated the card. He didn't just summon one. He called for his wife, Lady Lucinda, and the Empress Dowager Morgana. The card shattered. Suddenly, the sky turned gold as the auras of 2 legendary queens descended. Even the Archmage was speechless at the power. Lady Seraphina felt the air get heavy. She knew that terrifying power all too well. The 2 women appeared in the clouds. Lucinda looked around, completely confused. Wait, did I just get teleported? Morgana looked even more annoyed. I was literally in the middle of a bath. What is going on here? Malachi was shaking. How did this kid summon both of them at once? Morgana looked down and asked who he was. Alistair just pointed. The High King. The old man tried to act tough, but Lucinda was already fuming. Malachi, attacking a squire. Honestly, how much lower can you sink? He tried to stammer out a defense, looking pathetic. Malachi turned to Morgana, pleading for her to stay neutral. This is alliance business. Don't get involved in these petty conflicts. Morgana just yawned. Work on your excuses first, old man. He kept babbling about being the leader of the righteous alliance. But he didn't get to finish. Lucinda was suddenly right in his face, eyes cold as ice. I don't care who you think you are. You laid a hand on my husband. For that, I'm going to destroy you. She drew her blade, and the air turned freezing. Do you really think your little alliance can survive the wrath of my obsidian order? Malachi gasped. That was an immortal blade. He warned them that if they fought here, the entire mountain would collapse into dust. Lucinda didn't even blink. And why exactly should I care about a mountain? Alistair was mesmerized. Her sword mastery was on a level he couldn't even imagine. The Archmage told him to watch and learn. He realized his wife had been hiding her true strength this entire time. He'd never seen her this powerful before. Lucinda unleashed everything, her strike tearing through the air. Malachi threw up every defense he had just to survive. A titanic explosion lit up the sky. Morgana stepped forward, pulling out her flute and playing a haunting melody. She let out a playful laugh. Wow, someone's really pissed. Careful, Lucinda. Try not to blow up your precious husband with all that power. But Lucinda wasn't listening. She kept striking, blow after blow, determined to turn the High King into nothing but a memory. Then she tells the Grand Duchess to stop being such a nuisance, since they both have skin in the game. Finally, Empress Alara asks the Duchess to keep Arthur safe, because she doesn't plan on holding anything back. With one swift motion, she lunges again, closing the distance on the old king. And this time, he's got no defense left. Massive shockwaves rip through the very sky itself. Arthur watches the whole thing, swearing to himself that one day he'll reach her level or even surpass it. The righteous, King Alaric hits the dirt, utterly defeated. He groans, complaining that the Emperor started a blood feud with the Sanctity Order all over some random kid. Talk about a bad investment. Arthur calls his wife a total legend, but she just scoffs. The king was always a coward, so that probably wasn't even the real him. She strikes the old man, and just like that, he vanishes into thin air. Exactly as she thought, just a phantom projection of the great king. The guys who set up the ambush for Arthur realize they're in deep trouble and start hauling it, terrified because the Empress just folded their leader like a lawn chair. But she spots them trying to slip away. And where exactly do you think you're going? Chilling. One strike, 3 bodies. The Empress takes them all out before floating down to her husband. She leans in, asking how he's holding up. Our boy says he's fine now, thinking to himself that she's actually surprisingly sweet to him. But while they're busy being all cute, the Grand Duchess ruins the mood. Okay, get a room, you two. Then she complains that she was literally about to take a bath when the High Elders dragged her out here. Arthur is stunned. She confirms she was just in a towel 5 minutes ago, and now she wants a serious explanation for this whole mess. Arthur starts sweating. How is he supposed to explain that he's got a great Emperor summoning card in his back pocket? He can't. Elara steps in to defend her man, saying Arthur has his own secrets and they should just drop it. End of story. Relieved, the boy thanks his wife for the save. Meanwhile, the Grand Duchess is watching him. This kid is becoming more of a mystery by the second. Sister Alina asks Lady Seraphina what's happening. The Archmage begins to fade, explaining she's just a lingering spirit whose time is finally up. In a panic, Alina tells the Duchess that Seraphina's only wish was to lead the realm alongside St. Julian. We have to move her, quickly. But the Duchess just shakes her head sadly. They're too far from the sacred lands, and the Archmage won't survive the trip. As she vanishes, the lady just smiles. It's okay. Meeting Julian in the stars doesn't sound so bad after all. She stops in front of Arthur and gives him one last smile. Arthur tells her not to worry. He won't let her legacy be forgotten, not on his watch. She whispers a final, "Thank you," and disappears for good. Arthur stands there, thinking about the day he'll finally be strong enough to look a king in the eye and fight. Time skips forward. Deep within another domain, the real King Alaric is hiding out in a secret chamber. He's absolutely fuming. Because of Arthur, the Empress nuked his strongest shadow clone. Even the Grand Duchess is picking sides now and doesn't give the Sanctity Order any respect. Suddenly, a man appears. "You seem a little cranky, Alaric." He asks if he's interrupting. The king demands to know when this guy is coming out of seclusion, because even the Grand Duchess is siding with the Crimson Citadel now. The man just laughs. "Relax, old man, don't sweat the small stuff." He reveals that he just broke through his limits and is standing right at the edge of the next realm. Alaric is floored. This guy is literally walking the path to godhood without even bothering to fight for the throne of stars. "Not a true god yet," he replies, "but I'm already beyond any king. I call it the false god level." Soon the Duchess, the Empress, and that bratty patriarch will all be crushed under his heel. 15 days later, back at the Crimson Citadel. Elara tells Arthur his wounds are finally healed. He teases her, saying she takes pretty good care of her husband. Then he asks how he can ever repay her. They end up lying down together. You know the vibe. The Empress asks if the Archmage left him a ring. Arthur says she did, and apparently all her treasures are tucked away inside. Arthur is hyped, wondering what kind of legendary loot is in there. Elara just smiles. "You might want to brace yourself for that one, kid." "Wait, what's that supposed to?" Before he can finish, the ring explodes with light, startling both of them. Suddenly, Arthur is sucked inside. He falls through a void and realizes he's actually inside the storage dimension of the ring. He looks around. It's totally empty. Did that woman seriously scam me? He hits the bottom and finds a single, solitary chest. "All right, here we go, the good stuff." He opens it and finds another chest. Now he's getting annoyed. He opens the second one. Surprise, it's just more chests. A whole nesting doll of them. Arthur is officially losing his mind at the Archmage's sense of humor. Finally, he reaches the very last one. Out pops Lady Seraphina, laughing her head off. "Too greedy. The real treasure isn't gold, it's my inheritance." Arthur is absolutely livid, even if he is smiling. She tells him to take it as a final act of kindness for the new generation. She holds out a scroll, and Arthur grabs it out of the air. The second his fingers touch the parchment, he's back in his room with his wife. She asks how it went, and he just looks at her. "You knew, didn't you? You knew the ring was empty." Alara sighs. This just proves the third archmage wasn't just a broke sovereign, but a greedy one too. If he's hunting for gold here, he's in for a rude awakening. It's just an old parchment, Alaric notes, but Alara's eyes widen. She never imagined the old sage would actually leave something this valuable behind. He looks at it, skeptical. Is this dusty thing really that special? She scans the ink. If we brew this into an elixir, Alaric, it'll push your physical mastery straight into the intermediate sovereign rank. The House of Crimson Shadows already has most of these materials in the vaults, she adds. Except for two, the Stormheart Fruit and the Frost Phoenix Shard, Alaric frowns. He can't just ride on his wife's coattails forever. He needs to get stronger and fast. I'll track them down myself, he declares. Things are tense in the house right now. If the Empress starts hunting rare reagents, people will talk. Better if he handles it under the radar. Still, he admits, scratching his head, I'm not exactly an expert on the specifics of this formula yet. He pulls Alara close with a smirk. Maybe you should help me study it. She giggles, and they settle onto the bed to decipher the ancient ink together. Outside, the songbirds nest in peace. Later, as Alaric leaves the manor, he can't help but smile. His wife seemed remarkably satisfied after their private lesson. Definitely doing that again. He's already mastered the arts of song, the blade, and the palm. Now, only the iron fist remains. Nearby, an old knight stops dead in his tracks. Alaric drops from the clouds like a meteor, landing right in front of him with a casual hello. The knight nearly chokes. The Lord has reached the 9th order of high knights in mere months. Alert, elder stunned, the system chimes. He just blew the old man's mind. Reward unlocked, skill restoration. This allows him to instantly grasp the true essence of any broken combat technique. The keeper of the Grand Library bows low. Which floor will it be today, my lord? The 5th, Alaric says. The keeper immediately barks orders to evacuate every single manual from the lower floors. Talk about overkill. Alaric rolls his eyes. Relax, I'm just training. You're acting like I'm about to level the entire building. He steps into the dim, dusty hallways of the 5th floor, surrounded by ancient power. He scans the shelves. If he's going to master the fist, it has to be something legendary, something worthy of the Archmage's legacy. There, the sun-scorched monarchs strike, mid-tier earth art. System, restoration possible. Do you wish to proceed? Alaric smirks. He can feel the raw, dominant power hidden within. Do it! Instantly, a spark of divine fire ignites in his soul. The system works its magic, stitching the broken technique back together until the full mastery of the monarch's strike floods his brain. A wild grin spreads across his face as he drinks in the power. His eyes glow like twin suns. New skill, unlocked. The library, it's collapsing, a guard screams. Smoke and embers start pouring out of the windows. The keeper sighs with relief that the walls are still standing, until someone yells, Fire on the 5th floor. Boom, the roof erupts. The keeper pales. That's no fire, that's the aura of the sun-scorched monarch. How is that possible? That manual was a fragmented mess. How could he have mastered it? Alert, massive shock detected. Reward, solar essence absorption. System, would you like to merge solar essence with the monarch's strike? Oh, this is going to be good. The strike already needs pure dominance and divine heat. Adding the actual sun into the mix, Alaric can't wait to see the fireworks. Light floods the sky as the solar essence fuses with his spirit. Alaric drifts upward, glowing like a living star above the ruined library. The keeper's jaw hits the floor. He's evolving, right here, right now. How is he channeling the sun itself? Suddenly, his clothes incinerate into ash. The female knights below, yeah, they're definitely watching now. Muscles like carved marble, wreathed in roaring gold flames. The keeper knows this isn't normal magic. This is the primordial power of the heavens. Harnessing the sun is a death sentence for most men, but for him, it looks like second nature. He's only a high knight, the old man stammers. Then a presence chills the air. Lady Alara has arrived. My lady, the keeper bows, finally breathing a sigh of relief. With the Empress here, at least the whole kingdom won't burn down. Suddenly, a glowing, golden phantom of Alaric begins to take shape, sending a wave of primal fear through the crowd. "What in the heavens?" the keeper whispers. Alara's eyes narrow. "The sovereign soul body. He's reached the absolute limit of the iron fist. He hasn't fully mastered it yet, but he's damn close. He's chasing perfection." System, final insight triggered, calculating the ultimate path. This is it, the path to his ultimate form. Alaric's eyes snap open, burning with white-hot intensity. His colossal spirit body shifts, and crack. The entire vault shatters like glass. The keeper screams in despair, "My library! Alaric, what are you doing?" Queen Elinor doesn't blink, remaining cold as she channels her ancient magic. She weaves the scattered arcane scrolls into a swirling vortex, handing them to Lord Barrett with a command. The squires must watch and learn. Elinor warns the room that Arthur is reaching the peak of his enlightenment and cannot be disturbed. Not now. He must be left alone. Arthur, lost in focus, starts testing his raw power, unleashing the crushing weight of his fists. Massive spectral clones of him manifest, tearing through the landscape in a whirlwind of absolute destruction. A knight screams, the obsidian sanctum, the blade spire, the fire citadel, all gone. Elinor just sighs, saying they'll simply rebuild later. Arthur is evolving his soul, merging the brutal path of the fist with the rhythm of celestial harmony. The squires drop to their knees, thanking the queen. She tells them to relax. Arthur's striking power is beyond human limits. "If you grasp even a fraction of this power, you'll be legends," she says. Time passes, and Arthur achieves godlike mastery. He feels a divine sun burning in his veins. He strikes with a flaming fist, a single punch sweeping the fire across the sky like a god. The system pulses, martial mastery complete. The massive spectral body begins to fade into stardust. Arthur grins. The Titan's solar fist is finally his to command. Then a notification. His power has shaken the Shadow House. He's awarded the legendary Ghost Gauntlets, invisible to the naked eye. Arthur snaps the gloves on. His power surges, hidden from the world but ready to shatter mountains. Elinor checks on her husband. He's fine, he says, but he's still hungry for more power. Then Arthur looks around. The entire treasury is a smoking crater. He actually looks horrified at the mess. But Elinor just brushes it off. His growth is worth more than gold. The lord and squires, they think she's spoiling her king way too much. Suddenly, a stranger appears, wondering who dared to trash the House of Shadows right in front of the queen. It's an envoy. He's here to invite the King of Shadows to the legendary Golden Guild auction. Arthur's confused. Why hold this meeting in the Whispering Rain Tower of all places? Elinor apologizes for the mess. The castle is under renovation, so they're discussing the Aurelian auction here. The envoy bows low. "The queen's word is law," he says, not daring to complain about the setting. Arthur asks about the date. The envoy explains it's the grandest event in the kingdom, hosted by the Golden Merchant Guild. Every legendary relic in the realm will be there. It's the place to be for any true warrior. Arthur gets why they'd invite the Shadow House, but why him specifically? The envoy laughs. "Your name is legend, Arthur. After the battle at the Sovereign's vault, everyone wants a piece of you." Arthur shuts him down. "Cut the flattery, give me the real reason." The envoy acts hurt. "I'm being serious. The High Lord himself told me you were the only choice for this." He leans in, whispering about beautiful noblewomen and how a charming king like him might find a second partner there. Elinor speaks up. "The auction has top-tier artifacts. Arthur might find that rare herb he's been hunting for." He gives a sharp, confident grin. Arthur agrees. "If my queen says it's worth the trip, then I'm going." She warns him that while the Holy Throne and the Shadow House aren't exactly friends, they won't dare touch him. But she's not taking any chances. She steps close, grabs him by the collar, and pulls him in. They share a deep kiss. The envoy looks away, blushing. A mysterious glow erupts from the couple. Elinor smiles. She's planted a hidden spell on him, a barrier to block fatal blows and keep her connected to him. She hands him a ring filled with enough gold to buy a kingdom. "Don't hold back on the bidding," she says. Then she gives him a silk frost mask. It'll rewrite his appearance and hide his aura so he can travel in secret. Arthur slides the mask on. The magic takes hold instantly. When he blinks, his reflection is that of a complete stranger. The envoy hands him a mirror, impressed by the disguise. Arthur stares at his new face. He's worried. Do I really have to look like this? As a king, he hates looking plain, but Aline isn't budging. She teases him. What? Afraid you won't be able to flirt with the local maidens? Arthur pulls her close by the waist. You're just jealous, he whispers. You're afraid my good looks will cause a riot. The envoy just watches, feeling depressed. He wanted to use Arthur's charm to pick up girls, but now Arthur looks like a peasant. Our duo finally arrives at the gates of Stirling City. Alistair's blown away by the Galestride stallions. Half a day to get here. Insane. But his companion warns him, don't sleep on these level 2 beasts just because of their rank. These aren't just horses. They're the prized treasures of the Iron Crown Sanctuary, bred specifically for long-distance blitzing. Suddenly, a group of frantic disciples sprints past. The word on the street: the legendary Stormcall Spire has officially reopened. Arthur's curious, but when he asks what the deal is, a disciple looks at him like he's lost his mind. You're an outsider, aren't you? How do you not know about the spire? Legend says this spire holds the most mystical thunder law of all the 3,000 eternal laws. Just 9 steps to reach the summit, but if you can hit the 8th, you might just land a private audience with the princess herself. The disciple's eyes are practically glowing. Alistair's ears perk up. Is he talking about Princess Alara, one of the 3 legendary beauties of Stirling City? The disciple confirms it with a nod. Yep, that's the one. Alistair immediately loses it. He tells his lord to hurry up. We can't waste a single second. Arthur's just standing there, wondering if they should maybe find a hotel first. They ditch the horses in a quiet alley. Alistair scoffs at the idea of an inn. Who needs a room when you could be staying in the palace with a princess? Plus, nothing is more important than witnessing the power of that divine thunder law. He drags Arthur toward the noise, leaving their mounts behind. But wait, someone's watching from the shadows. A mysterious girl sees everything unfolding. She notes that the Iron Crown Sanctuary actually sent stallions into this supreme domain. Meanwhile, the crowd is becoming a total sea of people. The guards are visibly on edge. Arthur notices the heavy military presence. This city is locked down tighter than a fortress. Alistair explains that the high security is all to protect the heart of the spiritual domain. Arthur asks if the supreme domain is really that big of a deal. Alistair's response: it leaves every other realm in the dust, no competition. Just like the Shadow Oath Order rules the Westlands, every major power here claims their own territory and sets the laws as they see fit. Stirling City is packed with different knightly orders, but behind the scenes, the high officials are the ones really pulling the strings. Even great emperors have to rely on the power of the nation. Arthur nods, understanding the stakes, and Alistair adds a warning. Warriors have to be extra cautious in a place like this. Suddenly, a woman wearing a delicate silk veil appears before the masses. She announces the spire is officially open and hopes everyone gives their absolute best to reach the top. The disciples are losing their minds. It's Princess Alara, the legendary beauty herself. Even her voice sounds like pure music. Alistair turns to Arthur with a smirk. Why doesn't he just climb to the 8th step himself? The crowd is instantly outraged. You think it's that easy, they shout. Reaching that step is like trying to climb to the heavens. Up on the balcony, the princess looks down and asks a simple question. Who will be the first brave soul to attempt the climb? A young noble steps forward with confidence. I'll be the one to try, he declares. The cheers are deafening because this challenger is Lord Julian from the Holy Land, the man everyone considers the most handsome knight in the city. Alistair's indignant. These girls actually think Julian is attractive. He tells Arthur to take off his mask and show these people what real beauty looks like. The princess signals for Lord Julian to proceed. Julian channels his mana, claiming he's heard of the spire's legend for years and is finally ready to show his true strength. He takes a breath and prepares to begin the grueling challenge. Alistair warns Arthur, even if the steps look free to climb, the pressure from the Thunder Law is lethal. One slip and you're literally turned to ash. Arthur asks how he knows so much. Turns out, Alistair tried it once himself, and only made it to the 7th step before hitting a wall. At that specific height, the thunderous weight on the blue stones increases to an insane degree. He only survived because of a lucky emergency spell that saved his life. Without it, he would have been struck down by a bolt of pure lightning. He's not exactly rushing back for a second try. But then, a disciple points out that Julian has already cleared the 7th step. Since he's at the Grandmaster tier, everyone is betting he's got what it takes to reach the 9th. Julian is feeling the heat, though. With every single step, the pressure intensifies. There's something different about that final 9th step of the spire. An elder beside the princess thinks Julian might actually do it, but she isn't so sure. Suddenly, Julian just stops, shaking. He bows deeply to the princess, admitting he's not talented enough to push forward, and offers his apologies to the royal court. The princess is gracious, telling him he's still incredibly strong. But now, Arthur is actually starting to look interested. Alistair panics. "Don't get cocky, Lord Arthur." If something happens to him, Alistair is the one who has to explain it to Lady Lucille. Up above, the princess scans the crowd once more. Is there any other warrior willing to challenge the Stormcall spire? Arthur steps out from the shadows. "I'll give it a try." The crowd goes silent. Who is this guy and how does he dare to challenge the sacred spire? The princess asks for his name. Alistair jumps in, introducing Arthur as his close companion and a great friend. The disciples immediately start mocking him. He's not even handsome. They're already laughing him off before he even touches the first stone. If this guy is truly a brother-in-arms to the Solar Prince of the Sunspire Order, he's got to be a monster. Princess Alara watches Prince Julian closely, noting he seems to be handling the pressure just fine. Absolutely basking in the attention, Julian flashes a confident grin and replies that he's doing great. Alara turns her gaze toward the newcomer, Arthur, thinking that since he's Julian's close friend, he might actually try to scale the high spire. Arthur focuses entirely on the mastery of celestial lightning. He needs this power, no matter what. With a deep breath, he places his foot on the first stone. But the second his boot touches the step, his body freezes. He can't move an inch. Panic starts to set in. The crowd is baffled. The pressure on the first step is barely a breeze, so why is Arthur stuck? His loud-mouthed companion, Galahad, barks at the doubters, swearing Arthur will crush this trial. Suddenly, the inner oracle speaks. It warns Arthur that the spire's enchantment works in reverse for those blessed with a god-tier physique. This is bad. It means the very first step is hitting him with the soul-crushing weight of the 9th level. The oracle offers a deal. Arthur can instantly absorb all secrets of celestial lightning, but only if he can survive the pure agony of that final tier pressure. Arthur doesn't hesitate. He begins to hunt the lightning's secrets, his mental clarity exploding tenfold as he dives into the storm. The weight is unbearable. "Hold on!" The oracle screams as a massive bolt of white-hot lightning crashes down from the heavens. A nearby squire gasps, pointing at the sky. That's the legendary thunder gale, a phenomenon that only ever happens at the very top of the spire. Confused, Princess Alara demands answers from Archmage Beatrice, but the old sorceress is speechless. This has never happened in recorded history. Surrounded by static, Arthur begins a total physical transformation. He realizes how lucky he is to have been born with lightning-attuned bloodlines. Without those spiritual veins, the raw energy would have turned him into ash by now. Spectral dragons of pure electricity begin circling him. Arthur lets out a gut-wrenching scream. The spectators are horrified, wondering how any mortal could survive that much raw power. If Arthur isn't dead yet, his physical endurance must be beyond anything they've ever seen. The oracle announces that Arthur has absolutely stunned the city's elite. His reward, a Thunderward elixir that grants him temporary immunity to the storm's bite. Pushing his limits, Arthur commands the Oracle to activate both the Thunderward elixir and a high-tier healing draft simultaneously. It works. Surrounded by hissing lightning dragons, Arthur finally forces his foot onto the next stair, feeling the atmosphere turn heavy as lead. One painful step at a time, he advances. Then, a chime, the mastery of celestial lightning is finally his. Arthur scoffs inwardly. To anyone else, the 8th step is like trying to touch the stars, but to him, it feels like a casual stroll. Silence falls over the courtyard. Every eye is locked on Arthur, everyone holding their breath to see if he'll actually reach the legendary 9th step. He sends another shockwave of awe through the crowd, prompting the Oracle to gift him even more insight into the Stormwind arts. Arthur looks around at the sea of faces. He's achieved what he came for. The lightning mastery is settled in his soul. He doesn't feel like explaining his secrets to the masses, so he decides to just stop at the 8th. The highborn knights watching are completely floored. "He's a quitter," one yells, but another quickly points out that the man still reached the 8th level, a feat most only dream of. 𝑾𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔 grins, shouting for everyone to hear. "Doesn't reaching the 8th step mean my friend gets a private dinner with Princess Alara?" The crowd erupts in fury. There's no way a common-looking guy like that is dining with royalty. Arthur just sighs and tells 𝑾𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔 it's time to go. 𝑾𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔 is stunned. "You're turning down the princess?" Arthur just shrugs, saying she isn't half as beautiful as his own wife, so why bother? The knights are livid. How dare this stranger claim his wife is more beautiful than one of the 3 great graces of the realm? Suddenly, Alara herself speaks up, asking Arthur for his company at dinner. He doesn't even look back. "I'm busy." She actually smiles. "Then when are you free?" Arthur says it depends. She finds him fascinating. Unlike every other man, he has zero interest in her. A shadow falls over her. It's Prince Cedric, the 3rd son of the Radiant Empire. He asks Alara if anyone actually conquered the 9th step, leaning in as if they shared some grand royal secret. She tells him the top remained untouched, though one mysterious man managed to stand on the 8th. Cedric narrows his eyes. He felt a massive surge from the 9th level earlier, but he just scoffs, claiming the 8th step isn't worth his time. Intrigued, the princess orders Archmage Beatrice to find Prince Julian's friend and bring back word. The old woman bows and departs. Back in the city streets, 𝑾𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔 is losing his mind. He's calling Arthur a total idiot for blowing off the most beautiful woman in the kingdom. Arthur just rolls his eyes. He tells 𝑾𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔 that after hitting the 8th step, a dinner invitation was the easiest thing in the world to get. 𝑾𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔 pauses, asking if Arthur thinks the princess has some dark ulterior motive. He shakes his head. He just doesn't buy it. The man keeps rambling on, but Arthur finally snaps, telling him to shut up and find them a damn place to stay for the night. 𝑾𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔 tells him not to worry because he already secured a stable for the horses. But when they arrive, the horses are gone. He starts spiraling. "Some low-life thief stole our ride." Arthur tells him to stop crying over it. They have an auction to get ready for. As darkness swallows the city, Arthur sits in their small room, lost in deep meditation. His focus is absolute. Alistair felt the journey was worth it just for that artifact. Now, if he could just snag those 2 final ingredients at the auction tomorrow, he'd be set. The Time Pavilion was absolutely buzzing with people. Cedric leaned in. "Listen, Alistair, there are plenty of auctions, but for the real high-tier treasures, nothing on this continent compares to this one." "Just look around," Cedric whispered. "The biggest players in the Etha Highlands are all here, even the ones hiding in the private VIP suites." He mentioned that Alistair shouldn't be in the main hall considering his status, but Alistair didn't care about looking fancy. He was only there for the loot. Cedric just shook his head, genuinely impressed by Alistair's humble attitude. Alistair knew the truth, though. If people found out his real identity, he'd be hunted instantly. Meanwhile, the crowd began taking their seats. Julian looked around, stunned. He never expected to see so many legendary powers gathered in the city of Silverstead. His companion agreed. noting that the only lands with true immortals were the Xiu Duchy, the High Sanctum, and the Order of the Eternal Blade. Suddenly, the heralds announced the arrival of the princess. She stepped in with her mentor, a powerful woman with a piercing gaze. "No way," the young noble whispered. Nobody expected Princess Alara herself to be the representative for the High Sanctum. Alistair thought about how small the world was, seeing her again so soon. Without a word, the princess headed toward the VIP balcony. Her mentor suggested they go greet the man, but Alara stopped her. "Don't rush. Let's see how things play out first." Then, a woman in crimson silk appeared on stage. She offered a charming smile, apologizing for her slight delay. Every young knight in the room was instantly smitten. "No apology needed. We would wait an eternity just to see you, Lady Seraphina." Cedric nudged him. "That's the best auctioneer in the business. Everyone around here calls her sister Seraphina." Alistair realized even the auctioneer was a high-level master from the Etha Highlands. This place was no joke. The pavilion was clearly a force to be reckoned with. Seraphina greeted the crowd and officially declared the auction open. The first item was revealed, and Alistair's heart stopped. It was a mid-tier Earth rank manual, the Stormbringer's Strike. Starting at 1,000,000 sovereigns. Instantly, the hall erupted as bidders began shouting over each other to outdo the competition. Alistair bit his lip. He needed that technique, but the price was already getting dangerously high for his liking. His wife had mentioned leaving him some pocket money, but never said how much. Alistair reached into his storage ring to check. A blinding light hit his eyes. Alistair stood there, completely stunned. His wife wasn't just rich, she was legendary. There were literally mountains of gold inside. Alistair asked his system for a quick count. The total, 1,000,000,000 sovereigns. "Thanks, babe," Alistair whispered. He was ready to play. Meanwhile, the bidding on the floor was becoming a total bloodbath. A sect elder slammed his hand down at 1.6 million. Seraphina scanned the room, asking if anyone dared go higher. Cedric shook his head. "That technique is too niche. You need to master both thunder and wind to use it properly." He figured the price had peaked. He looked at Alistair and offered to pay the bill himself if his friend was short on cash. Alistair just smiled and raised his hand. 1,650,000. Cedric's jaw dropped. Across the room, the leader of the House of Shadows snarled and bid 1.8 million. Alistair immediately countered. The man was livid. 2 million, he roared, but Alistair didn't hesitate for a second. 2.5 million gold. The rival slammed the table in a rage, but he was out of money. He eventually gave up, conceding the manual to Alistair. Seraphina smiled at Alistair. If there are no other offers, the young man in the back wins the prize. She announced a 30-minute break before the second half. Cedric grabbed Alistair, demanding to know if he was actually that rich. Alistair was starting to realize that this auction was far more significant than he had first imagined. Cedric told him not to get too excited yet. The first half was just a warm-up. The real treasures were saved for the end. Suddenly, Alistair noticed a shadow. It was Princess Alara. She walked right up and asked if he was free for dinner. The entire room went silent. Alistair didn't even blink. "I'm busy," he said flatly. Alara froze, shocked to be rejected again. "Then tell me," she said, her voice serious, "when will you be free?" She knew he'd mastered the lower levels perfectly. She had to defeat him. It was the only way to prove her own strength. Alistair just grinned. "Tell you what, whenever you're busy, I'll be free." Alara's face went red with fury. Who rejects a princess like that? Then people realized it was the same guy who climbed to the 8th step of the trial. He was rejecting her a second time. System, global shock detected. Reward, aura mimicry card. You can now copy and wear anyone's spiritual signature like a second skin. Alistair looked at the card, intrigued. Using this right now could lead to some very unexpected, chaotic effects. Alara fumed, trying to keep her cool. "Fine, you're good with jokes. I won't bother you again today." Julian's already planning his next move. "What a total waste," he sighs. "Most people would give anything just to share a cup of tea with me." Suddenly, a knight blocks Nick's path. "My lord requests your presence immediately." Nick just glances over at his friend. They start following the path, but ouch, someone yanks Julian by the ear. "Running away from your master again, are we?" It's the head auctioneer, Lady Clara. "Getting bolder by the day, kid." Julian stammers to her and Mary, claiming he's just gaining knightly experience. She isn't buying a word of it. "Experience, please. You just wanted to go out and have some fun." She turns her gaze to Nick. "And who's this?" Julian quickly introduces him as a traveler he met on the road and invited along. "Fine," Clara sighs. "The place is yours, room 1. But listen, don't you dare go making a scene." Nick is curious. What was that about? Is there something special about that particular room? Julian just shrugs. He's got no clue. But then the announcer's voice booms. "Special guests have arrived for the second half." Clara asks who, but Julian's already pale. "It's them, the high sovereigns of the realm." The host, Mary, tries to settle the crowd. "Stay calm, everyone. The sovereigns won't interfere. Please continue your bidding." Every single VIP suite ahead is now packed with literal legends. The pressure in the air, absolutely suffocating. Julian looks to his elders, terrified. Nick just stays cool. "Relax, maybe our room has a sovereign in it too." 4 high sovereigns appearing at once. Whatever is coming next has to be beyond priceless. Time to use a mimic scroll to hide his identity. Next up, a medicinal herb that takes 9 centuries to mature. The glacial phoenix bloom. Bidding starts at 20 million. Immediately, a sovereign in room 4 drops 30. Julian groans. It's over. Room 4 took the lead. Nobody is brave enough to challenge a high king. 100 million, Nick shouts. The host wonders if it's the Beaufort heir or his mysterious friend making the move. Nick's playing it smart. His mimic scroll only copies the very first person who tries to sense his presence. He needs to bait someone into checking him. Then, time to drop a shockwave that'll rattle the whole house. That massive bid did the trick. Nick grabs the telepathy scroll, feeling confident. Now I won't be caught so easily. Over in room 4, the sovereign's disciple is frustrated. Auction house rules mean they have 0 info on the other guests. The sovereign slams the table, teeth bared. "Who dares try to take my prize?" Boom, a wave of blinding light erupts from room 4. Julian screams for his elders, but Nick just clicks the mimic scroll. It works. The card activates, and for the next hour, Nick is radiating the terrifying aura of a high sovereign. The attacker freezes. He's shocked to feel the power of another king coming from Nick's room. He's not looking for a war. "Fine," he mutters. "I'm not picking a fight with someone that's strong." "Since you want it so badly, keep it," the sovereign announces. Nick grins. The glacial phoenix bloom is officially his. Suddenly, a laugh. 500 million, Julian's jaw drops. Is that herb really worth that much? Nick knows that voice. It's time for a private chat. He activates the telepathy scroll. He pings the Empress of the West. "Back off this time, Your Majesty, or I might summon you while you're bathing." She pauses, amused. "Are you being serious? I might actually be waiting for you to try it." The Empress teases him. "Maybe I'll wear my finest ice silks just for you, and keep that treasure forever." Nick's losing his patience. "Just you wait." She just laughs, finally deciding to play along. "I'll let it go," she giggles. "I don't need the High Queen hunting me down." Nick wins, but Julian is still confused. He's got the herb, but mentally, he's apologizing to his wife for burning through hundreds of millions in seconds. Julian is stunned. He had no idea Nick was this wealthy. But Nick, he's only thinking about the Stormcore fruit. Suddenly, the temperature drops. The air turns ice cold. Something, massive, is coming. A heavy, ornate coffin is brought before the crowd. Nick's eyes narrow. What kind of dark relic is this? Lady Clara approaches the stage. "Behold, the casket of the silent soul. It took an age to reach us." No one knows its true power. It's an ancient relic salvaged from the legendary path of divine ascension. Bidding starts at 100 million. Instantly, one of the sovereigns doubles it. 200 million. Julian is wide-eyed. Every knight in the realm would want that for their life's protection. Julian doesn't get it, but Nick does. This coffin, it's the perfect catalyst for his wife's training. 300 million. Nick's voice cuts through the silence like a cold blade. The auctioneer scans the room, wondering if that mysterious figure is actually a close ally of Lord Sterling of 𝑬𝒂𝒓𝒓𝒚. Meanwhile, Lady Alener, the Duchess of the High Sun, watches Alaric with a smirk, thinking he's either incredibly brave or just has zero fear of meeting a swift end. His companion leans in, whispering a quick reality check. Does he seriously need to keep playing the role of the arrogant billionaire for another day? He's already pulled off the heist of the century by stealing a legendary herb from Archduke Malachi of the Iron Crown, and now he's looking to double down on the chaos. Lady Alener reaches out through a mental link, explaining that reaching the sovereign tier requires a true divine will. She needs that cursed coffin for her own reasons, but she's not interested in ascending to godhood herself. She's got no clue where he picked up that royal aura of his, but she's honestly just hoping he stays out of any pointless brawls for once. Alaric takes a moment to think. The Duchess has always had his back in the past, and from the look of things, she isn't playing him this time. He agrees to follow her lead, making the girl beam with excitement. She tells him that the next time he visits her duchy, he's in for a massive reward. The holy maiden glances at the Duchess, asking if they should finally start bidding since the patriarch has officially backed off. Alener's answer: whatever it takes, no matter the price. She's convinced that the dread coffin is the only thing that can solve the deep-rooted rot within the high sanctuary. A bit later, Alaric heads back to his private chambers. He's finally got his hands on the herb and the manual for the Stormbreaker strike. Our boy reflects on the situation. The only thing missing now is the Thunderheart relic. The problem? He's got absolutely zero intel on where to find it. Whatever, that's a problem for future him. Right now, it's time to grind and master the Stormbreaker strike. The system kicks in immediately, absorbing the knowledge and boosting his comprehension speed by 10 times. Before he can even blink, he's already mastered a high-tier master knightly art. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Alaric pauses, wondering who could possibly be looking for him at this hour. He swings the door open and stares. What is she doing here? Alener doesn't miss a beat, telling him to ditch that hideous mask immediately. It's an eyesore, and the holy maiden totally agrees. He hesitates for a second, feeling the tension, but then he finally peels the mask away. The two women practically light up when they see him, gushing about how his face is still absolutely stunning. Alaric just sighs, asking Alener what her actual business is. Without warning, she grabs him by the neck. She's taking full advantage of the Iron Empress being away, forcing the young noble into situations he usually wouldn't dare to face. The holy maiden quickly covers her eyes as the Duchess leans in closer and closer to Alaric. But then she just bursts out laughing. She was just messing with him, mocking him for being so incredibly naive. Alaric is fuming. He snaps back, promising that once he's stronger than her, he's going to put an end to her games. They just mock him further, asking if he's got the guts to try anything right now. His pride hits a breaking point, and he steps right into her space. He actually starts hitting her back, telling her she's the one who asked for this. Alener is completely stunned. She didn't think he'd actually dare to lay a hand on her. The system chimes in, noting he just shocked a duchess and a saintess, surging his power aura by 300 points. He just scoffs, saying that at the end of the day, he's still a man and he wasn't about to just roll over for her. He admits the whole interaction was actually pretty interesting, though she's now pouting like a child because he actually struck her. Then her tone shifts. She grabs his shoulder, looking him in the eye and telling him he needs to take full responsibility for what he just did. Alaric is confused. Is she looking for a fight? Is she going to hit him back? She just stays dead silent, letting the tension hang. The holy maiden finally breaks the silence, telling the Duchess they need to stop playing around and get downstairs to negotiate. Alener just grumbles that Alaric is one annoying man. He asks why they even bothered coming. The maiden reveals their true goal, there after the roots of the phoenix grass. Alaric realizes this is a win-win. He only needs the leaves for his own use, so giving them the roots is no problem at all. He smiles, tells her to take it, and splits the grass right there. He hands the roots over, and the maiden offers her sincere thanks. He brings up a fair point, though. He just lost hundreds of millions of coins at that auction for nothing, so how is she going to pay him back? She asks what he wants, admitting she's flat broke, but can offer the company of 2 beautiful women instead. Alaric immediately turns shy. She leans right into his ear, whispering that she can offer him a breath of fresh air. He's just baffled. What kind of reward is that supposed to be? The Duchess shrugs it off. She's got no gold left, and he's clearly not interested in her special rewards, so that's all he's getting. He just shakes his head and says he's only got one real question for her. He asks if she's ever heard of the Thunderheart relic. She actually knows a thing or two, and he immediately demands to know the location. She reveals it's hidden within the supreme divine realm, tucked away in a forbidden zone called the Lunar Spire. It clicks. Princess Genevieve is the perfect candidate to get him inside. He gives a quick thanks to the Duchess. She and the maiden say their goodbyes, telling him to seek them out if he ever hits a wall. Once they leave, Alaric slides his mask back on. He wonders how on earth he's going to convince the princess to sneak him into the royal forbidden grounds. Seduction is definitely off the table with this ugly mask. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the hallway. He pauses, wondering if his luck is finally turning. He opens the door to find Princess Genevieve standing there. She's looking to talk and asks if he'd be willing to listen for a moment. He invites her in, surprising her completely. She thought for sure he'd reject her, but maybe her persistence finally softened his resolve. The two of them take a seat at the table. Alaric looks at her and simply says, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Lady Alara makes her move. She invites Alaric to the Forbidden Moon Mirror Sanctuary, hoping he'll join her for a private, high-stakes conversation. Keeping it cool, Alaric agrees. Since she's been so persistent, he figures this must be something major, so he decides to play along. Internally, he's laughing. Handling her is way too easy. Meanwhile, the lady is glowing, thinking she's finally got him where she wants him. She catches herself staring, wondering if there's a hidden warmth beneath his cold exterior. "Shall we go now?" she asks, ready to lead the way. The two vanish into the shadows of the night. Elsewhere, a stable maid is petting a beautiful horse, cooing about how cute it is. But the head maid shuts that down fast. Important guests are arriving, and that midnight steed they worked so hard to find. It's on the menu tonight. She draws her blade without a second thought. "Blame the guests," she mutters, before ending the poor creature to prepare the feast. Blood hits the floor. Alaric and the lady enter the pavilion, only to be stopped by Julian, Alaric's friend. "A man and woman, alone at midnight. What are you two plotting?" Alaric tries to brush him off, but Julian isn't buying it. He immediately starts accusing Alaric of cooking up some secret scheme behind his back. Alaric literally palms Julian's face to shut him up. "Stop talking nonsense." Julian just nods, totally defeated by the gesture. The lady calls for Alaric to follow, but before he can move, Julian grabs his arm like a clingy younger brother. "I'm coming too," he insists. Tense, the lady realizes she can't shake the holy air of House Valerius, so she reluctantly lets him tag along. Once inside, Julian sniffs the air. "Wait, what's that delicious smell?" Alara smiles. Apparently her younger sister prepared a grand celebration just for them. They enter the dining hall, and there she is, Lady 𝒂𝒓𝒚. "Oh, look at that," she chirps. "My sister actually brought guests." But when she sees who the guests are, her face drops. Alara catches the shift instantly. "Is something wrong, 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔?" 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔 pouts, looking completely sulky. "No, nothing." Alara ignores the attitude and introduces her sister to the two men. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔 plays the polite noble, but Julian is distracted. That scent, it's making his stomach growl. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒕𝒔 gets excited. "It's a banquet made from a rare midnight steed." Julian's mouth is practically watering at the thought. Then total silence. He drops his chopsticks in pure despair. This rare meat, it's his own stolen horse. Alara is confused by Julian's sudden breakdown, so Alaric breaks it to her. Yeah, those rare horses we lost a few days ago. We're eating them. 𝒊𝒏 tries to bolt. Emergency, she yells, but Alara isn't letting her escape the awkwardness that easily. Julian corners her, demanding to know where the meat came from. 𝒊𝒏 starts stammering, caught red-handed. He loses it. I've been searching everywhere for my steed and you stole it. 𝒊𝒏 just scoffs. Why are you so mad anyway? Her excuse is legendary. He tied the animals in a public square. How was she supposed to know they weren't fair game? Julian's screaming now, but 𝒊𝒏 challenges him. What are you gonna do about it, huh, Julian? He's suddenly speechless and shaking with nerves. She laughs right in his face, calling him a total coward. Alara has to step in because her sister is officially going too far. Alaric finally speaks up. The girl clearly isn't sorry. Alara, do you want me to deal with this little thief for you? Before anyone can blink, Alaric lunges and pulls 𝒊𝒏 close. She's furious. You horrible man, how dare you lay a finger on me? Smack, Alaric delivers a sharp strike as punishment. The bratty sister's confidence shatters, and she collapses into Alara's arms, sobbing. Alara doesn't defend her. You started this trouble. Apologize to the heir of Valerius right now, or it's solitary confinement for you. Crying, 𝒊𝒏 finally chokes out an apology for the theft. Alaric turns back to the lady. All right, playtime's over. What do you really want from me? Her answer is a bombshell. I want you to help me become the Empress. Alaric is stunned. A rebellion, this just got way more interesting. But Alara shakes her head. It's not a coup. She wants to fight for her legitimate right to inherit the throne. Her ambition is massive. She doesn't just want the title. She wants to ascend to the divine realm to bring peace and prosperity to the whole kingdom. Alaric asks what he's supposed to do. She points to their surroundings. This is the forbidden vault of the high realm. Alaric's eyes widen. This is the legendary place the Oracle of the Sunset mentioned. Created by the first king for cultivation, it holds a power she desperately needs, something to trigger a shockwave as strong as the 8th circle of divinity. She's been trying for years, every single attempt, a complete and total failure. Alaric finally sees the full picture. She needed someone who could conquer the holy stairs. She needed him. And that's where we're stopping for today. If you don't want to miss the next epic move, hit that notification bell right now. We'll see you in the next one.